British civil servant. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 951. Worried. Even the chairman who had led the KGB for many years did not make a decision so quickly. General Serov opened his mouth and said, "Paris, the capital of France, is the headquarters of the North Atlantic Treaty. There are a large number of US military bases in France. If we instigate the French Communist Party, the failure rate is still very high. The US troops may take action at a critical moment. In this case, is it worth sacrificing the French Communist Party? The strength between the enemy and us is huge." Almost every indicator data emerges in General Serov's mind. If the Soviet Union takes action, it will most likely get nothing. If NATO finds out, the French Communist Party may suffer a devastating blow. What is the reason for eliminating the French Communist Party? Because the French Communist Party is anti-war? Shelepin asked calmly. If that's the case, then I would say that the sacrifice of the French Communist Party is worth it. I believe that no one can link the words anti-war and treason. If imperialism uses this as an excuse to eliminate the French Communist Party, then it is the French Communist Party that is eliminated, which may lead to a surge in progressive forces in other countries, which is not necessarily a bad thing for the current confrontation situation. We also have to take into account the French people's unyielding mentality towards the United States. If this is really done, the relationship between France and the United States will not be good in the future. Whether progressive or conservative, left or right, they cannot be indifferent to the citizens of their country being attacked by foreign troops. We all know in our hearts that the French Communist Party is unlikely to step into the center of the political stage because of this, so we should take a step back and set our goal on causing trouble for NATO. Shelepin laid out his own thoughts. Isn't this suddenly clear? Whether we take action or not, NATO will actually think that we are involved. Now I want to ask General Serov, can we prevent Britain and the United States from catching evidence of direct involvement? That's easy. General Serov smiled. In fact, most intelligence personnel are not high-ranking professionals at all. They can be waiters, workers, or even unemployed people. Most of the intelligence is of little value and must be analyzed to corroborate each other. That's easy. France is now deeply involved in street politics. Whether we take action or not, Britain and the United States will say that this is a conspiracy initiated by the Soviet Union. So we just need to be careful and hide in the chaotic environment of street politics. Why not muddy the water? When Shelepin said this, he asked Khrushchev for instructions. Of course, I may be wrong about my views on street politics. After all, I have not experienced the original struggle. Shelepin was certainly flattering, but it was also a fact that, although Khrushchev did not join the Communist Party of the Soviet Union very early, he was not lacking in experience in confronting the government. When Khrushchev was young, he worked as a miner in Donetsk. At that time, 6,000 miners in the Lena gold mine in Siberia went on strike because they could not bear the oppression and humiliation of the capitalists. They were brutally suppressed by the Tsarist gendarmerie, and more than 500 miners were beaten to death and injured. This atrocity broke through the calm atmosphere caused by the Stalin reform like a hurricane. Strikes in various parts of the Russian Empire quickly broke out and echoed each other. Khrushchev and others also organized strikes in their factories. This strike was also suppressed by the military and police, and Khrushchev and other strike leaders were expelled from the factory. After the rampage of the White Army, the attack of the German Intervention Army, and the blockade of the Allied powers, Khrushchev's struggle experience was sufficient. Shelepin's words at this time reminded Khrushchev of his glorious days. In fact, he did work in the French mines. During the Russian Empire, France was the main investor in the Russian Empire. In order to hold the Russian Empire, it was convenient to attack Germany from the east and west. Street politics requires methods and ways. Just like Shurik said, there are many ways to do it. Khrushchev, who was wearing a high hat, showed the tone of an old revolutionary. Khrushchev didn't want to get involved. Just like the news from the KGB, the French capital Paris is the headquarters of NATO, and there are a large number of American troops stationed in the country. Street politics is extremely easy to be criticized and suppressed. The success rate is almost zero. Soviet support will not be of any benefit and may cause trouble. Khrushchev took a conservative attitude and simply asked Shelepin to come for a discussion. But when he mentioned his experience as the first secretary leading the workers to confront the Russian Empire during the Imperial Russia period and looking at the current situation in France, Khrushchev suddenly felt that Shelepin was right. This is obviously a flaw leaked by imperialism itself. Why turn a blind eye? Anti-war is also a reason for being liquidated. There is no such reason. The United States should be more embarrassed than the Soviet Union at this time. After thinking about it, I have the advantage in the current internal conflict in France. There are not many people in the current Soviet leadership who have led street politics against the Imperial Russian government. Coincidentally, Khrushchev, the first secretary, is one of them. This can be said to be Khrushchev's professional field. Shelepin's words made Khrushchev eager to try. This matter was settled. Anyway, there was no loss. The advantage is mine. Alan Wilson, who landed at the Paris airport on a Comet passenger plane, was grateful that the airport staff in the old revolutionary area still adhered to their posts and did not join in the protest. In the French national outline, Spain and Italy, as countries with Latin culture, are extremely important to France. The attitudes of the two countries are extremely important. At this time, Alan Wilson did not know that a big man had just concluded that the advantage was mine and was eager to give the united free world a try. Sometimes, fate will make a person make a choice that he does not want to face. Take Harold Wilson as an example. As the newly appointed foreign secretary, he must of course make the United States the first target of his visit, to highlight the special relationship between Britain and the United States. But he did not expect that he would complete his visit in such an environment. Harold Wilson, who had just taken the position of foreign secretary, had to bear a very difficult test. Discuss with the United States about the current political situation in France, and take a common position when necessary. But the United States is also in a state of panic. A few days ago, the US 7th Fleet was embarrassed by the operation of only attacking Chinese ships, and not American ships. The United States does not recognize the claim of 12 nautical miles of territorial waters. This concept, which originated from Iceland and is now used by European colonial countries, was quickly followed by a certain major country. It was used on the 7th Fleet that came to provoke. When Harold Wilson visited Washington, the news that someone did not give face to the world's largest navy was fermenting. He had to deal with it carefully to prevent Britain from being dragged into the water by the United States. The Labour Party avoided participating in the Korean War, which has always been promoted by the Labour Party. As the Foreign Secretary of the Labour government, Harold Wilson could not make mistakes on such occasions. Europe is more important than anywhere else. When facing US Secretary of State Dawes, Harold Wilson looked solemn and expressed his concern about the situation in France. The security of Europe requires the joint efforts of Britain and the United States, and the security of France is the core of European security. Mr. Harold, the United States also believes that the importance of Europe is higher than other directions. Dulles looked worried, and even when talking to Harold Wilson, he was a little absent-minded. Only attack Chinese ships, not American ships. It's just that the media is arguing loudly. For him, there is one thing that is more important than the situation on the other side of the Pacific Ocean. That is, the situation in Cuba has caused Washington's concern. Since 2 years ago, the situation in Cuba has gradually gotten out of control, and the government forces supported by the United States have gradually fallen behind. Last summer, Cuban revolutionaries issued a land reform declaration. According to these documents, the liberated areas confiscated the land of landlords and distributed it to farmers. The social foundation of the revolution has expanded. Farmers, workers, college students, etc. have joined the uprising team. Castro took this opportunity to transform the guerrillas into an insurgent army with an armed force of several thousand people. The current pro-Soviet forces in Cuba have grown into a serious threat, growing and developing right under the nose of the United States. At the same time as street politics appeared in France, the United States was joining forces with the Cuban government to encircle and suppress the revolutionary base in the Sierra Maestra Mountains. The Batista government dispatched more than 10,000 troops equipped with aircraft, tanks, and artillery to encircle and suppress the revolutionary base in the Sierra Maestra Mountains. The US military stationed at Guantanamo Bay also provided aircraft to bomb the insurgent base. Now the fierce battle in Cuba is in full swing, involving the Dulles brothers who have great interests in Central America. The upset Dulles was concerned about his own interests and did not seize the opportunity to teach the newly appointed Harold Wilson a lesson. With the most candid attitude in his life, he unconditionally recognized Harold Wilson's explanation of the special relationship between Britain and the United States. At the most critical moment, NATO will not let a small group of brainwashed people lead France into the abyss. Dulles made a solemn statement, thinking that Cuba should also send good news, otherwise the financial backers behind it would really suffer heavy losses. Harold Wilson was lucky enough to pass the first hurdle of becoming the new foreign secretary because Dulles was distracted by the war in Cuba. It was really lucky. Harold Wilson, who completed his first important visit so easily, also brought back the United States' views on the situation in France, including economic assistance, political support, and the possible tearful execution of Marceau in the end. At the headquarters of the North Atlantic Treaty in Paris, Efort was talking and joking with his old friend Alan Wilson, and he envied his old friend's high position. "Sir, Ice May is up there. Thank you, my old friend." Alan Wilson turned around to express his gratitude to Efort and entered the office of the NATO Secretary General. On the streets of Paris, protesters holding sickle and hammer flags shouted anti-war slogans and demanded that the current government end the war. The entire parade became a sea of red, which looked quite spectacular. Chapter 952, we should raise the white flag. Along with the hammer and sickle flag, there were also huge banners with slogans such as "Stop Ethnic Cleansing," "End the Algerian War." Some organizers held loudspeakers and shouted slogans, pointing out that France's current actions were a shame for the birthplace of modern thought. The Algerian men were killed as a basis for stability, and such a victory was better not to have. If Alan Wilson were here, he would definitely be pleased with his wife's ability to do things. At critical moments, the woman who slept with him in the same bed was reliable and had unconditional trust in him. She was reliable. But he was in the office of the Secretary General of the NATO Council, complaining to the former permanent Undersecretary of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, lamenting that he had encountered such a difficult matter just after taking office. "Sir Ice May, I really want to tell the minister to use the fourth level tactics to deal with it." Alan Wilson was full of distress and complained to the powerful NATO Secretary General. "Fortunately you didn't do that. France is different from other countries after all." Sir Ice May shook his head slightly. When the foreign ministry was handed over, the political situation in France was unstable. He was also worried about Alan Wilson, but fortunately, this successor was unambiguous and directly visited the surrounding countries to clarify the British position. Not to mention how much effect it has, but this diligence is very gratifying. The foreign ministry did not make a mistake after all. The old lord didn't know that he made a mistake after all. In such an urgent situation, Alan Wilson also had an in-depth exchange with Hepburn, and he was obviously more concerned than European security. "I talked to the commander, Admiral Lorries, and communicated about the current situation in France." Sir Ice May did not hide anything, but told everything he knew, especially the movements and attitudes of the French garrison in North Africa. Of the more than 800,000 French troops stationed in Algeria, the vast majority were tasked with protecting the lives and property of French immigrants, keeping the main roads and railways open to protect pedestrians from attacks by the Algerian Liberation Army, and ensuring that strategically important facilities such as oil, ports, power stations, and telegraph and telephone exchange equipment were protected from guerrilla destruction. Only less than 10% of the troops, or 60,000 to 80,000 people, actually participated in the battle, carrying out the task of hunting down, searching for, and eliminating guerrillas. It seems that the French army in Algeria thinks that the Paris government is dragging its feet and wants to betray the French army who are fighting bloody battles. The economic pressure is only a temporary difficulty. As long as France tightens its belt for 1 to 2 years and gives full support to the French army, it will not be a problem to successfully suppress the rebels. Alan Wilson listened to the situation known by Sir Rice May, and his mouth twitched. So that's the case. But then again, if French citizens tighten their belts, they may succeed. Then we will be very embarrassed. I don't know how to deal with such a France. France may usurp Britain's leadership in Europe as a walking special relationship between Britain and the United States. Alan Wilson kept a distance from France at a critical moment, and then said, "The Italians are very dissatisfied with France's establishment of a closed colonial economy, and according to our observations, a lot of economic aid is sent from Italy to Algeria. Since we know this, the French must know it clearly. Latin countries can be described as one that is not convinced by the other, especially Italy. Although Italy's record in the colonial era and the 2 most recent world wars cannot be called glorious, this country does have a strong sense of national pride. When it was Germany's ally, it was not convinced by Germany, and now it is not convinced by France. You are right. The current situation in France is indeed quite embarrassing from our British perspective." Sir Rice May was also very entangled. As for the reason for the entanglement, it was the same as Alan Wilson, involving the diplomatic work of the 2 permanent undersecretaries of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in the office. Both of them knew that Britain had always advocated that France should independently solve the colonial problem, especially the Algerian problem. This is already quite obvious by us. France's independent solution to the colonial problem seems fair, but in fact it is to buy time for France to quickly deal with the problem. Britain has done its best for France, but France has been fighting for so many years and the war has not ended. Britain can't always wave the flag and shout. After the war, Britain established a Western European organization under the leadership of Britain to achieve its goal of third power. At the end of the war, Britain realized that, in order to survive in the gap between the 2 superpowers of the United States and the Soviet Union, it must unite Western Europe and France under the British banner. Only when Britain becomes the spokesperson for Europe can the United States and the Soviet Union treat it equally. To this end, Eden of the Conservative Party proposed the idea of establishing a Western Bloc, and Bevin of the Labour Party proposed the idea of a third force. Originally, Britain would not succeed, but with Alan Wilson, it was finally partially successful, and it is currently being implemented quite well. If France had dealt with Algeria earlier, Britain and France could at least breathe a sigh of relief. But now the war is protracted, and even France is unstable because of the war. France has gone from a reliable auxiliary to a time bomb. From the perspective of Britain, this bomb is still very dangerous, and the 2 countries are separated by a strait. The minister is actually communicating with Washington. The United States seems to be inclined to try to solve the problem with economic aid. Sir Rice May pursed his lips and said, "Maybe things won't be so bad. I hope so." Alan Wilson nodded. He didn't know that NATO Commander-in-Chief Air Force General Lawrence Norstad had already assessed the security situation in France with NATO senior officials. Of course, everything was done without telling the French military. It's not difficult to say what a combat plan means. Even if it is formulated, it may not be implemented. When Alan Wilson was in Kuala Lumpur, he made several plans to attack Indonesia. Now Indonesia is still doing well. It can only be said that NATO is preparing for the worst outcome in case it is caught off guard by sudden situations. Don't worry, Alan, the entire NATO will not watch France get into trouble. Sir Rice May patted Alan Wilson on the shoulder and said, "That would be the best of all." Alan Wilson forced a smile and seemed to be worried about France, but in fact, he was not worried about the French at all. What should they worry about as the obvious European hegemon? Countries like Britain, that are independent of Europe, should be worried about. If they are not careful, they will be squeezed out. In the history of memory, France strengthened the Franco-German cooperation and used a framework to pull in European countries, while France played the role of the big brother in coordination and sharing the cake, and finally led the establishment of the European Community and laid the groundwork for the European Union. Even for a period of time after the disintegration of the Soviet Union, France was the world's second most powerful country, replacing the Soviet Union as the imaginary enemy in the eyes of the United States. Although the glorious years lasted for about 10 years, the imaginary enemy status was soon replaced by a certain big country. But no one can deny that ordinary countries are not qualified to show their teeth and claws to France. Alan Wilson, who left the NATO headquarters, couldn't bear the desire to make trouble, so he asked Radwich to drive to the place where the parade was held, wanting to see how the protests in the old revolutionary areas were carried out, and whether they were professional. If I'm not mistaken, isn't that the flag of the Bourbon dynasty? Alan Wilson looked at the flags waving in the crowd with wide eyes. This should be a team that advocates firm support for the war. It is the opposite of the parade to end the war. Radwich was about to say that Alan Wilson had a wide range of knowledge and even knew the French flag from hundreds of years ago, when he heard words that were suspected of insulting France. Why don't you bring out the white flag? The Bourbon dynasty once used the white flag as the national flag. Mr. Wilson, Radwich couldn't understand the special relationship between Britain and France, but this was too much. Do you think I'm lying? The Bourbon dynasty did use the white flag as the national flag. Alan Wilson explained the historical facts seriously, looking very solemn. Seeing the loss of French traditions, as a citizen of a neighboring country, I'm very sad. Radwich was uneducated and didn't know whether his boss was suspected of insulting France. He could only try his best to protect his boss's safety and listen to what the French said. Unfortunately, neither of them was very good at French, so they could only judge whether it was supported by people's expressions. It looked good. More than an hour later, Alan Wilson arrived at the Woodpecker Pictures headquarters building, took off his fatigue, and stood by the top floor window watching the crowd below gradually dispersing. The most interesting thing in this world is that many ignorant so-called citizens really think they have mastered the truth. Without looking back, Alan Wilson had already judged from the footsteps that it was Ingrid Bergman who came in. Ingrid Bergman greeted the eyes as expected. Her height was definitely outstanding among women, but she acted like a little woman and asked in a low voice, "Are you here for the chaos in Paris this time?" What else? Although France is a country with unstable political situation, this chaos has been going on for almost 3 months from March to now. Alan Wilson sighed and did not forget to pooh, by the way, but I took the initiative to come here because I miss you. It's boring to stay in London all the time. I should go to see you. Ingrid Bergman lowered her head, still walking over with a height not inferior to that of men, and gave a sweet kiss with the crowd that was dispersing not far away as the background. On the other side of the Mediterranean, in Algiers, the capital of Algeria, a natural extension of French territory and the headquarters of the French Foreign Legion, a group of generals in uniform expressed their opinions and finally reached a consensus that it was not that we could not fight, but that the civilian government betrayed the blood and sacrifice of the French army. A leader who can fully support the war must be replaced to resolve the current deadlock. Chapter 953. This is Jacobin. We must make Commander Henry stand on our side. Immediately, these generals made it clear that they had to let General Henry Larillo, the commander of the French army in Algeria, represent them and express their clear attitude to the Paris government. More than a dozen generals stood up and drove to the headquarters together, but at the gate of the headquarters, a car just stopped at the gate. A man in plain clothes also looked at this team with surprise, but then he was full of smiles. This person is not the commander in Algeria, but his previous position is not worse than these generals. He is Nava, the former commander of the French army in Vietnam, who lives in Libya. After the defeat in Vietnam, he has left the military and served in the Libyan oil project jointly led by the Kingdom of Libya, the Mountbatten Group and the Total Group. Although the Total Group is a French oil company, General Nava is a representative of the Mountbatten Group. Obviously, some of the generals knew Nava and asked, "Nava, why are you here?" "Jones, look at what you said. I was once the commander-in-chief of the Vietnamese army." General Nava's face was full of smiles. He said leisurely, "I left the military after the defeat in Vietnam and worked in Libya for a company representing Britain and France in the oil field. You also know that the Mountbatten Group sold Algeria's oil to France. History is like a reincarnation. I didn't expect that a few years later, you would also face the difficulties I faced back then. Some generals looked unhappy. As the commander-in-chief of the French army in Vietnam, never left the military as a scapegoat in a certain sense, and some people present at the time also made a lot of sneers. But after a few years, they were also helpless in some of the places where they used to nitpick against Nava. I'm not here to argue with you. I have already made an appointment with Commander Henry to meet. Nava raised his wrist and looked at his former colleagues. The army is a place that emphasizes discipline. You are making mistakes that are not big or small. Maybe our goals are the same. Why not let me meet with the commander? After all, I have left the military and can be regarded as an outsider. The generals looked at each other, and one of them, Major General Jones, who had just greeted them, asked, "Are you here because of the current domestic situation?" "You can say so." Nava smiled and hesitated to say, "My current job is still in North Africa. Of course, I hope we can stabilize the situation. I'm also French." Nava used to be the commander-in-chief of a garrison. There is no difference in rank between him and the current French commander of Algeria, Henry. If there is a difference, it is only reflected in the number of people under his command. In the commander's office, Nava patted the sofa in his office with emotion. "I have to say that the support the French army in Algeria received was much stronger than ours at that time. It is impossible for General Nava to say that he has no complaints when he came to Algiers. The defeat in Vietnam led to the end of his military career, although he was mentally prepared when he left Vietnam. But after all, the process of leaving has nothing to do with glory. Some excuses are not listened to. Now the Algerian war has been fought for several years. The French army is several times larger than that in Vietnam, but it has not ended the war. Never. The area of Algeria is many times that of Vietnam." General Henry heard the complaints and began to explain the differences between the two places and that they cannot be compared in this way. "But the Vietnamese are nearly 3 times as many as the Algerians, and there are a lot of virgin forests there. What about Algeria? There are vast deserts, and the guerrilla warfare environment is much worse than in Vietnam." Nava sighed. "At that time, half of my army was Vietnamese, and half of the other half was colonial troops in North Africa. You now have 800,000 troops, with British help in diplomacy, and the Royal Navy's Mediterranean fleet helped block foreign aid. Now there are many domestic conflicts, and this is what you have achieved. It is easy to accuse, of course, but we cannot make specific comparisons. I also have my difficulties." Henry said helplessly, "You just came here specifically to tell us about the injustice and blame me for not standing in your shoes and explaining the problem to the government? Misunderstood. I'm French." Nava shook his head and denied, "Of course I hope the French will be better. In fact, you know the attitude of some garrison generals. Even if I don't say it, they hope to make the military's attitude clear to the Paris government. You are no longer a soldier. There must be a reason for you to come here in person." General Henry lit a cigarette, took a puff and asked, "Just tell me, what do you want to do?" In essence, the attitude is the same as that of the generals, but the specific sequence of actions is different. Nava chuckled. "Once Algeria is lost, Total will suffer heavy losses. Also, some killings are very inefficient, and the brutality against women and children is unnecessary. Wars are fought by men after all, and it is enough to eliminate the rebels and men. Of course, there are also pacifists who support France in Algeria, and there are 2 million of them together with French immigrants. In recent years, the French army in Algeria has relocated 2 million people and controlled them to cut off the soil for guerrilla warfare." Nava said that in fact, France is not far from victory, and the key is to let all French people know. We have done so many bad things. If we don't achieve the final victory, all the bad things will be in vain. Once Algeria becomes independent, will it forget our actions? Nava looked at General Henry with a smile and said, "When I came here, I happened to meet other generals. In fact, I know in my heart that everyone has the same idea. Algeria is about to usher in great changes." At the headquarters building of Woodpecker Pictures in Paris, the diligent permanent undersecretary of the British Foreign Office found an excellent observation point, set up a telescope, and hung a camera. He only now realized that he also has innate potential as an agent, especially at times like this. Hedy Lamarr pushed the door open and saw a naked man who was still staring at her and a messy bed. She followed the sound of water to the bathroom and saw Ingrid Bergman taking a shower. She couldn't help but say sourly, "Hurry up and take a shower. Please, men with your most fragrant body. You scared me." Ingrid Bergman, who was washing her body, rolled her eyes at her partner. "It's like you don't take a shower. You keep saying things like that. Can't you love cleanliness? Maybe that man likes your smell." Hedy Lamarr pouted, her eyes swept across the burden on the other person. "You pushed me out to run the company, and you stay here to sleep with men. Well, today's big parade has started again." Alan Wilson, who took 2 photos, came over with a camera hanging, preventing the partners from falling apart. Hedy Lamarr turned around, but then looked away. "Put on your pants. What does it look like? You've seen it before." Alan Wilson muttered, and walked over like pants, but of course he didn't succeed. "Don't you want to put on pants?" Facing the proactive Hedy Lamarr, Alan Wilson felt relieved when he thought about her age. There was no such thing as a peaceful life. It was just that there were people like him who carried the burden for the citizens. On the same day, in Algiers, the French National Salvation Committee was announced to be established. This news made the French Fourth Republic, which was already in a confrontation between the left and the right, in a precarious situation. The term National Salvation Committee seems very familiar. Alan Wilson, who was hiding in the British Embassy in France, thought hard about where he had heard this word. During the Jacobin dictatorship, the National Salvation Committee was established. Effort, who also came to the embassy, replied. Obviously, this old colleague came to Paris from West Berlin and became more professional. The National Salvation Committee does not have a chairman, but the power is very concentrated, and the collective responsibility system is adopted, with appropriate division of labor within. I see. The reason why Alan Wilson was in the embassy, in addition to taking a rest, was to wait for his wife's telegram. It is absolutely impossible for an ordinary person to send a telegram to the embassy, but isn't that an ordinary person? Pamela Mountbatten is not an ordinary person. If it weren't for the sanctity of the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, she could have sent it to the NATO headquarters. In the end, a short telegram with only yes was sent from London. Alan Wilson put the telegram away and prepared to use it when he went to the toilet. This shows that never has understood the thoughts of the French army in Algiers. This is a coup. Pierre Flemland, the 23rd chairman of the French Council of Ministers after the war, who had just completed his 10-day term, held the news that the Algerian garrison announced the establishment of the National Salvation Committee and shouted angrily, "This is the restoration of the Jacobins, the arrival of despotism, and the cause of democracy is in crisis." The French National Assembly, which was once bustling with people, was silent at this time, regardless of the party members of any camp. Outside the National Assembly, the red-white confrontation continued in the streets and alleys of Paris. Compared with the anti-war team organized by the French Communist Party, the pro-war march was indeed much more complicated. It was very much like what Das Kapital said. The Pope and the Tsar, Metternich and Guizot, the French radicals and the German police, all united. The Paris gendarmerie had been helpless against such a large-scale demonstration a few days ago, and could only adopt the fourth-order tactics to deal with it. In the end, they reported to the government in the tone of Louis XVI, that nothing happened today. The marching team did not know that at the same time they took to the streets, the news of the establishment of the National Salvation Committee had spread everywhere. In essence, this is a military coup. In the headquarters building of the North Atlantic Treaty, Secretary General Sir Rice May explained to the representatives of various countries present, "But we still have to see how things develop." Chapter 954 The Last Man in France. Judging from the current situation, this is a military coup. Alan Wilson, who returned to the headquarters of the film and television company, came to the same conclusion as Sir Rice May. In his hand was a joint open letter from the French generals in Algiers, asking General de Gaulle to form a cabinet. Seeing the panic of Hedy Lamarr and Ingrid Bergman, he immediately added, "But don't worry, it is unlikely that there will be a military government in France. Unless there is a major fraud in the parliamentary election, a coup launched by the military for any reason is tantamount to betrayal of the country." "You scared me." Ingrid Bergman's eyes flashed with blame, and she gently pushed the man. Can't you British exert some influence? You always say that you have the leadership responsibility for Europe. Well, although we say so, the French have never admitted it. Alan Wilson said with a smile, "This is France, the strongest country in Europe for centuries. Don't think that France is not good just because it fell in World War II. Considering the situation faced by the French army at that time and the depth of France's territory after the mobilized army was annihilated by the Manstein Plan, France's potential troops could not support frontal combat at all. Even so, the military forces mobilized by the French colonies still achieved considerable results under the command of Charles de Gaulle. This question depends on whether the Italian army is considered human. When the Free French returned to their homeland, they already had 1 million troops, hundreds of thousands of tons of warships and thousands of combat aircraft. In terms of the number of enemy troops eliminated, the Free French are definitely above the artillery party and cannot be compared with the three giants of World War II, but it is no problem to rank fourth. If nothing unexpected happens, after the French army in Algeria releases a public statement, it will immediately look for Charles de Gaulle, the hero who led Free France in World War II. France's sky-dropping tough guy is about to come out to clean up the mess. Alan Wilson has started another round of brainstorming to deduce the possible impact. The most direct impact is, of course, that NATO's troops stationed in France will soon be numbered. No matter which party in France, in fact, they have quite a few complaints about the presence of US troops in France. However, the speed of change of the French government is faster than the speed of Alan Wilson buying underwear. It is a miracle that they can persist in the Algerian war. Naturally, they have no time to drive away the US troops, but Charles de Gaulle is different. The reason why the statement of the French army in Algeria is called a coup is of course a coup in various senses. The significance of Charles de Gaulle's existence in the late French Fourth Republic is to overthrow it. Once Charles de Gaulle establishes a stable French political system, it is almost impossible for NATO to continue to exist in France. What Alan Wilson is considering is whether the United States will take the opportunity to let Britain open its military bases again. Saving France but sacrificing Britain is not okay. Should we remind the foreign minister? What are you thinking about? We'll talk tomorrow. Hedy Lamarr unbuttoned her shirt and whispered teasingly, "Today I'll let you taste the treatment of the male protagonist in the movie." Of course I'd love it. Alan Wilson looked disgusted. It seemed like a trivial matter that the democracy of the free world was threatened. Thinking about it a day earlier or later would not make much difference. The security of the free world is important, but is manned spaceflight not important? This is the cutting-edge high technology of mankind. At this moment, 7 generals represented by Henry, the commander of the French army in Algeria, came to Paris, the center of the old revolutionary area, carrying the collective will of 800,000 French troops in Algeria. Since the fall of the Bourbon dynasty, Paris, the old revolutionary area, has been keen to practice various political ideas for other parts of France, including dictatorship, democracy, monarchy restoration, and everything that can be thought of. The glorious citizens of Paris will come once. During the Third Republic and the Fourth Republic, Napoleon was a derogatory term. After the war, many people compared Charles de Gaulle to Napoleon, which shows that many people did not support Charles de Gaulle's political ideas. But although Napoleon represented the empire, it was also the peak era of French military power. Although this peak compared with the Sun King is like the comparison between the Third Reich and the Second Reich, the Führer seemed to have achieved greater results in military strength, but in terms of national strength, Wilhelm II's Germany was far stronger than Germany led by the Führer. After 13 years and 20 governments, the French finally picked up the traditional projects of the old revolutionary base and called for a strong figure to clean up the mess. When the news came that the French army in Algiers announced its support for Charles de Gaulle's cabinet formation, a large number of people who supported the continuation of the Algerian war opened their hands to support the emergence of a political strongman. France is an extremely free country, which is related to its tradition. During the Sun King era, France was drained of blood by the centralized system. The French rose up in resistance and the French Revolution broke out. Since then, the French yearning for freedom has been the first in the world. But the French Revolution was not necessarily the pursuit of freedom. The French Revolution was essentially a revolution for the sake of revolution. One could embrace the Republic with open arms, or express support for the rise of Napoleon III. It was not important whether it was an empire or a republic in the end, nor was the result after the revolution. The process of the revolution was important. Those so-called members of the National Assembly are not only incompetent but also shameless. A general who followed General Henry saw with his own eyes the cabinet's inability to do anything about the protests, and commented with disdain, "Okay, Jones." General Henry said, "The purpose of our coming here is not to deal with these protesters. Let's go directly to the office on Solferino Street. We want to meet General de Gaulle." There is no doubt that General Henry's return this time as the commander of the French army in Algeria was not to do anything to the current cabinet, but to find someone who could support the war until the rebels were eliminated to lead France, just like the old story of Napoleon III getting support from the Algerian army. Solferino Street on the left bank of the Seine River is Charles de Gaulle's office in Paris. In addition to being in his hometown, Charles de Gaulle would meet some important guests in the office here when he was in Paris. This time, the 7 French generals stationed in Algeria returned to Paris, representing the collective will of 800,000 French troops in Algeria. If something unexpected happened to them, 800,000 French troops would fight back to their homeland at General Salon. This was not impossible. The 7 generals arrived at Solferino Street and went directly into Charles de Gaulle's office to meet with the leader of Free France. In fact, politicians have been coming here recently, but this time it was different. The people who came represented the collective will of 800,000 French troops in Algeria. "Henry, you are quite courageous to come here in person." Charles de Gaulle recognized the visitor immediately and called him Henry Leroux. "Do you know what your actions mean?" General Charles de Gaulle, "We really cannot tolerate domestic chaos, which may lead France to a point of no return." Henry Leroux directly stated his purpose. "Now the only one who can save France is you, just as you led Free France to regain the glory of France in 1945. Those mediocre politicians took away your power to lead the country, but made the country what it is now. Henry, it's all in the past." General Charles de Gaulle pondered for a moment and said, "But I agree that the chaos and weakness of the parliamentary system have weakened the national strength of France." Looking back now, the days when Charles de Gaulle stepped down in Henry Leroux's words were indeed very unfair. During this period, Charles de Gaulle was banned from speaking on radio and television. So he had to run around, traveling back and forth between Bruneval and Strasbourg to promote his ideas. However, the French People's Union did not win enough seats in the parliamentary elections and could not influence social policies and national systems. So, de Gaulle decided to gradually stop the activities of the French People's Union. But this experience cultivated and mobilized many of de Gaulle's followers. "General, now only you have the prestige to rebuild a united France and continue the war to the end. We are not far from complete victory. There are 2 million French immigrants and groups supporting France. We have set up a no man's land to centrally manage the migrating Algerians. The number of these people is 2 million. After several years of fighting, millions of rioters have been killed. We all believe that in 1 to 2 years, there will be no living rebels. The problem now is that the chaotic domestic political situation has made the efforts of the soldiers go to waste. Once we abandon our Algerian brothers, France's status will plummet, and the entire French Africa will collapse. This is something France cannot bear." These generals from Algiers spoke up one after another, expressing their own opinions, and explaining the reasons why de Gaulle came out to unite France. "The unstable political situation has weakened France's national strength, and the soldiers are very sad." "Is that so?" General de Gaulle fell into deep thought, as if considering whether the time was right now. In the evening, several generals left Charles de Gaulle's office. From their expressions, it can be seen that the results of the talks were satisfactory. The sun rose. The protests that lasted for 3 months, the evolution of the left and right factions continued to accuse each other. The French capital was almost paralyzed. Anti-war protesters believed that the huge casualties caused by the Algerian war had caused France's prestige to fall to the bottom. Supporters called on the country to take strong measures immediately to put these anti-war protesters who received money into prison. In some newspapers, reports calling for General Charles de Gaulle to come out and rectify the situation also appeared on the front page. The image of General Charles de Gaulle, who led Free France, once again appeared in the public's vision. Chapter 955 Charles de Gaulle comes to power. It seems that the whole of France is calling for this hero to appear. At the British Embassy in Paris, Alan Wilson joked with his colleagues with a teasing look. Just 5 minutes ago, in a telegram sent from NATO headquarters, NATO Secretary General Sir Rice May revealed that, after communicating with the United States tended to favor Charles de Gaulle. God knows how reluctant the Americans were when they said this, but when they thought of the hodgepodge of liberals, colonialists and even monarchist supporters against the anti-war forces, represented by the French Communist Party, Washington really couldn't find a reliable candidate from the hodgepodge. If it had been decades since World War II, all parties would be similar, and the French Communist Party would not be worth worrying about. But it is not the case. The leaders of the French Communist Party in World War II are still alive, and the supporters of the French Communist Party have been baptized by war. Ordinary parties are definitely not the opponents of the French Communist Party in the struggle. During this period, Paris was almost paralyzed, and public opinion was on the verge of civil war. If they didn't choose Charles de Gaulle, who was supported by the French military, who would they choose? The most capable military had already chosen Charles de Gaulle, leaving Washington with few options. After comprehensive consideration, choosing Charles de Gaulle was almost an inevitable choice. Otherwise, why not choose Thorez, the leader of the French Communist Party? The more chaotic the moment, the worse the public lives, and the faster the French Communist Party's class thinking spreads. If there were many ways to dissolve dangerous ideas a few decades later, but now, the world war is too close after all. Those who fought with the French Communist Party in those days are not too old to move. Charles de Gaulle is indeed a feasible choice. Washington must have considered this for a long time. Effort has worked in NATO for many years and knows what the United States thinks of Charles de Gaulle and France. In general, they look down on him a little and think that Charles de Gaulle is not an obedient person and he is not strong but jumps around. Alan Wilson knew what effort was talking about. More than 2 million French troops in World War II were killed instantly by Manstein, which really dealt a huge blow to France's prestige for centuries. France's performance in World War II surprised Americans. The German army launched a fierce attack on France. The Americans believed that France could withstand the German attack because the French army was considered the strongest in the world. As a result, the German army easily tore through the French defense line and divided and surrounded the main French force that was eager to fly to the Belgian front. Although it was a fierce battle between millions of troops, Germany and France played the war like a roulette, and it ended with a bullet. Although the French army made the exchange ratio 1-to-1 within a month, after all, more than 2 million French troops were surrounded. After France surrendered, the United States believed that France was a coward. From that time on, the United States believed that France was no longer worthy of respect. Now in NATO, France is treated at the same level as Belgium and the Netherlands. NATO is a military alliance led by the United States and Britain. From the position of France within NATO, it is known that even after the war, Charles de Gaulle made many efforts and squeezed into the permanent member of the United Nations Security Council with the help of Britain. The Americans only partially respected it and did not regard France as a truly powerful ally. In fact, this choice is very simple. Although Charles de Gaulle is a thorn, it is better than France becoming the Soviet Union, right? Alan Wilson laughed at his colleagues. At 10 Downing Street, the official residence of the Prime Minister in London, the capital of the United Kingdom, Cabinet Secretary Norman Brooke was practicing the flexible use of the fourth order tactics in front of Prime Minister Attlee. Minister Harold, if we can negotiate the sale of the aircraft carrier with Farouk during our visit to Egypt as originally planned, it will also be a huge diplomatic victory. Whitehall believes that supporting the Egyptian Navy to maintain its influence in the Sultanate of Zanzibar on the east coast of Africa as a potential offshore balance location can help the Egyptian royal family enhance national self-confidence. The Navy is our professional field. Egypt's increased investment in this area will pose little threat to Britain. We can send the Egyptian navy to the bottom of the sea within a day, but Egypt can help Britain dilute the colonial color of British Africa. I originally wanted Harold to go to Paris to express Britain's concern about the situation in France. Prime Minister Attlee was in hesitation. Compared with previous years, the Prime Minister who led Britain out of the quagmire after the war was obviously less energetic. It would be too obvious for the Foreign Secretary to go to Paris in person. Alan is paying attention to the situation in Paris, and Sir Rice May is also here. Both of them have rich experience, and most importantly, they will not attract attention. It is too easy for people to be concerned about the whereabouts of the minister, especially at this time. Although we have no evidence, the French Communist Party has made a big fuss this time, and there may be secret actions by the Soviet Union. Norman Brooke explained the distinguished status of the British Foreign Secretary. It was not appropriate for him to go to Paris at this time. The US Secretary of State did not go to Paris either. Such actions that might cause fluctuations in the polls should be avoided as much as possible. The security of the Suez Canal is indeed extremely important to Britain, and it is indeed very important that we treat Egypt with conciliatory means. Attlee was finally persuaded by Norman Brooke. Let Harold go to Cairo to express Britain's attention and recognition of Egypt. The Admiralty hopes to sell aircraft carriers to Egypt, and the joint use of the base of the Sultanate of Zanzibar, all of which can be discussed. Prime Minister, you are really very wise. Norman Brooke exclaimed, although it is a bit flattering. You have been in power for so long, and the love of British citizens is naturally justified. After the French generals in Algeria arrived in Paris, the military expressed support for Charles de Gaulle's call to end the chaos, which quickly caused a strong response in France. In fact, Charles de Gaulle still had many supporters. Many French people knew that Charles de Gaulle could not fight with many powerful parties under the parliamentary system before. At this chaotic moment, countless supporters of Charles de Gaulle poured into Paris from all over the country, hoping that Charles de Gaulle would come out to clean up the mess. At this time, Charles de Gaulle was accepting the concerns expressed by Britain and the United States for France. Alan Wilson, who was named by the cabinet secretary to mix up his qualifications, actually knew that with Charles de Gaulle's character, the concern expressed by Britain and the United States at this time would only stimulate Charles de Gaulle's determination to be independent. It is better to let the Americans perform in such occasions to stir up hatred. He really wanted to tell Charles de Gaulle that NATO had formulated a plan to suppress the French Communist Party so that Charles de Gaulle would be more determined. Charles de Gaulle told the NATO senior management that he knew about the concern of the free world for the current situation in France and its support for him. He left the NATO headquarters immediately. Alan, you are so quiet today, which is not like your work attitude. Sir Rice May was very surprised. Although the new permanent undersecretary of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs did not have much contact with him, he at least knew that this young man was not so silent at ordinary times. I think, for the sake of the special relationship between Britain and the United States, it is better to leave this opportunity to show off to the Americans. Alan Wilson replied in a tone that I have grown up. He is a mediocre person. At present, he is not ready to get involved in the high-end situation. It is more suitable for him to strike hard at the third world, and it is not suitable for him to speak out in front of people like Charles de Gaulle. Sometimes you can only choose the less bad one in the dilemma, such as Charles de Gaulle and the French Communist Party. At the end of World War II, the United States wanted to take advantage of the situation to separate its colonies from France. It was because of Britain's vital interests and the fact that British colonies were larger than those of France that it spoke for France and preserved France's overseas colonies. In this process, many people in the Roosevelt administration publicly expressed that the French in the eyes of Americans were only the French in Europe, not including overseas colonies. This kind of unintentional true emotion hurt the French at the time, and the French leader at the time was Charles de Gaulle. Alan Wilson, who disappeared for 2 days, decided to go to the film company to take a rest, understand the French people's sentiments, and conduct some realistic investigations. Ingrid, the most famous scene in the movie Casablanca is the French singing the Marseillaise, right? Yes, yes. Ingrid Bergman, who was experiencing the fun of manned spaceflight, responded vaguely. Sing for me, please?" Alan Wilson held Ingrid Bergman's body and asked with a pleading look. In the Paris City Hall Square, facing the streets full of supporters, Charles de Gaulle accepted the call of the Fourth Republic President René Coty to organize a cabinet. After finishing his speech, he sang the French national anthem, La Marseillaise. Forward, sons and daughters of the motherland, rise up quickly, a glorious day awaits you. We have suffered from autocratic oppression, and the flag of tyranny has raised blood. The enemy is crying and howling, and is approaching step by step, wanting to kill our wives and children. Fathers and brothers went to the front line to sacrifice their lives for the country. We joined the army to continue to kill the enemy, burying the bodies of our compatriots with tears and taking revenge one after another. These French people don't sing as well as you. On the far street, Alan Wilson could only use a telescope to see the French people in the distance who were venting their emotions, and they did not forget to express their loyalty to Ingrid Bergman wearing sunglasses. "You are a bad guy." If Ingrid Bergman hadn't been covered by the large sunglasses, she would definitely be found with a blush on her face. Alan Wilson put down the telescope and said something that he only understood the meaning of. "Everyone in France should thank me, a bad guy." Charles de Gaulle, who was authorized to form a cabinet, walked into the French National Assembly amid the cheers of his supporters. On the same day, the parliament voted to authorize Charles de Gaulle to form a new government. At the same time, the authorization gave Charles de Gaulle special rights for a period of 6 months and allowed him to carry out constitutional reforms. After more than 10 years of dormancy, this hero who led free France once again appeared in the center of the political stage. Chapter 956, Britain observing secretly. It can be said that it is what everyone expected, especially when compared with the rising French Communist Party. Alan Wilson was full of sighs, and a complex flashed across his face. This fell into Ingrid Bergman's eyes. The actress was puzzled. "What's wrong?" "No matter what, France has found someone to rely on." Alan Wilson kept silent when he said this. Ingrid Bergman thought about it carefully. "Isn't it just a leader? Can't Britain find a leader? It's really hard to find." After years of tossing, Alan Wilson now looks at the United States across the Atlantic and still feels that the accumulation of this rebellious son is unfathomable. If you compare the hegemony of Britain and the United States, the British Empire is of course the greater one, but the United States is stronger. Of course, the United States is stronger, generally with countries such as North Korea, Vietnam, and Iraq as a foil, and the United Kingdom has successively beaten Spain, the Netherlands, France, Imperial Russia, and Germany. By the way, the Ottoman Empire, the Qing dynasty, and the colonization of South Asia cannot be compared. If the combat effectiveness of Britain is 100, it can at least play 95 in the war. If the United States has a combat power of 200, it is considered a good performance if it can exert 70 when encountering a strong enemy. For the free world, the United States is considered strong by everyone, but it cannot convince the public at critical moments. It is a standard king of the World Cup qualifiers. Unfortunately, for Britain and France, they are in the comfort zone of the United States when facing the United States. This is like Britain attacking the Qing dynasty while being annihilated in Afghanistan. At the same time, Dao Guang was able to scare the peace-loving countries in Central Asia to pee their pants. The United States stumbles against less powerful countries, but it is in a position to defeat Britain and France. France is led by Charles de Gaulle, and if it really turns against the United States at a critical moment, there is such public opinion in France. But does Britain have such public opinion? Even if there is public opinion that is unwilling to be a younger brother, it depends on what the politicians think. Since France withdrew from Vietnam, Alan Wilson has been creating conditions for France to deal with the Algerian issue toughly. The reason for doing so is to move towards his premonition, of course. This speculation has never been confirmed. That is, are Britain and France really opposite in the issue of colonies? France is tough to keep its colonies, while Britain is completely laissez-faire and wants independence if it wants. Alan Wilson can tell from history that the so-called African Independence Year is actually the French African Independence Year. The British colonies in Africa generally gained independence later than France, especially the British East Africa, which is a continuous colony. During the Algerian War, Britain called on France to deal with the colonial issue on its own? Did he have the mentality of secretly observing from the sidelines and formulating colonial policies based on the results of the war? Alan Wilson believes that there is. Britain should also realize that the resistance in Africa is not strong, at least within the tolerance range of Britain, but it is still waiting to see whether France, which uses military force to suppress Algeria, can successfully keep this colony that is most important to France. In history, the French eventually withdrew from Algeria. In the year of Algeria's independence, the independence agenda of British East Africa also began. In the following years, British East Africa also disappeared in Africa along with the French colonies. But what if France suppressed the resistance in Algeria? Would Britain remain indifferent and watch a land so close to the French mainland become part of France while letting its colonies become independent? In memory, Britain officially announced in 1968 that it would withdraw from all military bases in Africa. At this time, the Algerian War had been over for 6 years. Seeing that France's suppression strategy had failed, Britain decided not to repeat the same mistake on the same issue. This was Alan Wilson's guess, but he felt that the clues from the time of Africa's independence made sense. Then they kept trying to strengthen France's confidence and provide convenient conditions. What if this guess is wrong? Then Britain will be in big trouble in the future. France, which has swallowed Algeria, is not something Britain can fight with the British Isles. But if the bet is right, Britain will have great confidence in the success of France's suppression. The root cause is still the result of the Algerian War. Success and failure may have an impact not only on France. Charles de Gaulle successfully obtained the power to transform the French political system. Now he can shape a new France according to his own ideas. The British gentleman who was secretly observing was also ready to go home. His mission in Paris had ended. He also wanted Charles de Gaulle to take office on the first day, and the whole country to be mobilized to flatten Algeria on the second day. But the real world is not a happy story after all. Charles de Gaulle still has a lot of things to do, just like Alan Wilson has just taken office, and has a lot of diplomatic work to explore. Without encountering the current problem, the later generations will only think that it would be easier for him to deal with it than drinking water. They will put a few nouns and say that everyone can pacify a lion in 5 years. How can it be so simple to face such an environment where one hair can move the whole body? Of course, he thought so, but after Alan Wilson received a call, he still went to Greta Garbo's apartment honestly, like a good baby. I want to discuss my son's future education with you. Greta Garbo gave the man a deep kiss as a routine, asked Alan Wilson to sit down, and asked for the opinions of her partners. That's my son too. Alan Wilson muttered dissatisfiedly. Why can't he see the silent film queen's mother living well alone? That's a very manly thing to say. Greta Garbo glanced at Alan Wilson and asked calmly, do you dare to publicly admit that he is your son? You don't dare. I'm 20 years older than you. Others will think you are sick. Even if there is no age difference, an illegitimate child will be harmful to your career. Alan Wilson opened his mouth and admitted that Greta Garbo was right. He really didn't have the courage of Macron. Okay, as the father of the child, give me some professional advice on where to choose a more appropriate place for his education. I originally thought that Paris was actually okay, but Paris is a bit too chaotic this year. I still hope that the child can complete the education without interference. Greta Garbo also took a step back and admitted that the father of her son was the man in front of her. In fact, sending him back to Stockholm is also a very good choice, but I haven't decided yet. Education teachers must keep up. Money is not a problem. The key is to educate the child well. Alan Wilson wanted to say to send him to London, but when the word came to his lips, Greta Garbo seemed to see something and directly rejected it. The silent film queen felt that it was not a good thing for the child to have contact with Alan Wilson before he grew up. The father appeared, but he did not appear as a father. It would be better not to appear at all. Sweden is also a wealthy country. Among the Scandinavian countries, it is considered to be very powerful. The teaching conditions are also very good. Alan Wilson shook his head and said, I wanted to say that it was inconvenient to visit, but then I thought I only saw him a few times when he was still young. You can rest assured about this. I will tell him when he is an adult. Greta Garbo comforted her with a normal expression, if I'm still alive at that time. In front of ladies of the same status as his wife, Alan Wilson could only feel that he was really a pure toolman with Greta Garbo. He almost never felt needed. You make me doubt my own value. Alan Wilson shook his face with dissatisfaction. Comfortable. Greta Garbo glanced at Alan Wilson with the goddess eye she showed in many movies, and her tone became playful. If you have time, stay here tonight. Are you going back to Sweden too? It may not be easy for me to see you, Alan Wilson asked with some disappointment. This is really my problem. I have lived alone for too long, and don't have many connections. Greta Garbo also said frankly, maybe you have to help me arrange some people to take care of the children. Alan Wilson muttered, when I went to Hollywood, my personality was an athlete. The Americans' judgment was really right. Alan Wilson, who was about to return to London, spent his last night at the film company. He was kissed deeply by Hedy Lamarr and everyone else, before he dragged his tired body back home. According to his conscience, he went back to the film company to ask if their children needed any help in education. He was ready to fulfill his father's responsibilities, but his father's responsibilities were temporarily postponed, and he did his best to fulfill his responsibilities as a husband. Bring me all the information on the Falkland Islands issue and all the claims made by Argentina in recent years. Back at the Foreign Ministry building, Foreign Secretary Harold Wilson had not returned yet. He was probably chatting and laughing with King Pharaoh Kai of Egypt, appreciating the charm of the Egyptian pyramids, a famous building that has been repeatedly questioned by civilian scientists. Alan Wilson, who had also just taken office, began to enter the stage of being fully familiar with diplomatic work. He wanted to use 20 to 30 years to give the Argentine government a fixed impression that Britain would not react to the loss of the Falkland Islands. Although Alan Wilson's vision of the future may not live up to the expectations of British citizens, policy making has never been related to whether the majority of citizens support it or not. When formulating the Falkland Islands policy, he was still waiting for the return of the Foreign Secretary to find out what the Foreign Secretary thought about the colonial issue and to show an attitude. By the way, let's see if Alan Wilson's speculation that the outcome of the Algerian War would determine Britain's colonial strategy can be confirmed. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 957 Arrangement of Ministers. This was the first time he presided over a formal meeting of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. It was a good time, because the Foreign Secretary was not in London. After many years, there were some new faces in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. For example, Milton, the former Director of Personnel of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, had retired. It was the right time to discuss the issue of the Falkland Islands, because at this time, the ownership of the Falkland Islands had been submitted to the United Nations for discussion. From this point, it can be seen that the UK did not attach much importance to the ownership of the Falkland Islands, otherwise it would not allow this issue to be discussed at the United Nations. You must know that this year, the UK sold the Giant-class aircraft carrier of the World War II to the Argentine Navy. If it paid special attention to the ownership of the Falkland Islands, how could it strengthen the navy of an enemy country? Throwing out the ownership of the Falkland Islands. In fact, the relationship between Britain and Argentina is quite good. The Falkland Islands are not without strategic value. This value is mainly reflected before the opening of the Panama Canal. The Panama Canal was officially opened in 1914, when World War I had already broken out. During World War I, the British Royal Navy used the Falkland Islands as a base to intercept the German Navy overseas. In the current negotiations on the ownership of the Falkland Islands, the attitudes of Britain and Argentina can be understood as, I can talk, and I can be patriotic. There is no tension at all. Britain did not put on an imperialist face, because of the huge difference in international status and military strength. Generally speaking, the discussion of the Falkland Islands issue was quite peaceful. During the Thatcher period, Britain suddenly wanted to go to war because of the Falkland Islands, which was beyond the expectations of the Argentine military government. Because for decades after World War II, Britain has always pretended to be able to talk calmly. This is an era of reconciliation. Let us look to the future and seek common ground while reserving differences. Alan Wilson expressed his attitude dryly during the discussion. In fact, our relationship with Argentina is quite good, isn't it? We just sold them an aircraft carrier. The public opinion of some other countries said that we would go to war with Argentina because of a marginal place. It is simply nonsense. The conference room fell into a brief silence, and then they all nodded in agreement. From various perspectives, they thought that the boss's views made sense, and some reasons were not even thought of by Alan Wilson, who was just talking casually. For example, one of the deputy secretaries general, from the perspective of offshore balance, believes that maintaining a harmonious relationship with Argentina will help balance the influence of Brazil in South America, a country that is larger than its neighboring countries. How smart. Alan Wilson didn't even think of this. Otherwise, why would so many bureaucrats like to promote flatterers? This makes sense. Offshore balance is only one aspect. Alan Wilson looked like an unfathomable official, as if he had already begun to decide the outcome thousands of miles away without making any noise, and was considering moving the machine gun positions in the Falkland Islands by 5 meters. Alan Wilson, who talked about peace and constructive communication, changed his face when he was in Asia before. Alan Wilson's remarks at that time included, but were not limited to, his remarks on the Goa issue, when Goa was occupied by Portugal. India did not even exist. On the issue of the Dutch East Indies, an independent country takes it for granted that it is entitled to inherit all the land of the sovereign country. It is simply a naive idea that I'm poor and I'm right. At this moment, Alan Wilson, as the permanent undersecretary of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, temporarily forgot his previous unconsidered opinions at this meeting, put away his imperialist face, and set the tone for a peaceful resolution of the ownership of the Falkland Islands. But Argentina must not be allowed to take it away, so the issue of the Falkland Islands should be left to the United Nations to slowly waste time. When the conflict is about to break out, it is also very simple to provoke it. Perhaps the existence of Alan Wilson will lead to a less obvious decline in Britain's military strength. But the main conditions for provoked war still exist. As long as Argentina's economy is poor, and it wants to divert the conflict, there is a possibility of war. If Argentina hesitates, he can hire a few Argentine patriots to land on the Falkland Islands and wave the Argentine flag, and then deal with the matter coldly, using the hegemony of public opinion to roast the Argentine government on the fire. So as long as the Argentine economy goes from one bankruptcy to another, there is a possibility of war breaking out in the Falkland Islands, and Alan Wilson's job is to give Argentina the illusion that I can do it, while preserving Britain's military strength. The Foreign Secretary will be back in a few days, and we will inform Lord Casher to have a good communication with the Argentines at the United Nations conference. Alan Wilson said this, and asked Harold Wilson's private secretary, Dixon. The minister will be back in a few days. Faralki is talking to the minister about the ownership of the Suez Canal. Dixon took out the Egyptian schedule and replied, today should be a visit to the pyramids. Our attitude is the same as before, and we will discuss the Aswan Dam and the management of the canal together. Alan Wilson nodded and said, have you discussed the issue of the sale of aircraft carriers that the Navy is concerned about? Speaking of this issue, it's going very smoothly. The cabinet's attitude is quite tolerant. As long as Egypt pays for the modification costs, the ship can be sold to Egypt. Dixon expressed optimism on this issue. The minister talked quite well. Faralki is indeed very interested. Public opinion in Egypt also expressed support for Egypt's role as the leader of the Arab world to protect the Sultanate of Zanzibar on the east coast of Africa. Compared with the issue of the Suez Canal, an old aircraft carrier from World War II is quite cost effective, and Egypt has also agreed to pay for the modification costs. Alan Wilson nodded with satisfaction. Overall, Britain will benefit greatly from pulling Egypt into the situation in Black Africa. It will allow the black people to calm down. As long as the Suez Canal is safe, there is no other way to sever Britain's ties with its colonies. Arrange for a radio station to prepare for an interview after the minister returns. Of course, while we are praising the minister, we must not forget that respecting our opponents is respecting ourselves. His Majesty Farouk I, who seems to have the illusion that Ali Pasha is still alive, should also be elevated to a certain level. Alan Wilson clapped his hands and distilled a few key words. The second Ali Pasha is difficult to deal with, and we need to use more suggestive words like cotton talk, but a needle is hidden more. Anyway, ordinary citizens are ignorant, so they can just listen and feel that they are impressed. Sir Wilson, the minister must be very happy to be arranged for such an interview. Dixon complimented with an understanding look. We should give the ministers credit for their achievements, not just saying they are unprofessional. How many professionals are there? Happiness is a result of comparison. We give the ministers space, and the ministers will give us space. We all make progress together. The minister has just taken office, and has only visited the United States. Please arrange the minister's itinerary. There are many important countries, but it is better to postpone the itinerary for France, and wait for things to stabilize before we talk about it. Dixon nodded continuously, and then asked, Sir Wilson, should your name be added to the list of people to visit first? We will arrange it when the time comes. I also have to arrange my own itinerary. Let me know when the time comes. If I have time, I will add my name. The first meeting of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs chaired by Alan Wilson ended in laughter. With the current support rate of the Labour Party cabinet, perhaps Harold Wilson will complete the general election after completing all the itineraries for his visits. Maybe the respected foreign minister will complete the gorgeous transformation from minister to backbencher. It's not certain. Harold Wilson, who was highly valued in Egypt, didn't know that he had been clearly arranged by his permanent undersecretary before he returned. Alan Wilson, who had completed the first executive meeting, was in a good mood and met with Lord Sheffield of the Home Office. The British Foreign Office and the Home Office have a long history. The Foreign Office was originally formed by the merger of the Southern Department and the Northern Department. Each of these two departments covered foreign and domestic affairs. The foreign affairs responsibilities of the two departments became the Foreign Office, while their domestic affairs responsibilities were assigned to the Home Office. Now, one of the basic tasks of the Foreign Office is to promote and support the British economy, provide consular services to British nationals overseas, and support the British Home Office in overseas entry visa applications, which is closely related to the Home Office. Sir Wilson, you have personally witnessed a huge change in France. What are your feelings? Maggins asked with a smile, holding up a glass of wine. The feeling is that only Charles de Gaulle can save France. Alan Wilson answered half jokingly, and then changed the subject. I don't know if there are any happy things recently, especially at the zoo. The happy things in the House of Commons are also closely related to the chaos in France. In fact, you know, sometimes the opposition party also understands that, if it were them, the decision they made would be similar to that of the ruling party. But how can the function of the opposition party be demonstrated without a quarrel? Maggins, holding a wine glass, shrugged. How are you and your minister? Did you deal with him? I hate the word deal. We are collaborators. Alan Wilson straightened his back and said righteously, we all serve the interests of the British Empire. We are selfless to each other, and we work together sincerely. It seems to be done. Maggins nodded knowingly. Maybe the methods used are different, but they all lead to the same goal. Don't let ministers interfere with the normal operation of the government. The specific methods used are not so important. Everyone has their own privacy. Slander, false, and shameful accusation. Alan Wilson was about to open his mouth to refute when Maggins called the waiter. Give me another whiskey. No, two, thank you. Chapter 958 Shameful Plagiarist. Alan, you are familiar with the work of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, right? After 2 glasses of wine, Maggins changed his address from Sir Wilson to a more intimate name, and asked about work issues, such as any adjustments to the direction of diplomatic work. I was concerned about the Falklands issue. There is nothing else. Alan Wilson answered half truthfully. There are still some problems in other aspects. After all, it is foreign related work. For example, Alan Wilson archived the plan to launch a nuclear strike against a major country. This is very normal. Plans do not have to be implemented after they are made. Making plans is just a precaution. Just like the United States also made various plans in World War II, the Orange Plan to deal with Japan, the Black Plan to deal with Germany, the Gold Plan to deal with France, and the Red Plan to go to war with Britain. The Comprehensive Two-Color Plan involves going to war against allies, such as the hypothetical War of the Anglo-Japanese Alliance. Even Chiang Gong's artillery party was not spared, and a special Yellow Plan was made to go to war with the artillery party. It also looked up to Chiang Gong. The most prepared is the White Plan, which is used to deal with riots within the United States, including but not limited to black people. Alan Wilson believed that the military of various countries in the world have also formulated combat plans to deal with enemies or allies. This is very normal. It is abnormal not to formulate, which means that the military has failed in its duties. Malaya formulates plans to go to war with Indonesia every year, so many that Alan Wilson may not be able to carry them all. The two drank the whiskey and said goodbye to each other. London is different from the colonies. Alan Wilson is still quite restrained. While the Foreign Secretary has not returned, Alan Wilson has experienced the power of a word in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and left his mark of the times. He used this free time to communicate with the Commander-in-Chief of the British Armed Forces, Mountbatten, about the deployment of nuclear weapons in the Malayan colony when the time is right. Marshal Mountbatten believed that he was not qualified for work in the diplomatic field before. Now there is no such problem. His son-in-law is already the permanent undersecretary of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. What else is there? As early as when he was the commissioner of the Malayan colony, he was preparing to store nuclear weapons in the Malayan colony. The military airport in the Malayan colony has been renovated in advance, and even the base of the missile silo has been selected. In fact, it's time. The value of the Far East colonies has now been recognized by the cabinet. Mountbatten nodded after knowing the purpose of his son-in-law's visit. It just so happens that the Redbeard tactical nuclear bomb has been successfully developed and is widely applicable. Both the Navy and the Air Force have received good reviews. In fact, the cabinet has discussed before that 48 Redbeard tactical nuclear bombs will be sent to the Malayan colony for deployment to protect the safety of the colony. The Redbeard tactical nuclear weapon mentioned by Marshal Mountbatten is also the first nuclear weapon that can be carried and used by naval carrier-based aircraft. Its carrying platform is very wide, from the Air Force's Canberra and 3V bombers to the Navy's Predator, Scimitar and Sea Mosquito. The bomb uses a uranium-plutonium mixed core. The whole bomb is 3.66 meters long, 0.71 meters in diameter, and weighs 900 kilograms. The Mk1 type has an equivalent of 15,000 tons, and the Mk2 type has an equivalent of 25,000 tons. Although it is not an intercontinental missile, it is better to have it than not. Alan Wilson told the truth. He was not satisfied. How powerful can tactics and weapons be? Making a few hydrogen bombs of 3 or 4 million tons is not the same level as this thing. Unfortunately, the blue light missile has not been fully developed. The so-called not developed refers to the part with a range of more than 10,000 kilometers, and the reliability is still insufficient. Of course, the signal with a range of 8,000 kilometers is already reliable. It's just that the range of 8,000 kilometers is not enough. If you want to threaten the Soviet Union, the range must be at least 10,000 kilometers. And 10,000 kilometers is also a bottom line. If the UK cannot prove that it has intercontinental missiles with a range of more than 10,000 kilometers, Australia may also question its old father. Others have intercontinental missiles with a range of more than 10,000 kilometers, but you don't. Field Marshal Mountbatten shook his head, saying that if the United States has something, the United Kingdom must have it. He said, it is difficult to convince the cabinet to deploy nuclear weapons overseas. The current nuclear submarines will depend on whether the submarine-launched version of the blue light missile can satisfy the Navy. This kind of thing concerns the fate of the British Empire. Even if it is almost there, we have to use our own. Alan Wilson said seriously, even the closest allies cannot be trusted on such matters. Who doesn't know that the true idea of the United States is to hope that the colonial empire will collapse quickly and the sterling zone will disappear quickly? In other words, Eisenhower still has the last trace of isolationism of the old Republicans. When Eisenhower steps down, and the Republicans and Democrats complete the reorganization, there will be no isolationism in these two parties. The construction of the British nuclear submarine has already started. Of course, the United Kingdom is also very clear that nuclear submarines are used to save lives and have advantages that conventional submarines do not have. Unlike surface warships, the concealment of nuclear submarines is the biggest threat. Nuclear power and conventional power are not the same thing. Speaking of this issue, Alan Wilson has something to say. He suggested that his father-in-law try to sell the Royal Navy's conventional submarines to Portugal. The oil resources in the Gulf of Guinea have attracted a lot of funds for development. The Angolan coast was the first place to discover oil. Now the Salazar government has tasted the sweetness. It's the right time. The British Royal Navy of course also has conventional submarines in service. The German waves during World War II were certainly famous, but as a veteran naval power, the Royal Navy also has a large submarine combat force. Mainly large and medium-sized submarines. The more distinctive technical design of British submarines is to arrange additional external torpedo tubes in the non-pressure hull to improve the attack capability. British submarines are mainly dispersed hunting during combat, and the main combat areas are in the Norwegian Sea and the Mediterranean. It is particularly worth mentioning that British submarines have sunk as many as 35 enemy submarines and created the only underwater sinking of a submerged submarine in World War II, laying the foundation for underwater anti-submarine attack tactics after the war. It can be said that the British Navy is the only navy that has a clear idea of how attack nuclear submarines should fight. It's just that, if you don't have money, no idea will work. The United States can spend a little more money to figure out the idea. The Royal Navy still has 13 two-tanker Unclosed submarines. If the Portuguese government is interested, it's not impossible to sell them. Marshal Mountbatten narrowed his eyes and revealed to his son-in-law, "Of course I know in my heart that you saw that the Portuguese government has money because of oil development and helped Salazar to stabilize the security of Goa. But it doesn't matter. The UK is not as particular as the United States about selling warships. If aircraft carriers can be sold, why can't conventional submarines be sold?" Marshal Mountbatten was open to selling the Royal Navy's active warships. After World War I, Britain sold a lot of battleships. If the battleships were not behind the times now, would it be their turn to bask in the sun in the Malayan colony? I'll let the ambassador to Portugal talk to the Salazar government. After all, Goa is important, both to Portugal and Britain. Alan Wilson was delighted, just like his father-in-law said, if aircraft carriers can be sold, what's the point of a conventional submarine? The two-tanker Unclosed submarine has a tonnage of 1,500 tons, which is a fairly advanced model among pre-war submarines. If some modifications are made, it will be fine to serve for 20 years. The important thing is that it is very suitable for a country like Portugal. Although the tonnage of the newly built submarine is larger, it does not meet the original intention of using good steel on the blade. The current construction cost is different from the original, and the selling price is naturally different. Now that the UK is building nuclear attack submarines, it is reasonable to sell some conventional submarines to make back the cost. What is Pamela busy with recently? Why don't you come to see Pamela? Marshal Mountbatten hasn't seen his daughter for a long time, and now he actually asked his son-in-law who just returned home. Her business is extensive, and she is indeed busy every day. Alan Wilson was embarrassed to say that your daughter is counting on you to take care of the children to reduce the burden. But the reason he said is also true. His wife does have a big business, and it takes a lot of time to read reports from all over the country every day. Leaving Marshal Mountbatten's office, Alan Wilson wondered whether he should tell his wife about his father-in-law's thoughts. From the perspective of filial piety, this should be done, but there is no so-called filial piety in the UK. Specific matters still need to be considered specifically, and they can't be generalized. Sometimes hasty decisions will only get counterproductive results. After comprehensive consideration, it is still necessary to try and test. Wouldn't it be nice for my daughter to be with me? She can spend time with her parents. Pamela Mountbatten listened to her husband's retelling and smiled. I'm also thinking about my parents' lives. Pamela brings some joy to them. If you don't consider the fact that your sister Patricia has 4 children, you are partly right. Alan Wilson commented on the smirk of his parents from an objective perspective, and then put the fried egg into his mouth. Well, it's not bad. Pamela Mountbatten rolled her eyes at her husband. Are you Patricia's husband? Or my husband? Which side are you on? Foreign Secretary Harold Wilson was finally about to complete his glorious trip to Egypt and return to the loyal Foreign Ministry headquarters. Alan Wilson was of course ready to make a big fuss about the Foreign Secretary's insignificant achievements. He walked into the Foreign Ministry to ask if there was anything happy. Facing the inquiry of his immediate superior, Dixon thought for a moment and said, "There is a message from France that the Charles de Gaulle government has established a new department. What's so funny about this?" Alan Wilson didn't want to keep commenting, so he lit a cigarette. "The name of this department is the French Overseas Assets Management Committee." Dixon answered in detail. Ahem. Alan Wilson felt that the smoke was a bit irritating to his throat, and he coughed and said, "I must use the strongest words to express my strongest opposition. Shameless, despicable, shameful plagiarist." Chapter 959 Brazilian Iron Ore. Alan Wilson once thought that he was the only one who needed to learn from others, and never thought that he would be learned from others one day. When the time came, he had to admit that this feeling was really bad. So much so that, when the Foreign Secretary saw the head of the Foreign Office civil servant, he didn't know what was wrong with his partner. He thought there was some family conflict, and wanted to persuade him. "Alan, the world is changing a lot today, and we have to keep a keen eye on it." Harold Wilson said earnestly, "We have to consider Egypt's attitude as well. The overall consideration should be made known to the public, otherwise some voters may misunderstand the policy." Alan Wilson replied calmly, "The importance of Egypt is self-evident. Some diplomatic support and military support are not a big deal compared to the security of the Suez Canal." "Yes, I think so too." Harold Wilson smiled with satisfaction. "This is all for world peace. I heard that the Soviet Union is planning to visit China. What do you think of this issue?" "Not much, wait and see." Alan Wilson smiled and responded. If he remembered correctly, this seemed to be the beginning of a disagreement, but it might not be due to the original reason. After all, the main port of the Soviet Pacific Fleet has been moved to the outer port of Sapporo. The outlet problem has been solved, and there is no urgent need for a joint fleet. But he still believes that a breakdown in relations is inevitable. It is impossible for the relationship between countries to have such a big twist and turn because of one or two things. Simply put, China cannot accept the positioning given to it by the Soviet Union, and the Soviet Union cannot give a higher positioning. There is a saying that we are not completely right, and you are not completely wrong. This is also admitted by China in the later period. Of course, from the perspective of the United Kingdom, this is a good thing. The Soviet Union's scientific and technological strength is certainly not as good as the entire free world, but it is not far behind, just in terms of application. The two countries with huge populations in the world are inclined to the Soviet Union, which is a huge threat to the free world. If one can be won over, it is of course best to let India follow the Soviet Union. Alan Wilson still believes that a powerful country can share some of the Soviet Union's energy. "Dear Minister, I have arranged a radio station for you to explain the blueprint for foreign policy." Alan Wilson smiled slightly. It's time to praise a politician's insignificant contributions. Harold Wilson was very happy when he heard it. Indeed, the citizens must understand the government's policy, and the best way is to use the radio station. "Indeed, my minister." Alan Wilson nodded politely, then let Dixon arrange this matter. Alan Wilson was ready to give the foreign minister a happy education to see if Harold Wilson would be quiet for a while. If the effect was not good, there was another way. There was also the issue of immigration related to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. When it came to immigration issues, the attitude of ordinary citizens did not need to be thought about at all, and they could guess it. The core area of British East Africa is Kenya, and in addition to white immigrants, there are as many as 400,000 to 500,000 Indian immigrants. This is normal. The traditional policy of Britain is to use India as a medium to control other non-white immigrant colonies. Therefore, as long as it is a British colony, there are more or less Indians, even in the protectorate in the Middle East. As the core of British East Africa, the Indians in Kenya account for about 5% of the total population. Foreign immigrants in European countries have their own sources. The immigration of Germany originated from the labor force exported by Turkey after the war. France comes from French Africa, while the source of British immigrants comes from the Indians in Kenya. According to the current immigration law, there are loopholes in the demarcation of the British in the colonies. Before and after Kenya's independence, the positioning of Indians was vague, which led to the emergence of homeless groups mainly of Indians. Only a few of these Indians returned to India, and some were accepted by the UK. This is the source of foreign immigrants in the UK, which led to Harold Wilson's first time as Prime Minister in the original history, to formulate an immigration bill that was stricter than the Conservative period to fill this loophole. Now history has some differences, and at the same time, Alan Wilson has not yet considered how to use these Indians. There was a ready-made example in northern Rhodesia before, which provoked ethnic conflicts, and solved the problem once and for all. Alan Wilson thought this was a good way. If Kenya eventually wants to be independent, it will take advantage of the situation to get rid of these Indians, and the province's former colonies will use the Indians to expand their influence. This is not impossible to happen. The lower class people often have blood thicker than water. Alan Wilson used the Chinese in Malaya to exert influence on the Chinese in Southeast Asia. He can do this, and the Indian government can do the same. It is more reassuring to plug this loophole. This is definitely a difficult problem. If Egypt's performance does not satisfy the foreign secretary and the so-called grand blueprint is to be implemented, then he will put this problem in front of Harold Wilson to see what he will do. Harold Wilson was very happy to accept the interview on the radio station. Alan Wilson could temporarily think about how to formulate British foreign policy without being disturbed by the foreign secretary. For this reason, he didn't even think that the French shamelessly plagiarized his suggestions and established a replica of his department in France. After all, they were French, different from ordinary countries. This year's colonial conference will be held in Kuala Lumpur. Alan Wilson has made up his mind that when necessary, he will let the current High Commissioner of the Malayan colony feel his presence, which will help his physical and mental health. Look at the former Sir Baron, isn't he very happy? Now he has a comfortable retirement life. How good. Nana. When he returned home, he saw Pamela Mountbatten dancing with her son in her arms. Alan Wilson had not expected such a scene. He stood there stiffly for a moment, wondering if his wife had gone to the mental hospital to express her love for others. After all, as a rich man, especially the richest man, he should show his love for others when necessary. Who can blame a small group of ignorant mobs in any country for having a simple hatred of the rich? But putting his son in such a dangerous situation is unbearable. Just as he was thinking this, Pamela Mountbatten came over with a smile and greeted her husband's return with a kiss. What's the happy thing? Don't drop the child. Alan Wilson picked up the warm man's setting with a helpless look and used his poor skills to ask questions. There is a telegram from Brazil, which is good news. Pamela Mountbatten put down the future heir of the Wilson family and said happily, we found an iron, or that may be even larger than the iron, or in Western Australia. Dear, this is all your credit. Oh, no surprise. Alan Wilson took out Changan Karudog again, but pretended to be unfathomable. After all, in front of his wife, he is a rare professional geologist, but he hides his merits and fame, and devotes himself to benefiting society. The richest woman in the UK has to admit that she likes her husband's pretentiousness. She has no idea that the persona of the first geologist is fake, and she tells the whole story like pouring beans. Soon the scene at home became that the richest woman sat on the lap of a civil servant, hooked her husband's neck, and the future heir of the Wilson family, who was just in the warm embrace of his mother, was placed on the sofa to cultivate masculinity. Just as high-end ingredients are often cooked in the simplest way, the highest quality iron, or on the earth, is often identified by the gossipers as extremely easy to find after the fact. The Western Australian iron ore exists in the open air. The red iron ore stretches for hundreds of miles. It was not discovered before, because people didn't think of it. Once someone noticed it, it was discovered. The same is true for the Brazilian iron ore. There is a guidance from the world's first geologist today, who gives professional advice, such as looking for the tropical rainforest in Brazil, where vegetation doesn't grow much. With this kind of guidance, the exploration team naturally found a place that was not suitable for tropical rainforest vegetation. The exploration team found a nearby bald red hill for exploration. This hill appeared in the dense green forest, with only some low and sparse shrubs, like a bald head, which was particularly eye-catching. When the geological team took a closer look, they found that the hill was bald because of the exposure of extremely rich high-grade iron ore. Its iron content is as high as 66%, which is the richest and best quality iron ore deposit on Earth. The news was reported to Pamela Mountbatten, which created the scene of his wife dancing after get off work today. This iron mine is bigger than the Western Australian iron mine, Alan Wilson told his excited wife. This is certainly not true, but whether it is true or not depends on how it is promoted. Pamela Mountbatten smiled like a little fox and gently stroked her husband's cheek. You want to calculate others again. The political situation in Latin America is unstable, and all countries are like this. It was easier to say in the past, but now Britain does not have the interference power it used to have. Alan Wilson said very sincerely, since the war, many regions have seen a trend of confiscating foreign assets for nationalization. We cannot guarantee that Brazil will not do so. So from a macro perspective, we should try to introduce American capital, which is more secure. The exploration contract signed by the Mountbatten Group and the Brazilian government is very conscientious, even more conscientious than the contract signed with the Australian government. Because of this factor, the Mountbatten Group takes 51% of the Australian contract and only 49% of the Brazilian contract. The difference is that Brazil looks at Britain, but it does not look at Britain through a filter like Australia does. Chapter 960 Opaque Vision. Britain can exert influence on Australia because it holds the Malayan colony. Moreover, the Asian market has always been valued by Britain. The French colonial empire was rooted in Africa, while the British colonial empire was rooted in Asia. Britain is willing to invest heavily in Asia, and Australia has a blood relationship with it, which makes it possible for the Western Australian iron ore to be controlled. However, Britain does not have a base like Malaya in Latin America to exert influence on Brazil. If you think about it carefully, there are some, such as the Falkland Islands, which are in dispute with Argentina. However, the foundation of the Falkland Islands is not very good. Moreover, it is necessary to consider that, if Britain militarizes the Falkland Islands, Argentina may not dare to strike hard at Britain. Alan Wilson also hopes that one day in the future, he can shake the prestige of the British Empire on the Argentines. Brazil does not have a blood filter for Britain, and Britain does not have a reliable offshore balancing base. If this iron ore is really nationalized by a Brazilian government, Britain will be out of reach. Listening to her husband's explanation, Pamela Mountbatten also agreed with him. Let's try to sell our shares to the Americans. You don't have to sell all of them. The main force behind the US steel company is Morgan. Alan Wilson said while thinking, why are they here again? It reminds me of the not so good past. Naturally, the former assistant commissioner of British India remembered the old story about the nationalization of the Mysore iron mine by New Delhi, which made Washington quite angry. Pamela Mountbatten covered her mouth and laughed secretly. She also remembered, will the US Steel Company, which suffered a loss in India once, dare not make a move? I don't know, but it shouldn't. Although Brazil is not inferior to India in terms of current national strength, it and India are in Eurasia after all. Eurasia is the home of the Soviet Union, which is not conducive to the United States, which is in the Americas. Therefore, the United States dare not go too far, but in the Americas, the United States can't deal with these little partners. Alan Wilson was not very confident, but he finally chose to believe in the influence of the United States in its backyard. He could feel his wife's joy. The current United States has a great demand for iron ore because of Eisenhower's construction. Obviously, the construction of Daejeon will not end just because Eisenhower's term ends. The good days of the raw materials market are far from over. In this case, the news of the Brazilian iron ore will definitely arouse the interest of American capital. You know, this is an iron ore that is even larger than the Australian iron ore, at least in public news. The arrival of this good news is worth hundreds of millions of dollars. If it is handled well, the potential benefits are immeasurable. I will talk to the Americans in person. Pamela Mountbatten hooked her husband's neck and whispered with affection, "No matter how many minerals there are, they are not as valuable as my husband. You are the real priceless treasure." Alan Wilson kissed his wife's forehead and decided to take this opportunity to continue poor. Unfortunately, the future heir, who was neglected, wrote unwillingly at this time, expressing his blood and tears accusation against his parents. The plan of the imperial deputy minister can only be temporarily interrupted. The little ancestor is not happy. This is a big deal. For the two of them, this matter is more important than hundreds of millions of dollars in iron ore shares. Sometimes, no matter how powerful you are, you can't solve all problems, just like changing diapers for your son. Alan Wilson couldn't help but sigh that ladies of the same status as his wife might have really sacrificed a lot when raising children. He was grateful. Let the people from Northern Rhodesia go with you. Those Slavs can still be trusted in the field of security. Alan Wilson told his wife that the current economic support of Northern Rhodesia is mainly mining and agriculture. No matter which one, it is related to the industry of the Mountbatten Group. In my opinion, we should consider letting the children marry local women in the future, so as to maintain the relationship with the local upper class in Northern Rhodesia. Alan Wilson even set his sights on his son, who wet the bed from time to time. As a man, he should consider carrying the burden at a young age. That won't work. I want to find him a noble lady. Pamela Mountbatten shook her head, feeling that her considerations were more comprehensive. When he grows up, see whose side he stands on. Alan Wilson ended the debate on the marriage of future heirs and placed his hopes on the wisdom of future generations. He was full of confidence in this and felt that his views would inevitably win. It was very simple, because the son was of the same gender as him and would definitely pursue fair skin, beautiful appearance and long legs in the future, rather than ladylike demeanor and aristocratic status, which were not necessarily options for men. On the radio, an interview with Harold Wilson was being played. The foreign secretary talked about the earth-shaking changes in Egypt and was guided to praise the Egyptian king Pharaoh Kai. It must be admitted that there seem to be many misunderstandings about some of the rumors about the Egyptian king. In my opinion, Pharaoh Kai is a very powerful leader. The century-long projects such as the Aswan Dam will play a huge role in the development of Egypt. Minister Harold, some people think that the issue of British troops stationed in Egypt is a residual influence of the colonial era. What do you think? People who spread such remarks seem to have a misunderstanding of Britain. Britain is very willing to help Egypt complete its modernization, but nothing comes for free. In business, we must find a win-win entry point. The income from the Suez Canal has greatly promoted the development of Egypt and is also a guarantee for the smooth start of the Aswan Dam. In principle, we believe that when the Aswan Dam is completed, the British troops in the Suez Canal will withdraw. I discussed this issue with His Majesty Pharaoh Kai. We both agree that the Suez Canal will be gradually handed over to Egypt, and we have reached a verbal agreement that the size of the British troops stationed in the canal will be reduced, and control of the canal will be gradually transferred to Egypt in the future. Listening to Harold Wilson's voice on the radio, Alan Wilson hugged his wife's body and commented, "Look, what you said is so good. You have already talked about part of the essence of diplomatic work, the back and forth. You are still the best guide." Pamela Mountbatten smiled indifferently, and her admiring look made her man feel quite accomplished. As long as there is no problem in Egypt, our connection with the colonies will not be interrupted. Malaya will be a production base, the Middle East will supply energy, and the local area will be a high-end and financial center. Of course, we can also promote each other with France. Alan Wilson thought hard. I seem to have forgotten something. I was still thinking about it when I was a commissioner in the colony, but why did I forget it after I came back? You just said production bases and energy. Pamela Mountbatten reminded carefully. Yes, I remember now. Alan Wilson kissed his wife as a reward and said, when I was in the colonies, I couldn't play a role in this matter, but now I'm the permanent undersecretary of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. I can try to promote it. Pamela Mountbatten was also very curious. After asking, she found out that the promotion her husband mentioned was something called the Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries. OPEC, the famous benchmark of this cartel monopoly organization. This can also be linked with the Asia Pacific Refining Center in Singapore. If it is promoted at the same time, it can also benefit the Malayan colony, which can be said to kill two birds with one stone. In the current era, oil is not tied to the US dollar. Under the gold standard monetary value system, the currency of any country can be used to buy oil. Of course, Alan Wilson did not deny that the US dollar accounted for a large part of the Middle East oil. The era of petrodollars began in 1974 when Saudi Arabia officially announced that it would only accept US dollars to buy oil. It was eventually extended to OPEC member countries, creating a more terrible petrodollar hegemony. Although the Bretton Woods system consolidated the financial hegemony of the United States, it actually had a great check and balance effect on the United States. After taking office, Charles de Gaulle launched a fierce attack on the US gold reserves. Alan Wilson still needs to find a suitable opportunity to discuss this matter with the Foreign Secretary. As an official, he cannot do whatever he wants. He also wants to incorporate the Maldives into the Malayan colony. Distance is not a problem. Christmas Island, which is also under the management of Malaya, is quite far away from the Malayan colony and even closer to Australia. The problem is that there is no need to offend India on the issue of the Maldives. If India can't bear its ambitions for Goa, it can do so legally at that time. Even if it fails, incorporating the Maldives into Ceylon can also disgust the Indians. Ceylon also has a military base of the British Royal Navy, which is more reliable than the independent India. Of course, Britain has the right to do anything to the non-independent Maldives. Don't think that India has the final say, just because it is close to India. You must know that the management scope of British India was quite large, not limited to the South Asian subcontinent and Aden and the Middle East. Singapore, Penang and Malacca in Southeast Asia were once part of British India. The Foreign Secretary was in a good mood after the visit, because he had received feedback that the visit was satisfactory to the voters, and most importantly, Prime Minister Attlee also spoke highly of this visit. Alan Wilson also expressed his compliments, praising the Foreign Secretary's sharpness and pragmatism, especially the colonial part. Alan, I know you used to be a colonial commissioner. Harold Wilson shook his head and said, you are a hardliner on the colonies, and I believe my judgment is correct. Alan Wilson did not deny it, and used the example of Haiti as an explanation. The island was once prosperous. It grew coffee and the colonial power artificially controlled the price. But after independence, the island became poor within a few months. Colonists, experts, and senior managers of enterprises were driven away or left. Banks, factories, and large trading companies closed down, and funds and investments disappeared. This destruction caused many natives to emigrate, those who were accused of colluding with the declining colonial system and those who chose to emigrate to support their families left the island one after another. Chapter 961, The Minister Who Peeps at the Artifact. Harold Wilson was the newly appointed Foreign Secretary, and Alan Wilson was also the newly appointed Permanent Under-Secretary of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. For various reasons, this was the first time that the two had openly discussed foreign policy. They had previously imagined occasions to deepen their understanding, but they did not expect that it would start from Haiti, a place that had nothing to do with Britain. Of course, the fate of Haiti had nothing to do with Britain. It was not a British colony, and with an area of less than 30,000 square kilometers, it was just a speck of dust under the vast starry sky for the former British Empire, and it was not worth paying too much attention to. This year, Haiti's long dark days have just begun, and the days of eating dirt will be approaching step by step. However, Alan Wilson is optimistic about this time bomb next to the United States. In the future, tens of millions of extremely poor people will make Americans terrified when they see Haiti. But speaking of it, the situation in Cuba and the Caribbean region does worry Washington. Harold Wilson talked about a scene he saw when he visited Washington. Dulles was worried about the pro-Soviet armed forces in Cuba. Minister, I think the Americans may have misunderstood. Resisting the rule of a dictatorship is not necessarily related to the Soviet Union. I think the Americans may be too nervous about the slightest disturbance in their backyard. In this nervous mentality, they may make wrong judgments. Alan Wilson also received intelligence from the Caribbean and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The Cuban government forces, supported by the US Air Force, encircled and suppressed the rebels. After a month of fierce fighting, the Cuban government forces went from full-scale offensive to focused offensive. Mr. Chang on Scam Island said that I'm familiar with this scene. The next stage should be to switch from full defense to focused defense. It can be said that Alan Wilson is the group of people who know the situation in Cuba best in the whole of Britain. This has little to do with being familiar with history. The reason is that there is a department that the whole of Britain knows, but the government never admits its existence. He used to be an agent of this department when he was overseas. That is, MI6. MI6 is a foreign intelligence agency. From a national perspective, the Ministry of Defense and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs are standard foreign-related departments. MI6 is led by the Ministry of Defense in principle, but in fact it is controlled by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. It can be said that the current permanent undersecretary of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs cannot be said to be the direct superior of MI6, but he is also one of them. In fact, Alan Wilson wants to know whether this famous agency has investigated him, especially in terms of ladies of the same status as his wife. He is not in a hurry now. He will solve this problem when he has time. Through public channels, after the visit of the Foreign Secretary, although it was helpful to Harold Wilson himself, it had no effect on the support rate of the Labour Party. It can be seen that British voters have indeed entered a period of fatigue with the Labour government. But even so, because Harold Wilson himself has received a lot of help, Alan Wilson is still willing to help this Foreign Secretary of his family and increase some political achievements. OPEC is the political achievement that Alan Wilson gave to the Foreign Secretary. Of course, whether it can be done or not is none of his business. It is impossible for Britain to establish a complete OPEC. It is true that Britain is an old imperialist country and London has long been the world's financial center. However, the United States, the rebellious son, has already made a complete move and will definitely find the threat of establishing a complete OPEC. So his advice to Harold Wilson was to establish an OPEC within the framework of the imperial preferential system, and it should be covered with fair packaging. With the remaining strength of Britain in the Middle East, this is still possible. The current remaining strength of Britain in the Middle East includes, but is not limited to Aden, which is an important military base of Britain in the Middle East, Bahrain, Iraq, Kuwait, Oman, Qatar and a series of emirates later known as the United Arab Emirates can help with the idea of OPEC, which exists in the form of British protectorates. The situation of Iran, the two largest countries in the Middle East, is still divided into three parts. Saudi Arabia has been following the lead of the United States since the war. Of course, it will not offend Britain, but this world gas station will not join the OPEC established by Britain. The minister can ensure the oil security of Europe and gather European countries to talk with local people. This reason is believed to be sufficient. Most European countries lack oil. Although North Sea oil has been discovered, the cost of extraction is actually higher than that in the Middle East. Alan Wilson patiently explained the great political achievements after success. If the above countries are added together under the influence of Britain, the oil reserves of Iraq, Kuwait, Qatar and the United Arab Emirates alone even exceed those of Saudi Arabia. Britain's legacy of the British Empire is still quite rich. Abundant and cheap oil will become a powerful driving force for Europe's development. Alan Wilson said this, and then changed the subject. This is especially true for Britain. In fact, we have given certain benefits. For example, let these countries set up their own oil companies and then come to London to list. In this way, through financial means, they can bind each other's interests. At the same time, it will also help the British Empire maintain its influence in the Middle East. It can be said to kill two birds with one stone. As for the Asia-Pacific market, Singapore's refining center is prepared for this purpose. Building Singapore into an Asia-Pacific refining center will also help the stability and development of the Malayan colony. In essence, the strategy in the Malayan colony is to use development to buy the locals to stand with us. This idea is really grand. Harold Wilson pondered for a moment and whispered, it is even likely to be interfered with by external forces. Alan Wilson nodded, acknowledging the concerns of the Foreign Secretary, and added, especially the United States. If it was before the war, we could expand the scope of this platform indefinitely, pull Saudi Arabia and Iran in, and force these countries to use pounds to settle oil purchases. But it's not possible now. Congressman Churchill said that we are the British donkey. Harold Wilson was shocked. Following the thought of the permanent undersecretary of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, he began to associate the OPEC and the petro-pound. His eyes became brighter and brighter, but then dimmed again. What a pity. We could have done it if the World War had not broken out. Obviously, the Foreign Secretary also understood that sometimes it is not about finding answers, but about finding problems. Whoever can find the key problem, Harold Wilson has found the key problem now. The petro-pound is certainly beautiful, but the current Britain cannot do it. Being able to integrate OPEC into the empire preference system and strengthen resistance to the US dollar is already a success for the current Britain. Harold Wilson is also very concerned about this matter. Before he became the Foreign Secretary, he used the goblins in Zurich to describe Switzerland's ambition to challenge London's position as the European financial center. The value of the pound is exactly the issue that the Foreign Secretary paid special attention to before, and now Alan Wilson has provided a solution to this problem, which makes him care about it. If this could be accomplished, Harold Wilson would truly become a giant within the Labour Party, the leader of a major faction, and then challenge the position of party leader. After winning the election, he would become Prime Minister. For a time, his heart was in turmoil. Even if he only looked at his expression, Alan Wilson could see that the respected foreign minister was dreaming of getting a promotion and a raise, becoming a general manager, a CEO, marrying a beautiful and wealthy woman, and reaching the pinnacle of his life. He was a little excited at this moment. Harold Wilson's current prestige in the Labour Party is definitely not as good as that of Chancellor of the Exchequer Gates. The Chancellor of the Exchequer is also the most important ministerial position besides the Prime Minister, but it is obvious that Harold Wilson is already the number one figure in the Labour Party. It is normal for him to have a glimpse of the artifact. After a long time, Harold Wilson said solemnly, "This plan is really challenging." Seeing that the minister was at a loss for words and could not find an adjective, Alan Wilson added, "It is known that there is still more than a year before the general election." He thinks that the respected Foreign Secretary must not have time to pay attention to trivial matters now. This matter alone is enough to keep Harold Wilson busy for the next year. If his wife had not been busy talking to the Americans about iron ore recently, Alan Wilson would definitely discuss with his wife about electric cars. Electric cars are by no means a new thing. Finished products appeared as early as the beginning of the 20th century, but they did not compete with oil cars. A grand blueprint has been drawn for the Foreign Secretary. Alan Wilson also has some diplomatic work schedules to formulate, such as the British-French Cultural Exchange Group. Cultural exchanges in the performing arts industry are important. No one can deny that the reception of the British and German business delegations is a thing of the past. Britain and Germany will work together in the future. Pamela Mountbatten happened to be away, and it was the right time to welcome guests from the French and German industries. There is no need for the Foreign Secretary for such trivial matters. He, the permanent Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, can handle it. The news that the world's iron ore giant Mountbatten Group has once again discovered iron ore in Brazil with quality and reserves far exceeding that of Australia has caused a sensation in the American steel industry. The construction in the United States is in full swing, and the demand for raw materials has reached a rather scary level. The United States is certainly not a country that lacks iron ore. Due to the distance, Australian iron ore is not necessarily cheaper than American iron ore, but Brazil is different. After the United States learned the location of the iron ore discovery, it immediately discussed and recognized the mining value of Brazilian iron ore. Moreover, the Mountbatten Group said that the quality and reserves far exceeded the Western Australian iron ore. Such a large industry giant will not lie. Pamela Mountbatten certainly will not lie, but her husband will. Coincidentally, her husband is one of the superiors of Me6. Chapter 962 Elite Education. Because of this, when the controller of the Mountbatten Group arrived in the United States, it immediately caused a sensation in the small circle, and stakeholders who wanted to seek cooperation came to visit one after another. At this time, Pamela Mountbatten was no longer the little girl who was knocked unconscious by a handful of gems in New Delhi. Years of ups and downs in the business world have created a strong heart for the richest woman. Moreover, even if it is a matter of money, her husband has few opponents in this broken ball. While the Iron Queen was on her trip to the United States, Alan Wilson was still paying attention to trivial matters, such as discussing the security of the Sultanate of Zanzibar with the Egyptian ambassador to the United Kingdom. In Alan Wilson's eyes, Zanzibar has no other value except military value. An island so close to the African continent, far away from the mainstream world, has a hard life due to little planting. It lacks products. If it has no military value, even in the future it will be in a stagnant state. The meager income from the tourism industry and the little pitiful assistance from international organizations, its humanitarian mission cannot cover up political motives. There are no resources to be developed underground, and the outside interest in it quickly disappears. The island has become a place where people want to be exiled and disappear, and sometimes a place where people meet. Is there any other way out? But as a military base, everything is different. The premise for a military base to support Zanzibar Island is that the population on the island cannot be too large. Previously, by cleansing slavery, the Sultanate of Zanzibar had taken the opportunity to expel blacks. Excluding blacks, the per capita resources of the remaining Arabs will be improved, and the population decline will also make it possible to support part of the population of Zanzibar with the garrison of the military base. Mr. Abdullah, Britain has always regarded Egypt as an Arab power. It also hopes that Egypt can work with Britain to maintain order in Africa. In fact, the Ministry of Defense also hopes to conduct an exercise with Egypt. Unfortunately, the aircraft carrier has not yet arrived in Egypt, and the Egyptian Navy may not be proficient in its operation. It's a pity. The foreign minister visited King Farouk in Cairo and set a general framework for cooperation. He has to fill in the details under the framework. How busy the foreign minister is, especially now that he has received the grand blueprint drawn up by the permanent undersecretary. His Majesty the King and all Egyptians are looking forward to it, and they are ready to shoulder international responsibilities. The Egyptian ambassador to the UK responded enthusiastically. The attitude of protecting Zanzibar has received unanimous support. Under the leadership of His Majesty Farouk I, the ancient civilization has once again burst into glory, which is so amazing. Alan Wilson sighed, while secretly glancing at the watch on his wrist, thinking about when to finish his official business. For Britain, it is a victory to be able to sell a Goliath-class aircraft carrier, otherwise it will be dismantled. It is great that Egypt is willing to accept the momentum of the leader of the Arab world. On the issue of details, Alan Wilson said that it is possible to share the naval base on Zanzibar Island with Egypt. The two countries have also had pleasant cooperation in this regard, such as the joint management of Sudan by Britain and Egypt. Sometimes doing the same thing in a different place will have different results, just like Sudan and Zanzibar, both of which are under the common oppression of Britain and Egypt. Sudan wants to resist, and Zanzibar wants it. The Sultanate of Zanzibar constantly sought protection from Egypt under the leadership of Farouk I, which was also something that the Egyptians talked about with great relish. The navy is very important. Israel cannot afford a large navy, but Arab countries can. Abdullah also nodded, admitting that the British were right. The navy was the most expensive branch of the military. With Israel's size, it could not be compared with Arab countries. Competing in the navy is the only way for large countries to conduct an arms race. After talking about the beautiful vision of British-Egyptian cooperation, Alan Wilson turned around and said goodbye. His schedule was very full. For example, he was invited to meet with the Great British Treasure outside a building that looked like a church. Vivian Leigh looked aggrieved and looked at the interior of the church with tears in her eyes. This church is actually a converted private school. The school is not large, but the discipline is very strict. Since sending her son here, Vivian Leigh can only see her child once a month. How can there be such a strict school? It's just like a military camp. Only Germans let their children go to school in military uniforms. Vivian Leigh's face was full of complaints, and she vented her dissatisfaction to Alan Wilson. The principal is a retired lieutenant colonel, but the teaching quality is impeccable. What's wrong with a boy wearing a military uniform? It's a good thing to cultivate a man's responsibility. Alan Wilson reached out and patted Vivian Leigh on the back. Vivian, you can't spoil David too much. Do you want your child to go to a public school? That would harm him, understand? Public education and private education in the UK are two different worlds, and children must pass this level. Alan Wilson had no choice about this. He really thought that the tuition fee of £3,500 a year was given for nothing. From the day the tuition was paid, the child was no longer just the child of two people. There are many small private schools that don't even have a sign, such as the school that looks like an old church in front of us. The life inside is completely an enhanced version of Hengshu Middle School, but on a much smaller scale. A teacher can only take on 15 students at most. Many subjects of interest are taught one-on-one. It is not enough to have money to study there. Students must be interviewed in person to pass. Many of these schools do not even have signs. Ordinary Londoners do not even know that such schools exist. Alan Wilson has seen documentaries about British public schools in his later life. He taught a nearly adult student who could not even complete the teaching materials of a 7-year-old child in a private school. How could he let his son be left alone? It involves the direction of his life for decades. Even if Vivian Leigh is unhappy, he has no choice. Vivian Leigh rarely sees this man with such a tough attitude, or even at all. He obviously doesn't care about anything. He doesn't blink an eye at the huge amount of money that has passed through his hands, but this time he doesn't care about her mood. Get in the car and rest. Alan Wilson, who was facing the sun, felt a little dizzy and slowed down his expression to let the national treasure get in the car and wait. It's not that he wants to do this to Vivian Leigh. Although after returning to London, Alan Wilson felt invisible constraints, and it was even more difficult to find Her Royal Highness to take a rocket, and it has only been twice so far. But compared with the problem of the child's education, this little problem is nothing. After a while, a boy in a suit and tie walked out of the school step by step, with a calm face that was not in line with his age. When he saw Alan Wilson, he was slightly startled, and then greeted with a smile. "Hello, Mr. Wilson. The change is really big." Alan Wilson looked at his son with satisfaction and said happily, "Only in this way can he become one of the elites in the future of Britain, and your mother will be happy too." David. Vivian Leigh had already opened the car door and ran out, putting her hands on the boy's shoulders, and couldn't get enough of it. "Mom, you have to live a good life. Otherwise I will be distracted." David persuaded his mother not to quarrel with his father for any reason. Although he didn't see the scene just now, he could guess it from the subtle expressions. "How old are you? You don't even talk like a child now." Vivian Leigh was still angry and looked at Alan Wilson, the culprit who used deception to send the child to the concentration camp. "I think it's good. The food and courses are very satisfactory." David didn't cooperate at all. "The teachers are very responsible. I have broadened my horizons. The seniors are also very friendly. Look, even the children can figure it out. They know the meaning of responsibility and commitment." Alan Wilson spoke quickly. "The tuition fee of £3,500 a year is still worth it. It can be seen from now. Today is the day to leave school." Alan Wilson took Vivian Leigh and her son to enjoy the holiday. By the way, he asked about some courses and what dreams the children had. "I've grown up. First of all, I have to serve in the army. The principal said that the army is a place to train people. After that, I should choose some literary and artistic work. Being a filmmaker is not bad." While having dinner with his parents, David told his dreams. Once upon a time, Alan Wilson had also dreamed of becoming a scientist, teacher, doctor, and other respected professions at different times, but he didn't expect that when he grew up, he could only shout keyboard. Fortunately, the huge amount of keyboard politics knowledge he had accumulated came in handy in another country, so he said with great emotion, "Your mother is a filmmaker, and she has experience in this area to guide you. By the way, Vivian, what is the trend of the American film industry now? The United States has recently tended to be more inclined to epic movies. Many film and television companies have projects." Vivian Leigh finally regained her composure and stopped competing with a man of the same status as her husband. She told him everything she knew. "Epic movie? Historical type? The probability of failure of this type of film is too high. Don't follow the trend." Alan Wilson thought of Cleopatra, who almost bankrupted 20th Century Fox. He couldn't guarantee other types, but the probability of epic movies overturning was much higher, and he was absolutely sure Completely serious historical movies usually don't have high box office, and TV series don't have good ratings. We have to mention the Ming Dynasty 1566, which made Yunnan embrace idle dramas. The ratings were shockingly low. Historical dramas that are not serious usually have to go the low route. The risk of changing the evaluation of historical figures is huge. Qing Dynasty palace dramas are the hardest hit by adaptations. Fortunately, people can accept it. If it were other dynasties, the emperor would be cuckolded, and there would be a lot of reports. Therefore, the current trend of epic movies in Hollywood is actually a thankless type. Once the backlash of public opinion cannot be suppressed, the film and television companies will suffer. Chapter 963, A Loving Father and a Filial Son. In this wave of epic movies, Vivian Leig's United Artists was no exception, and was looking for scripts. As the man behind The Great British Treasure, Alan Wilson couldn't help but give advice after hearing it. I'll give you a script, and you just need to find someone to shoot it. It can show exotic customs. During World War I, Britain had a person who made important contributions to the independence of the Arab region. Filming it can also enhance Britain's influence. He has seen the movie Lawrence of Arabia, and the prototype of the movie is based on the real person Thomas Edward Lawrence. In World War I, he was a hero who led the Arab independence from the Ottoman Empire. Lawrence's original specialty was archaeology, but the top leaders valued his language skills and geographical knowledge, and assigned him to the British Army Intelligence Department in the Middle East. In order to attack Turkey, which was allied with Germany, Britain supported the Arab independence movement. Lawrence had contacts with Faiz Ali, a powerful Arab, and led guerrilla forces to attack the Ottoman Empire. However, Alan Wilson also said that shooting this epic movie does not mean that he is optimistic about this type of film. Epic movies have been going on for several years. The investment in movies is getting bigger and bigger. Several major companies are like an arms race. As long as one movie fails, it will be enough to change the pattern of Hollywood. Once a company encounters operating difficulties, you must seize the opportunity. After all, there are not many such opportunities. Just as when the stock market is high, there must be an avalanche. The so-called accumulation of problems can be applied to any field. Artificially delaying the bubble will only make the already large bubble bigger. If there is only one player, the worst case is to stay where you are. But if there are other players, you don't burst the bubble, and others may not be able to bear it. This is the first time that David has seen his father plan his mother's career with a confident attitude, so he was deeply impressed. Of course, he had seen it before. In fact, he was able to see Alan Wilson's children frequently, but the impression before was not deep, far less than this time. The mother, who is sometimes majestic and sometimes loving, is like an obedient baby only in front of his father. It also made little David want to understand his somewhat unfamiliar father very much, and he had many questions to ask. After you finish primary school, you will go to a general public school for 1 year. But don't reveal your experience of studying in a private school. Only by living closely with ordinary British citizens for a period of time can you understand what they usually think. Although he is an illegitimate child, Alan Wilson is still very concerned about the son of the national treasure. Even if he is a scum, he must be honest. So he is not suitable to be a Bond who goes deep behind enemy lines. He is likely to fall into the enemy's peach trap. It's not like he has never fallen into it before. Why? Although David was sensible at an early age, he was still young and lacked experience. Alan Wilson did this for this reason: you lack experience. Although the private school system and the public school system are two parallel societies that will never intersect. But it is quite terrible not to contact the public. You don't understand their needs, and you don't understand everything about them. At the same time, maintaining a certain range of contact will also promote your own misuse. Since more than 90% of the schools in the UK are public schools, why not fully roll out public education and improve the quality of teaching? David asked a question that didn't seem to be asked by someone his age. Even the Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs was very surprised by this question. He looked at his son and said with a smile, "This is a sharp question. If you were a civil servant, I would conclude that you had radical left-wing ideas. Judgment is not reliable. But since you asked, I can answer this question. There are many countries in the world that have comprehensive public education systems, and they are quite powerful. They are not as good as the education you are receiving now, but far better than the current public education in the UK. The Soviet Union's education system will greatly enhance the national strength, but the world needs some people to sweep the streets, work as lumberjacks, go down the mines to work as miners, and do jobs that most people don't want to do. This is a very realistic problem. Do you let so many people who have learned knowledge do these jobs? Don't believe the nonsense that labor is the most glorious. It can't be said of everyone, but most people like a life of leisure and hate work. It's just that at different stages of life, they must make choices about this. David, you have a choice. Children in public schools have no choice, and the meaning of the existence of private schools. A large part of it is to distinguish you from an early age. Children from powerful families should not be in the same environment as children of ordinary people. This is very necessary. If they don't come into contact with them, they won't have a comparison heart. Take the protagonist of the novel Madame Bovary for example. When she was young, she had a vague liking for the upper class through aristocratic literature, but the attraction of the text did not make the protagonist have unrealistic fantasies, and she eventually became Madame Bovary. There would be no problem at this point, but it was an occasion of an aristocratic banquet that allowed Madame Bovary, who had already become Madame Bovary, to see with her own eyes how the aristocrats lived, which was completely different from the dry attraction of the text. From that time on, Madame Bovary spent her whole life trying to squeeze into the upper class, but she could not succeed. Not letting ordinary citizens know your existence is a kind of protection for them. For the country, we need a broad and ignorant class, which is beneficial to the stability of the country. Alan Wilson touched his son's hair and said, "Read the novel Madame Bovary in your spare time. You will gain a lot if you understand it." The French are still quite good at literature. From the perspective of the upper class, people of a class actually have their own values. They will covet the beauty of low-class women, but they are just playing around. In order to maintain their status, how many opportunities do ordinary people have to meet celebrities and rich people face to face? Private education and public education do not touch each other, which is very suitable for the current British national conditions. Vivienne Leigh sat on the side, her eyes like an elf, watching the conversation between the father and son with joy. One spoke seriously, and the other listened seriously. Maybe the son did not understand his father's words, but this scene was enough to make the British treasure happy. Aren't you afraid that the child will not understand? You are talking about such a profound issue at such a young age. Vivienne Leigh pouted and blamed her son in a charming way. Seeing what her son was thinking, she started to criticize the man of the same status as her husband. David may be a genius. The growth trajectory of geniuses is always different. You can also see how receptive he is. Alan Wilson waved his hand and told the British treasure to ignore the two people who entered the father-son state. "I can't say you bad guy. You have something to say to me." Vivienne Leigh rolled her eyes at the man. This rare family harmony also made her feel particularly good today. Seeing that night was approaching, Vivienne Leigh was thinking about how to express her desire to build a rocket in a more tactful way to get her son away. David had already stood up first. "Mother, it's time for me to rest. I have to go back to school tomorrow." A day later, the British treasure, with a better complexion, no more anger, sent his son back to school in a radiant manner. Then he contacted United Artists and Paris Woodpecker with great enthusiasm to jointly create the epic film Lawrence of Arabia. In the headquarters building of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the piles of documents in the office of the permanent deputy minister made Dixon, who came in, almost unable to find where his boss was. He stretched out a hand from the pile of documents and pointed to the corner of the desk. "Give the Egyptian Navy the conditions to prove that it has the ability to protect the safety of the Suez Canal to the foreign minister, and emphasize the strong periodicity of the development of naval power, to emphasize the importance of the Suez Canal to the whole of Europe. The long-term vision is that the Egyptian Navy in 10 years will be able to skillfully use the aircraft carriers in its hands and become an important force in maintaining the safety of the Suez Canal. This is also a document recognized by the Ministry of Defense." "I know, Sir Wilson." Dixon picked up the document on the corner of the table and took a look at it, then left the office. With the ringing of a phone, Alan Wilson, who was behind a pile of documents, answered the phone. The French Cultural Exchange delegation has arrived. Okay, receive them according to the schedule. I will go there later. After hanging up the phone, Alan Wilson picked it up again after a while. Take the Ministry of the Interior and inform them of the conditions for seeking support from the Ministry of the Interior for overseas assets and overseas construction. I can't do it today. I have to receive the French cultural delegation. The Ministry of National Defense asked the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to pay attention to Khrushchev's state visit. Sorry, Great Britain and China do not have formal diplomatic relations, and there are not many places to get information, but you can consider borrowing Hong Kong's geographical location, which may be useful. Whitehall asked me to go there? Cabinet Secretary, I'll go right away. For Alan Wilson, this was another busy day. He found that, since Charles de Gaulle came to power, the French seemed to be more difficult to contact, so sometimes the world's map canon makes sense. But for the representatives of the French cultural community, Ms. Hedy Lamarr and Ms. Ingrid Bergman, he could not argue with the French, who makes him a de facto pro-European, especially a pro-European who likes Ingrid Bergman. The French copied my ideas, which is intolerable. You are boring me. Alan Wilson protested unwillingly in the face of Ingrid Bergman's pressure. I really should film this scene to see how a permanent undersecretary of the British Foreign Office receives members of the French cultural community. Hedy Lamarr smiled meaningfully. This may cause a sensation. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 964 Earn 200 million first. It will be more sensational if your maternity photos are released. Alan Wilson, who struggled out of the mountains, retorted with a heavy breath, and then began to breathe heavily, to make up for the missing oxygen. Obviously, these two stars are not as easy to deal with as the two from the German business delegation. When he received German guests before, the two dragoons made him feel at home, but not two big stars. Okay, it's just a joke. Ingrid Bergman begged for mercy in a low voice. It would be bad to anger this man. If it doesn't work, I'll sing you a Marseillaise, as an admission of mistake. This mistake is not unforgivable. Alan Wilson's eyes flickered, thinking this was a good idea. Sometimes women are versatile and pleasing to the eye, especially women who are famous all over the world. Regarding the development of the cultural industry of the British Empire, it also requires everyone to work together to create prosperity together. After all, in the construction of major colonies, considering that public opinion hegemony is the only field in which Britain has not suffered much loss. Therefore, cultural construction has always been the top priority. Simply put, the theaters in major colonies are in the first sequence of major construction. There will be venues for sports events in the future, and other construction will be put on hold for the time being. Filming and playing football will not pose much of a threat to Britain's status, so the more the better. It will also help maintain long-term influence. As long as a few minefields are avoided, Britain's influence can be maintained for a long time. These minefields are that it is not difficult for Britain to get a black person to play the Queen of England or Snow White, and to get fewer squinty eyes to pretend to be high-end, especially to compare with the United States. When the American cultural industry completely falls into political correctness, it will be time for Britain to lead Europe in a counterattack. Of course, the premise is the same as that of the Pound Zone. It is necessary to retain sufficient strength before we can hope to make a comeback. No one would have thought that the respected permanent undersecretary of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs would receive distinguished guests in this way at night. In the official itinerary on the second day, the main official topic discussed with outstanding representatives of the French cultural industry such as Hedy Lamarr and Ingrid Bergman was the education of children. It is a shame that among the current descendants, the future heirs of the Mountbatten Group are too young to be considered for the time being. Wilson's brothers and sisters, who have never met each other, should think carefully about how to teach them in accordance with their aptitude. Ingrid Bergman, who has a pair of twin daughters, is very open-minded and says that when her daughters grow up, they can just become stars. I will spend more time teaching them. It will definitely be much easier than when I broke into the film industry. There will be absolutely no problem with the image of Ishtar and Isabella. I'm very confident about this. That's not impossible. But you have to keep a close eye on them. There are so many bad people in this world. The Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs, who was talking to the French guests in a friendly manner, was talking to his two mistresses about the future of their love. It would be shocking if it got out. Ingrid Bergman rolled her eyes at the man, who was talking nonsense. There are indeed many bad people in this world. The British bureaucrat in front of her is an outstanding representative of them. He actually abused public resources for private purposes to such an extent. Hedy Lamar's child was a boy, so naturally he couldn't be so careless. However, her nationality was Austrian. Considering trying to let the child develop in the arts, Alan Wilson couldn't help but say, let him study hard, and maybe he can run for president in the future. What kind of arts and literature is there? He is indispensable. Hedy Lamer snorted lightly. She was really a bureaucrat. How could it be so easy to be president? Just listen to me. Alan Wilson thought that when the Koch brothers, the children of the dragoons, grow up, Germany and Austria are so close, it will be easy to take care of each other. The permanent undersecretary of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs was upright and honest, and he was worried about the happiness of his descendants. Permanent Undersecretary, Lord Sheffield of the Ministry of the Interior is here. A Deputy Secretary General of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs shouted. Alan Wilson could only temporarily step out of the role of a father and become a promising civil servant in Whitehall again. In Pittsburgh, nicknamed the world's steel capital, the headquarters of the United States Steel Corporation in Pennsylvania, the United States of America, was crowded with journalists from all sides looking forward to the big news about the cross-border cooperation between Britain and the United States in the steel field, which made them rush here from all over the world. Pittsburgh gave birth to a large number of giant companies such as Carnegie Steel, Mellon Grand Union, and Westinghouse Electric. Although they have been through many battles, this cooperation with the British mining giant is still eye-catching. The Mountbatten Group has discovered the world's largest iron ore reserves in Brazil, which has spread throughout the industry. This time, the cooperation between the Mountbatten Group and the US Steel Company will be a strong part of the unity of the free world between Britain and the United States, and everyone is looking forward to it. Of course, in the dark, there are still many inside stories that these dung collectors don't know, such as the president of the Mountbatten Group, the richest woman in the world, who is still cleaning up the follow-up of the Mysore iron mine. However, this is not difficult. The problem of the Mysore iron mine is essentially that the Indian government has no spirit of contract. As for other reasons, there are no other reasons. As we all know, the husband of the female president is a walking British-American special relationship, and he is a close friend of the respected Senator McCarthy. When Pamela Mountbatten arrived in the United States, she also settled the royalties for her husband's series of unsolved mysteries of the world. The money was managed by Mrs. McCarthy. The two families had already shared the copyright. The gentry's money was returned in full, and the people's money was divided into 30% and 70%. 70% was still someone else's. Naturally, McCarthy, a heavyweight Republican senator, was willing to stand up for his friend. Senator McCarthy had a clean background and earned clean money. He was selfless in his stand-up and could withstand any ordered by the eyes. With this connection, Pamela Mountbatten was well prepared, and the American consortium could not decide anything. The relationship with the federal government was both struggle and cooperation. Who would offend a heavyweight senator for no reason? The only reason for the Mysore iron mine was that the Indian government broke the contract, and this matter has been turned over. What we are talking about now is a giant iron ore that is far more valuable than the Mysore iron mine, and the country where it is located is in the backyard of the United States. At the beginning of the meeting with the representative of the United States Steel Corporation, Pamela Mountbatten was frank and expressed her desire to gain some benefits from the current large-scale construction in the United States, and then took the opportunity to bring up the cooperation on the Brazilian iron ore. This is also what the United States Steel Corporation has been looking forward to. The current situation of the US steel industry is in a competition between two giants. The United States Steel Corporation is certainly the more powerful one, but it is not without opponents. After the Roosevelts, the monopoly trusts in many industries have been hit hard and can no longer be the domineering monopoly of the entire industry. The competitor of the United States Steel Corporation, Bethlehem Steel Company, is also very powerful. The founder was the general manager of Carnegie Corporation and the United States Steel Corporation. It has an annual steel making capacity of 23 million tons, which ranks third in the world today, and has just been surpassed by the steel base in Kuching, the capital of Sarawak, Malaya. The world's #1 steel company is naturally the United States Steel Corporation with Pittsburgh as its base. It can be said that this negotiation on the Brazilian iron ore is a negotiation between the world's #1 and the world's #2. If an agreement that satisfies both parties can be reached, the situation of the steel industry in the world will change again. The cooperation between the two companies may bring the US steel back to its peak. Now that the economic crisis is over, and it is time to regroup and seize the commanding heights, an important achievement of the United States in ending this economic crisis is, of course, to start with sanctions against Japan. The United States forced Japan to sign the Japan-US Cotton Textile Short-Term Agreement to prevent the dumping of Japanese textiles in the United States. In order to regroup and seize the market, the US Steel Company suddenly learned that the world's largest iron ore was discovered. I heard that it was discovered by the Mountbatten Group, and I was overwhelmed with emotions. I secretly sighed how this British company could always find the most cost-effective resources. But when I heard that the richest woman was coming to the United States to discuss cooperation, I was eagerly waiting to welcome her. Since Pamela Mountbatten arrived in Pittsburgh, the two sides have held meetings and negotiations. Today, the US Steel Company officially released good news that the Mountbatten Group and the US Steel Company are close to reaching an agreement. Finally, in the expectation of reporters, the presidents of the two groups stepped into the prepared venue and jointly announced the successful cooperation between the Mountbatten Group and the US Steel Company. It is an honor to attend this far-reaching press conference with the world-renowned female entrepreneur President Mountbatten. This will have a profound impact on the world steel market. After Charles, the president of the US Steel Corporation, finished his speech, Pamela Mountbatten spoke in a genuine London accent and agreed with dignity. I agree with what the president said. This will change the world steel pattern, help to form more far-reaching changes in the two major groups and even the entire free world, demonstrate the unity and cooperation of the free world, and mobilize all forces to make the world a better place. This is the purpose and significance of my trip. As soon as the voice fell, the applause was like thunder, and all the reporters applauded. In front of hundreds of reporters, the two solemnly signed a contract on the development of Brazilian iron ore and the distribution of equity. US Steel will spend $200 million to acquire the relative majority of the 49% share held by the Mountbatten Group. The two major groups will work together to develop the Brazilian iron ore and build ports and railways for it. Let's set a small goal, such as making 100 million. Facing the thunderous applause, Pamela Mountbatten remembered the encouragement her husband gave her before she left. I think she has exceeded her goal. Don't stay up late to read novels. I failed because of jet lag. Besides, I have a backache in the past 2 weeks and can't sit in front of the computer for too long, so the update interval has become longer. Chapter 965, The Deputy Minister's Heavy Punch. With the help of modern technology, the contract in Pittsburgh spread all over the world immediately. The stocks of American steel companies rose accordingly, and many shareholders made a lot of money. In the claim of the Mountbatten Group, the reserves of Brazilian iron ore far exceeded those of Australian iron ore, which is of course not true. It can only be said that the reserves of a single mining area exceed those of Australian iron ore. The problem is that there is not one iron ore in Western Australia at all. There is only one mining area in operation, and the other mining areas are also in the hands of the Mountbatten Group. After the cocktail party, Pamela Mountbatten left Pittsburgh and went to Washington to meet with the McCarthys. In this era, the lobbying groups in the United States have developed quite maturely. Many members of the two parties rely on the lobbying companies behind them to seek benefits. McCarthy is no exception. However, in terms of reputation, because of his extremely conservative image, he may not get as much as some members of Congress. But no one denies that Congressman McCarthy, who did not overturn, is now a powerful figure in the Republican Party. If it were not for the television era, Alan Wilson in the UK would consider whether McCarthy would become the President of the United States one day in the future. But when you think of Kennedy's image as a pretty boy and compare it with MacArthur's appearance, you can only say that times have changed. There is no doubt that this time McCarthy's warm welcome to Pamela Mountbatten from the moment she arrived in the United States helped her a lot, and the potential impact made her trip to the United States much smoother. Many large companies naturally bet on the long side, but when the ruling party is in power, its voice is still much stronger than that of the opposition party. Without Joseph's influence, this time might not have been so smooth. Pamela Mountbatten, dressed in a formal dress, raised her glass to the McCarthys. Alan likes this kind of occasion the most, but after becoming the permanent undersecretary of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, he has been much busier and cannot leave London casually. That's a pity. McCarthy was talking, with only an empty glass in his hand, and shook his head, but it doesn't matter. The relationship between him and me is like the relationship between Britain and the United States. It can be seen from the cooperation between the two major groups this time, that it will become more and more profound. I believe this too. Britain is happy to see the United States maintain the order of the whole world after the war. Just like the alternation of the Greek and Roman empires, the blood relationship between the two countries is essentially unquestionable. Alan thinks so too. Pamela Mountbatten took the opportunity to bring out the remarks that have been taught by words and deeds. It is nothing more than that Britain is already a thing of the past, and now it just wants to evacuate in a decent manner and retain some influence. In the future, it will become an auxiliary of the United States. The United States is the rising sun and will lead the world for 100 years. Fuck, bitch. The special relationship between Britain and the United States that Pamela Mountbatten talked about, the gentle and polite permanent undersecretary of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, was now in an embassy in London, practicing his own diplomatic philosophy. I'm submissive to the imperialist powers, and I hit hard against the third world countries. Alan Wilson's face flushed, and he was in an unprecedented state of bravery, and there seemed to be light in his eyes. Damn, it was not easy to find such an opportunity. After returning to London, he couldn't do whatever he wanted, like in the colony. Although he was in the upper echelons, the control he was subject to was also increasing. This was not a free world at all. There were the United States and the Soviet Union outside, and the cabinet secretary inside, and he also needed to relieve the pressure. I was submissive to the imperialist powers, and dared not speak out, but I hit hard against the small South Korea, showing the power of the old imperialism. If Wilson had not been born, the road of keys would have been like a long night. You Koreans should reflect on why you can't even solve basic livelihood issues and sneak into the Malayan colony thousands of miles away. This shows the incompetence and shamelessness of the Korean government. A country can only be incompetent or shameless, not both. Alan Wilson was in high spirits, standing in front of Park Geun-hye with his hands on his waist, looking very proud of himself. The diplomats who came with their boss were timid and dared not speak at this time. They didn't expect such a scene to happen. It doesn't seem to be in line with diplomatic etiquette. Several diplomats whispered to each other and commented on the current emergency. Don't you know that our permanent undersecretary is actually the High Commissioner of the Malayan colony? Originally, when the Korean government wanted to negotiate the release of Korean women, it shouldn't be Sir Wilson who came, as this was the responsibility of the Colonial Office. But when it comes to the formulation of Malaya policies, the real boss is here, so he came here in person. I thought Sir Wilson should be in a good mood. Didn't the Mountbatten Group just sign a $200 million contract? You don't understand this. The food in this wealthy family is not good. With such a capable wife, how can the husband not feel any pressure? A mere son-in-law. Several diplomats have understood the psychological analysis of their immediate superiors in a short period of time. The analysis of several diplomats is not without reason. Their immediate superiors, using the excuse of their wife's strength, got into Audrey Hepburn's bed yesterday. But they are Koreans, and President Syngman Rhee is very concerned about this matter. Park Yun-ho endured a face full of saliva and retorted weakly, "We are all from the free world. Isn't Syngman Rhee the dictator who accused Britain of not sending troops to the crisis during the Korean War? He seems to be in his 80s, but he is not dead yet." Alan Wilson leaned back tactically, looking like he was under the control of the National Army, and said sarcastically, "I remember. In fact, is there any difference between you and the Malayan colonies? The difference may be that you are a little poorer. If it were not the case, would the Koreans run so far? But the Malayan colonial government repatriated Korean men, but left the women." Park Yun-ho was a little unwilling, but Britain and South Korea are indeed not countries of the same level, so he argued, "I heard that many Korean women are selling their bodies there." This made the eyes of several diplomats who followed Alan Wilson light up. So this is the case. It seems that sometimes they should go to Asia to save these colonial women from dire straits. This is where South Korea has failed the most. When formulating the repatriation policy, we took many things into consideration. However, we went through democratic procedures and understood public opinion. Those women did not want to return to South Korea, and we respected this public opinion. As for the men, considering that South Korea is on the front line of the confrontation, all adult men in the country must serve in the army before they are repatriated. This is already very considerate of South Korea. To be honest, the repatriated Koreans would not want to go back, even if they had to clean toilets in Malaya. Alan Wilson looked calm, and his words showed that this was already a move to take good care of the Koreans. As for the women who stayed behind to sell their bodies, there are objective reasons for this. After all, it is human nature to be lazy and hate work. Who would be willing to work hard when they can lie down and make money? Okay, I've already given you my attitude on this question. If you think about it carefully, Britain is actually quite good to South Korea. My wife adopted a lot of children displaced by the war through my mother-in-law's British Red Cross, and they grew up and studied in Sarawak. Of course, because the Malayan colony pursues a simple dual society theory, these children are classified as Chinese. You Koreans have no right or reason to be dissatisfied with Britain. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself. This is the way the world is. Alan Wilson didn't care whether Park Yun-ho understood it or not. The dual society theory of the Malayan colony was to facilitate offshore balance. Anyway, this was their answer. The colonial government was not just targeting South Korea. This was a huge misunderstanding. Because the economy with the surrounding countries had already opened up, the stowaways included, but were not limited to Koreans. The Malayan colonial government had the same policy towards all countries. After a friendly exchange of opinions, Alan Wilson, who was dry-mouthed, strode out of the Korean embassy, glanced at the hanging Taejukji, and snorted. "Sir Wilson, will the Koreans lodge a diplomatic protest?" The diplomat who followed him out asked in a low voice. "Who are you, and why are you suing me?" Alan Wilson asked in a serious tone, and then changed the subject and said, "The most important thing for a country is to find its own position, and not do things beyond its ability. For example, this time, South Korea can't even compare with the Malayan colony, and Korean women would rather engage in the flesh trade than return to their country. And you dare to come to London to negotiate? Aren't you asking for trouble? It's okay if they have the strength. If it were China or even India, I would explain to them why they have formulated such a policy. But who has the time to waste feelings on a small country of 100,000 square kilometers and a population of less than 30 million? As the group got in the car and returned to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the issue had changed from a diplomatic issue to the customs and practices of the Malayan colony. Several subordinates asked openly and covertly how many illegal female immigrants were doing no-cost business. When I left, there were 5,000 to 6,000 people in Singapore. There were in every country, but the rate of illegal entry of Indonesian women increased rapidly at that time. After all, there was only a strait between them, so it was still too close. Without thinking too much, Alan Wilson knew what several distinguished diplomats were thinking. As for the wine pool and the meat forest, sometimes you can't blame King Zhao. Isn't that what men pursue? Just like what the people in the later generations of the Kidao said, there are 4 countries that Chinese people should visit in their lifetime. Vietnam, the yellow country with the most potential for eyes. You can go whoring by the way. Ukraine, a European country that has smoothly transformed its political system. You can go whoring by the way. Mexico, the neighbor of the city on the hill, a big country in the Latin world. You can go whoring by the way. South Africa, a country where different civilizations meet and have experienced great social changes. You can go whoring by the way. No profession is more suitable for people in the Kideo than diplomats. Alan Wilson understands this mentality very well. Chapter 966 Icelandic Fisherman. Alan Wilson had a lot of things to do, such as asking the Treasury about Britain's gold reserves and investigating the size and service life of the Royal Navy. All of this was to better assess the current level of Britain's national strength and better formulate foreign policy. Some data that can be seen at a glance do not need to be verified, such as the remaining colonial area and population. Of course, this does not mean that it is not important. For any country, land area and population are important. He had just hit the Korean ambassador hard, and the criteria for judgment were land area and population. He told several diplomats who followed him that if it was China and India, he would definitely be polite. Not to mention that he never found anything commendable about Koreans in terms of culture. Even if South Korea is really a cultural power, it is not worth mentioning in the eyes of Britain. Britain just defeated France, the center of European culture, and achieved the reputation of the sun never setting. Did Britain sit firmly on the position of the first colonial empire because it was more cultural? It still depends on the colonial area and population. Who cares about culture, which has no criteria for judgment at all? 3,500 tons of gold, plus the reserves of other countries in London, 4,200 tons. The entire Royal Navy has 2.1 million tons of warships. After getting the data he wanted, Alan Wilson was very pleased. It must be much stronger than the historical period in his mind. The scale and tonnage of the Royal Navy are nearly twice that of the current Soviet Red Navy. Compared with the US Navy, it is still quite powerful. In the 13th year after the war, after continuous renewal, the tonnage of the US Navy dropped to 9.4 million tons, which is less than 5 times that of the Royal Navy. For Britain, this is already very difficult, because the Royal Navy has a large number of old warships to be retired. Being able to maintain the tonnage has already shown that it is in a stable renewal. It is completely too much to want to increase the tonnage. Britain has sold so many aircraft carriers, and the Royal Navy can still maintain its original scale. Marshal Mountbatten has done everything he can. After the substantial expansion of the United States during the war, the warships of the US Navy will reach the service life and be retired in large numbers around the 1970s. At that time, the US Navy will usher in a large-scale reduction in size. Has the US Navy been in a position of being the only one to be defeated after World War II on this planet without any challenges? Not really. The peak of the Soviet Red Navy was in 1987, when the total tonnage of the Soviet Red Navy was 3.5 million tons, and the total tonnage of the US Navy was 3.8 million tons. It is basically certain that they are at the same level. After 20 years of construction in the 1980s, the Soviet Red Navy, although still not a rival of the US Navy in terms of surface fleet, has also grown into a global navy. If you want to fight the United States, you can die together. It's ironic that it was when Reagan was the president of the United States. I really don't know how Reagan would have carried out the plan of 600 naval warships if the maphead had not come to power. Otherwise, he would have learned from the Japanese to bow and apologize. After a summary of the data, Alan Wilson felt that Britain's resistance in all aspects should be much stronger than the original history that lost its soul, excluding the option of war threats. It is not easy for the United States to force Britain to submit. Everything we do now is mostly to prepare for possible changes in the United States, such as Kennedy. The difference between the Democratic Party and the Republican Party is that the Republican Party either does not move or goes to war. At least it can be consistent in appearance and reality. The Democratic Party is a typical double-edged sword. Take the current Eisenhower administration for example. In addition to expanding the nuclear arsenal, the Republican Party led by him is most concerned about domestic infrastructure construction. It really didn't cause much trouble. Although the Suez Canal War in history happened to break out during Eisenhower's term, Alan Wilson believed that, if the Democratic government encountered this incident, it would definitely take the opportunity to make Britain miserable, and the Republican Party was not particularly cruel. He knew that after the end of Eisenhower's term, the last trace of isolationism of the Republican Party would disappear completely. No matter who the future US government is, it will implement policies with a more aggressive attitude, that's for sure. Therefore, it is necessary to prepare for a more confident United States in the future. First of all, we must measure whether the current British resistance is up to standard. After communicating with the Department of Defense, the Ministry of the Interior, and the Ministry of Finance, colleagues have reached a small-scale cautious optimism. At this moment, Alan Wilson certainly still had no right to say, "We are back, we are all back." But Britain's creeping retreat had come to an end, and colleagues in Whitehall were still quite optimistic about this. At London International Airport, the respected president of the Mountbatten Group finally arrived in loyal London. With a harvest of $200 million, Pamela Mountbatten was in high spirits and her steps were much lighter. Rebus once said that, if you stand on the wind, a pig can fly to the sky. This sentence fully expresses the importance of opportunity. Now Pamela Mountbatten fits the description of this sentence. She has the figure of $200 million, but she has never been so easy as this time. Dear. The female president, who saw her husband's figure at a glance, almost jumped into the man's arms. She's still like a little girl, but now she's a mother. Alan Wilson patted his wife's back and said softly, "You must be very tired after your trip to the United States. Did you take a rest? I'm very energetic now, and some physical fatigue is nothing." While speaking, Pamela Mountbatten yawned, indicating that she was definitely not as relaxed as she seemed. "Today is a working day. Please come and pick me up." "It's okay, it's noon. The minister will understand." Alan Wilson looked relaxed. Foreign Secretary Harold Wilson should be reading Khrushchev's visit report at this time, so he didn't have time to find him. Regarding Khrushchev's visit to a certain big country, the largest country in the world and the most populous country are still in the same camp. From a diplomatic perspective, it's not too much to care about Khrushchev. Fortunately, there is no news about Britain at present, which is the best news in itself. The minister is concerned about the international situation, so naturally, some trivial matters fall on Alan Wilson, such as how to deal with Icelandic fishermen. In a dark cabin that smelled of salt and seawater, the fishermen sat at a table, leaning on their elbows and drinking. The cabin was too low for their stature, and tapered at one end, like the hollowed out belly of a seagull. The cabin rocked slightly, emitting a monotonous sigh that was so slow that it lulled people to sleep. Outside, it should be the sea in the night, but nothing could be seen from inside. The only exit was on the top of the cabin, closed with a wooden cover, and illuminated by an old chandelier that swung back and forth. A fire was burning in the stove, drying their damp clothes, and emitting steam mixed with the smell of homemade pipes. A heavy table took up the entire room, not too big or too small, leaving just enough space for people to slip in and sit on a narrow wooden box that was pressed against the oak wall. On top, several huge beams almost touched their heads. Behind them, several small beds that seemed to be dug out of thick square wood were open like tombs for the dead. All the boards were worn and rough, eroded by moisture and salt water, and polished by their hands over time. The Icelandic ambassador spoke passionately about the difficulties of Icelandic fishermen, hoping to inspire empathy from the British man in front of him. Unfortunately, the ambassador did not know that the best way to defeat the so-called British gentleman in front of him was to use the beauty trap. Apart from that, this person was powerful in every aspect, and there was no so-called empathy at all. Not only did he ignore the passionate explanation, but he even wanted to laugh. "Dear Ambassador, isn't Iceland trying to expand the North American market?" Alan Wilson, who had already put the Cuban cigar brought back by his wife in his mouth, asked with an afterthought. He was talking without any pain in his waist. With Iceland's location, how could it be possible to expand the North American market and compete with Newfoundland, which is right next to North America? Newfoundland is superior to Iceland in terms of geographical location and resource reserves, and there is also the added bonus of the same language and culture. Even if it is a price war, Newfoundland, supported by the offshore financial center, has enough confidence to make the Icelanders lose their pants. With so many unfavorable factors, can Iceland still compete with Newfoundland? Isn't that a ghost? At the European Community meeting last year, Iceland was dizzy with the sudden attack. Finally, it realized that it was isolated overseas, and what would happen if it really angered these European countries. Of course, the United States also wanted to help Iceland, and communicated through diplomatic channels, but the ban was a resolution of the European Community meeting. The European Community meeting can't always be held, so what is the sanctity? Iceland is also part of Europe. The Icelandic ambassador said, Denmark is also on Iceland's side. The Danes are really magnanimous. Alan Wilson narrowed his eyes and said in a mocking tone, if it were the United Kingdom, it might not be so quick to drink and chat with the independent territory. Anyway, as long as Alan Wilson is there, Ireland will not be able to enter the European Community. As for what is the relationship between Iceland and Denmark? Denmark is not a member of the European Community either, so the words of the Icelandic ambassador can be understood as two non-members of the European Community wanting to do something to the member states of the European Community. The Icelandic ambassador said there was a misunderstanding. Iceland is willing to sign a maritime agreement with the UK to compensate the losses of British fishermen. It turns out that Iceland also knows that the losses of British fishermen are huge. Alan Wilson nodded in understanding. We thought that the Icelanders didn't know this. Chapter 967. Sacrifice America again. Finally, holding the draft of the maritime agreement given by Iceland, Alan Wilson said that he would conduct a professional assessment. If a win-win situation can be achieved, then the UK will certainly not object in principle. As a senior bureaucrat, he naturally does not need anyone to teach him to write a blank check. In essence, the European Community has more than one member state, and there are many people with mixed words. As long as any country opposes, Iceland's goal will not be easy to achieve. Subjective wills have subjective wills, but objective difficulties have objective difficulties. Nothing can be generalized. The European Community in this time and space, because it was born out of the Brussels Treaty Organization, and has a close relationship with the European colonial countries in the colonial era, the member states, are different from the original European Community. For example, the current European Community has Franco's Spain and Salazar's Portugal, and it is not necessary for democratically elected countries to join. It is also simple to want to leave Iceland alone. At present, the United Kingdom and Portugal are discussing the sale of Tatanka-class submarines. Let the Portuguese say a few words at the European Community meeting. By then, it will naturally be a democratic resolution, and no consensus will be reached as expected. Before leaving, Alan Wilson did not forget to reassure the Icelanders, the Atlantic Ocean is big enough to accommodate fishermen from European countries. Alan Wilson had no sympathy for Iceland's current situation, although it might be a bit unreasonable to hit a place with such a small population. But it was much better than the disgusting situation in the Three Cod Wars, when Iceland acted like I'm poor, and I'm right, and you can't declare war on me anyway. He didn't think Iceland had lost out, hadn't it already obtained a 200 nautical mile exclusive economic zone. The fishery resources were already in hand, but it just lost the market, so it could try to digest them by itself to get through the difficulties. As soon as he returned to the headquarters of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Dixon, the private secretary of the Foreign Secretary, came to him. Sir Wilson, you are finally back. The minister is looking for you. Just came back from the Icelandic embassy. Alan Wilson was a little surprised, and then asked, what is it? It seems to be Khrushchev's visit assessment report. Dixon immediately answered in detail. Alan Wilson understood immediately and nodded. Well, I'll just go to the minister's office. Foreign Secretary Harold Wilson, seeing the permanent undersecretary coming back, joked politely and mentioned the big contract that affected the world's steel industry. That's $200 million, enough to build several aircraft carriers. I never asked too much about Pamela's affairs. Alan Wilson was non-committal. He had no need for money. When wealth accumulated to a certain level, it was impossible for ordinary methods to cause wealth to collapse. Among pornography, gambling and drugs, even if women squeezed him dry, the cost was limited. As for drugs, He could let drugs bury himself and would not lose much of his wealth. These two things can only cause trouble for a middle-class family. Gambling is a big deal. The scope of gambling can be quite wide, and unconscious investment can also be considered gambling. Failed investment may indeed bring down a wealthy man, but who would hang himself on a tree? Isn't diversification of investment a basic requirement? Harold Wilson did not want to waste his breath on whether the Mountbatten Group was powerful. He took out Khrushchev's visit assessment report and asked, "Are you sure that these two countries are not of the same kind?" So it was this matter? Alan Wilson understood and nodded. "Of course I'm sure. The report has already stated it. The Soviet Union is currently advocating détente, but their Chinese comrades do not seem to have this idea. There are conflicts in foreign policy, and there must be core reasons for the external manifestations." According to some semi-publicly confirmed news at the Moscow conference last year, mainly from Yugoslavia, China has a tendency to compete with the Soviet Union. Of course, our channels are limited, so we can't conclude anything from this. We can only judge that China is an independent country, not an Eastern European country in the Soviet Union. What does this prove? Harold Wilson pondered for a moment, shook his head slightly. It seems very thin. It's probably equivalent to France saying that the United States is a parasite of the free world, although this is also a fact. Alan Wilson said with a smile, "In fact, to be a parasite is the dream of every country. It's not a matter of who is right or wrong. The leadership of each country must consider itself. No matter how loudly internationalism is shouted, it cannot change this essence. Isn't there a saying that we are not entirely right and you are not entirely wrong? Although the words are light, they are also close to the essence to a certain extent. Then we should consider working with the United States to split the Soviet bloc." Harold Wilson said confidently. "I don't recommend doing this. Of course I don't have a prejudice against the United States." Alan Wilson, who did have a prejudice against the United States, persuaded the Foreign Secretary not to do this. The Korean War has only been over for 5 years. Judging from the feedback from the department that we all know exists, but the government never admits, the current domestic environment in the United States is still quite hostile to China. This is true in the political, cultural and other fields. The attitude of the military may be more objective. In this environment, if we make such a suggestion, Washington may think that our suggestion is a lack of trust in the United States. And from an economic point of view, Hong Kong is a transit point for import and export trade. Although some countries have noticed it, they don't know how big the specific number is. If it succeeds and conducts comprehensive trade, Britain's trade may lose its current uniqueness. In the Korean War, the United States did not go all out, and the Korean War did not affect the national strength of the United States. After all, the national strength accumulated by the United States during the World War was too rich. Europe has not yet recovered to its peak, and is still in the position of the American commodity market. During the Vietnam War, European countries had already recovered their national strength, and they were not as easily manipulated by the United States as in the Korean War. The blood loss in the Vietnam War was the blood of the Americans themselves, which made the Americans feel the pain. The Korean War did not trigger any introspection in the United States. The hurt United States only became more hostile to China. The mentality is probably similar, the mentality of making you look bad next time. As for the significance of Hong Kong's status as a transit port, Harold Wilson also understood it, and finally said, "We should still test the Americans' tone. Of course, if Washington is really stubborn, there is nothing to say. We have fulfilled our responsibilities as allies." Thinking very carefully, Minister Alan Wilson pondered for a moment, and then volunteered, "In this way, leave this matter to me. I will go to Washington to communicate, which can be regarded as a reflection of the importance of Britain. The minister has just finished his visit, and should not go to the United States again immediately. What do you think of this arrangement?" "That is of course the best. The Mountbatten Group has just had a very important cooperation with an American company. There should be connections to make the trip smooth." Harold Wilson spoke with great approval. Otherwise, the Foreign Secretary would choose someone. Is there anyone in the whole UK who is more suitable than Alan Wilson to play a role in the special relationship between Britain and the United States? There is no one at all. This arrangement is comparable to letting Philby be the director of MI5, specializing in counter-espionage work. However, Alan Wilson, who is well versed in the use of public resources for private purposes, knew about this trip, and his first thought was to let Vivian Leigh go with him to do a good job of logistics support. You go to discuss with the Americans? The consensus on China's issues? Pamela Mountbatten had an unbelievable expression. The distinguished British richest woman was full of surprise. She just didn't know the allegorical saying of meat buns beating dogs. Why are you looking at me like that? Is there anyone more suitable than me to practice the special relationship between Britain and the United States? His wife's eyes deeply hurt him, and she said like a raging hare, for the unity of the free world. Okay. Pamela Mountbatten kept her doubts in her heart, and she just listened to the unity of the free world casually. Alan Wilson was very dissatisfied. He was just anti-American, not pro-Soviet. He was still fundamentally different from Philby. I want to ride a rocket. Pamela Mountbatten looked at her husband eagerly. This trip would take another 10 days or half a month. Of course, she could understand her husband's painstaking efforts to travel around for Britain, but she still had to take care of her own feelings in private. No problem. This is not difficult for a permanent deputy minister of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs who perfectly combines public and private use. For this visit, Alan Wilson has already prepared a script about your father teaching you how to implement a global strategy, but the rebellious son develops a rebellious mentality and refuses to listen, and finally leaves unhappily. Regarding the specific implementation of the working Anglo-American relationship, Alan Wilson has prepared enough topics, such as stabilizing the situation in the Asia-Pacific through friendly relations with China. He tied up the suggestion that the United States withdraw from Scam Island in exchange for peace in Asia and concentrate all its efforts on fighting the Soviet Union in Europe. The words are sincere and seem very reasonable. If he were an American, he would never agree. Sacrificing the interests of the United States in exchange for peace in the Asia-Pacific front line. The British can think of it. Why not sacrifice Hong Kong? Hasn't Britain sacrificed a lot? For example, British India and British Nigeria are now in the process of independence. The Deputy Secretary of State who received the British diplomats reacted rather coldly and even doubted whether it was worthwhile to report the exchange of opinions to Secretary of State Dulles. The British really have a problem with their strategic vision now. Dulles shook his head after listening to the Deputy Secretary of State's report. Since the Greek crisis, Britain has been retreating. Their minds are full of the monetization of colonies. We can't be like them, so naive and wishful thinking that taking a step back on the issue of life and death can lead to peaceful coexistence. Chapter 968, Hoarding Silver. Alan Wilson naturally didn't know that in the eyes of the current US Secretary of State, Britain had gone from being a model in the field of diplomacy to an existence with problematic strategic vision. In the eyes of Americans, it took only 10 years to complete such a transformation. The impermanence of life can be seen from this point. The United States has now completely accepted the position of world hegemony psychologically. Arrogance breeds, and it is believed that it is right. If someone opposes, then the opponent must be wrong. But even if he knew, he couldn't refute the Americans. In the industrial age, the conditions in North America were really good, completely different from the agricultural age, when the environment was harvested by the Arctic Ocean cold current from time to time. As we have always known, countries are compared in terms of land area and population, and other aspects are not important compared to the former two. It's not that Britain has never stopped the expansion of the United States. In fact, the merger of the Canadian Federation itself hopes that the British North American colonies will not be annexed. It's just that with the sacrifice of Louis XVI, Britain has not been able to stop the independence of the United States from the beginning, and the subsequent actions cannot make up for the disadvantage. In fact, from an earlier time, Britain should have realized that land and population are the most important for a country. In the 7 Years' War, Britain completely trampled France under its feet. At least in the war in North America, Britain relied on the population advantage of its North American colonies to crush New France, which had few French immigrants, and won the American battlefield. Seeing that the United States became stronger and stronger after its independence, Britain's suppression became more and more incapable. Finally, it evolved into today's situation. Now it is not about how to regain the position of world hegemony, but to maintain the current position and not fall. Vivian Leigh is not like men of the same status as her husband. Even in another country far away from Britain, she is still worried about the country and the people. The great British treasure is relaxed and cherishes the time when she can do nothing. If she wants to ride a rocket, she will ride a rocket. If she wants to argue, she will argue. She can't wait to hang on. Alan Wilson, the permanent deputy minister of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, who was slow to realize it, also came back to his senses, understood the great British treasure's mind, and turned on the poor skill. Why don't you take a look at your friends? You should have some intersections when you come to the United States. It's not that he doesn't know Vivian Leigh's friends. Some of them are very familiar, and they have all been deeply communicated. Go to Los Angeles. Vivian Leigh knew that Alan Wilson had important things to do, so she asked about the itinerary first. I'm visiting secretly, and the matters we are discussing are not suitable for public disclosure, so I came to the United States on vacation. Alan Wilson was of course telling the truth. Can persuading the United States to give up the fraud island to stabilize the situation in Asia be made public? Such conditions are simply humiliating the intelligence of Americans. The fact that the Americans did not ask Britain to give up Hong Kong in return is considered restraint. So in essence, he is making a secret visit on Asia-Pacific issues. As long as he does not stay in the United States and does not return, he still has plenty of time and can go around within the scope allowed. He originally came to the United States in the name of vacation to secretly implement the grand blueprint of the foreign minister, but it would definitely fail. The rest of the time is up to him to arrange. Alan Wilson still did not forget to get together with the McCarthys to consolidate the special relationship between Britain and the United States. McCarthy is still very important. Express goodwill to China? McCarthy asked in disbelief, as if he was meeting this friend for the first time. Alan, I thought we had a lot in common. Of course there are a lot in common, and the perspectives on the problem are surprisingly the same. Alan Wilson straightened his back. He even helped McCarthy get rid of Chaplin, but McCarthy didn't need to know about this. Chaplin's death is more suitable to be linked to the CIA secret operation, which is good for everyone. After being questioned and angry, Alan Wilson told his old friend that he actually had doubts about this policy. He didn't support it completely, but he didn't firmly oppose it. This set of rhetoric finally made McCarthy accept it, and he shook his head and said, I don't understand. Britain seems to have lost its edge after the war. It's better to say that it has become more realistic. Alan Wilson didn't deny it, but he didn't deny that he was lying. In fact, British citizens still believe that Britain is a world empire, not much worse than the United States and the Soviet Union. It's just that some people in the upper class think that Britain should be in a subordinate position to the United States. This includes Macmillan, the second in command of the Conservative Party, but definitely not Eden, the number one. The Labour Party is more pragmatic and is still practicing the strategy of creeping back to try to delay the collapse of the British colonial empire. In fact, to put it bluntly, this is another way of saying that during the anti-Japanese war, the rhetoric of waiting for changes and exchanging space for time, while retreating in an orderly manner, look for opportunities to make a comeback. Alan Wilson certainly knows where the opportunity is. Before that, he still has to try his best to consolidate Britain's position. If the decline is too severe, there will be no hope of a comeback. Taking a Boeing passenger plane of a domestic airline in the United States, the two soon arrived in Los Angeles, which can be seen from this point. How serious is the domestic trade protection in the United States? The British Comet passenger plane has already spread across airlines in various countries. The United States has been holding on for so many years, and no jet route has been opened, and the Comet passenger plane is not allowed to come in. However, the Comet passenger plane has accumulated effects for many years. As long as there are no major problems, it is still possible to divide the world with Boeing in the future. After going to the Los Angeles consulate to report, Alan Wilson's part of this public and private balance came to private vacation time. Lana Turner, Joan Bennett, Joan Crawford, Bette Davis, all old friends came to express their joy. Of course, this joy was mainly for Vivian Leigh. It must be said that the popularity of the British treasure is really good. Even though she is already the president of United Artists, Vivien Leigh still maintains a good personal relationship with these female stars, who are either out of fashion or about to be out of fashion, without any arrogance. Now their careers are not developing very well. Fortunately, the income of Barbie dolls is still good. Vivien Leigh was also very sentimental, looking at Alan Wilson with tenderness. If it weren't for you, I guess I would be the same as them. How could I be in such a good mood now? Now I don't have any extravagant hopes. I just hope that God will let David grow up and become an excellent man like you. The British treasure's deep affection almost confused the permanent secretary of the British Empire. He was totally unprepared for this confession. In fact, there is another opportunity. If Vivien is willing to believe me, buy silver now. Alan Wilson thought back for a moment and really thought of an opportunity to make a profit. That is, silver. This is also what Vivien Leigh can do now, because she has an industry in the United States. This deal can be said to be a sure win. First of all, in terms of its own resources, the United States itself is a major silver producer. Silver itself has certain monetary properties and is often used as a backup for gold. In fact, this is true. The current American coins are still minted with silver. There are not many countries in the world that use silver to make coins. The United States is one of them. The coins of the United States are more accurately called silver coins. Politically speaking, because the United States has huge silver mine reserves, there is a group called the Silver Party in the two major parties in the United States, especially the Democratic Party. This group is quite powerful and has become a trend since the American Westward movement. William Bryan at the beginning of the century was very supported by the Silver Party. William Bryan's campaign policy is the Silver Policy. The basis of this policy is to mint silver coins in unlimited quantities at a ratio of silver to gold of less than 16:1. According to this platform, he also accepted the nomination of the Populist Party and the National Silver Party to face William McKinley, who was jointly supported by Rockefeller, Morgan and Carnegie. Although William Bryan never won the election, the influence of the Silver Party did not dissipate. It has always existed in the Democratic Party and is a very influential group within the Democratic Party. Alan Wilson can remember that after Kennedy came to power, the Silver Party once again strongly supported Kennedy. There are rumors that Kennedy's final assassination was also related to the struggle between silver and gold. Whether this news is true or not, one thing is certain, that is, during Kennedy's term in office, the United States did have a sharp rise in silver. If you hoard silver with your funds now, you will make a lot of money when the silver price rises. Even if you look at it in the long run, hoarding silver will not lose money. The most important thing about silver is that it is used to make jewelry. Silver ornaments have a large market in the world, and there are many kinds of items made of silver, such as tableau and furniture. Silver also plays an important role in electronic products, but the silver used in the electronic field is not the pure silver used for silverware. The silver used in electronic products is various composite compounds of silver, so the demand for silver is very large, so most of the silver is used in the production of electronic products. These 2 points have created a bottom line for the value of silver, and the probability of depreciation is not high if it is hoarded in the hands. Vivien Leigh does not understand these objective conditions, especially the knowledge reserves in men's minds, but the British treasurer unconditionally believes in this man. She believes that Alan Wilson will not harm her mother and son. Since you said so, I will pay attention to this aspect. If I lose, you can't ignore me. And David at that time, I think I can still show off my treatment of women. Alan Wilson asked himself. He didn't seem to be sorry for a lady of the same status as his wife in this regard. Not one. Go see how Monroe is. I haven't seen her for a long time. Vivien Leigh asked, while nestling in the man's arms. That's fine with me. She's not a washed up star. Do you want to prepare a gift? Alan Wilson kissed Vivien Leigh's forehead. Otherwise it would seem a little disrespectful. Chapter 969 Chinese Silver. Alan Wilson certainly would not object to Vivien Leigh's meeting with Marilyn Monroe, but he also had his own things to do. Although the proposal to express goodwill to China and bind the United States to sell the scam island was rejected without receiving a reply, there were other things to do. He told the mainland about the British ambassador to the United Nations, Sir Kasha, about Britain's open attitude towards Argentina on the Falkland Islands. He also wanted to get together with two friends, such as the future US President Reagan, who was at the forefront of the times. None of the above is important. What is really important is to hoard silver, which requires a lot of money. Manipulating precious metals requires huge funds, otherwise you are not qualified to enter the market. This is not like Grace and others, who got dozens of tons of finished poppy products and shipped them to America and were complacent about the small amount of money they got. The American Silver Party has always been strong, which is related to the fact that the United States has huge silver reserves. Moreover, America is the backyard of the United States. The world's top silver producing countries are all in America, which is all within the scope of the Monroe Doctrine. In terms of the right to speak on silver, the United States does have the basis for implementing the silver standard. This is also the advantage that the Silver Party has always been thinking about. Using silver as a supplement to gold will make the value of the US dollar stronger. This is also the idea of the Silver Party supporters. Always going to the consulate is naturally because the consulate has a high degree of confidentiality. Alan Wilson needs to know exactly whether his wife's group has silver mines in Australia and join this money-making journey. Although Vivienne Leigh has United Artists and Barbie doll company in the United States, she is far from being powerful when it comes to the silver industry. The real big head is the power that Alan Wilson himself can mobilize. It was discovered in Queensland, Australia last year, but you once said that you would directly obtain the mining rights when you discovered the mineral, but you are not in a hurry to mine it because of confidentiality. It is still closed now. With his wife's call back, Alan Wilson instantly felt confident. The Cannington silver mine is a famous silver mine. Australia is almost not short of any minerals, whether it is coal, iron, oil, which are the most important for industry, or precious metals of high value. Almost everything is available. But God is fair. The water resources available in Australia are not enough to cope with agriculture, not to mention the greater consumption of industrial water. Australia, which has all the easily exploitable minerals and huge reserves, can only choose to sell the mines in the end. Any industrialization effort is not as easy as selling the mines. The Cannington silver mine is the highest quality silver mine in the world. Like all minerals in Australia, it is almost an open pit mine, which can be directly mined 8 to 10 meters underground. Mine now. Alan Wilson asked about the situation of the silver mine, and immediately replied to his wife on the telegram. Now the permanent deputy minister of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs has an immature idea circling in his mind. It is known that silver will usher in an opportunity for a sharp rise in the next 2 years. Even if there is another possibility that Kennedy does not come to power, silver will not have the possibility of a sharp drop. It is very consistent with the summary of a sure win, and joining this feast of picking up money is inevitable. But he must operate without exposing the source of silver. Australia is vast and sparsely populated, and it should not be difficult to think of a way to keep it secret. But if the location of the Cannington silver mine is not exposed, it is impossible to make silver out of thin air, right? At least hundreds of tons of things, once entering the market, it is impossible not to be discovered. There must be a source. What MI6 cannot verify, the CIA should not be able to confirm. Then, the origin of silver is preferably behind the Iron Curtain. Alan Wilson figured this out, and had a whole set of plans in mind. China is actually a major silver producer, of course. The premise is that it is a major silver producer in the industrial era. On the contrary to Australia, China certainly has no shortage of various minerals, but they are buried very deep and difficult to mine, and the purity is not enough, which is different from Australia's various open pit minerals. In the agricultural era, where China produced silver, just look at the distribution map of several ethnic minorities with silver traditions. In the agricultural era, China not only lacked silver, but also copper. Copper was already a last resort for China to choose the most precious metal that it lacked. Decades later, China has always been one of the top 3 silver producing countries, but the silver produced is a companion, or of other minerals, which is refined by the way. This byproduct of the companion, or has made China surpass a large number of silver producing countries. Then it was decided there was no Cannington silver mine. There was only Chinese silver. If Kennedy came to power more than a year later, it would be a special period of time. It was reasonable that the silver came from China. It was not difficult for Alan Wilson to make molds. He could borrow the relevant talents on the fraud island. If there was something, it would be Changong. If there was nothing, it would be peanuts. For this matter alone, it could be Changong. He didn't even need the people of the Cannon Party. The Mountbatten Group sold oil refining equipment and wanted some molds of Chinese silver specifications. This condition should not be excessive, at least he thought it was not excessive. Since there was no possibility of losing money, in the spirit of sharing the benefits, Alan Wilson performed the great summoning spell, and Boris, the manager of the Newfoundland Royal Territory Foundation, landed in Los Angeles a day later. Compared with the embarrassment when Alan Wilson built it for the first time, Boris was already a completely different person. He was full of the aura of a successful person. I wonder if that open-toed leather shoe has been thrown away, and whether it will stay to recall the past. Governor Allen. As soon as they met, Boris greeted with an old name. Alan Wilson was stunned when he heard the title of Governor General, then shook his head and smiled bitterly. Didn't I say that? This appointment of Governor General was an appointment that Whitehall deceived me at the time, not an official position. At the beginning, the British government generally believed that Newfoundland was a mess and was burdened with huge debts. The biggest idea was to quickly merge Newfoundland and Canada, fearing that it would benefit the United States if it was delayed for a long time. Alan Wilson's appointment was a thunderbolt. If nothing unexpected happened, he would return to Whitehall to accept work arrangements as the last chief executive of Newfoundland, just like his father-in-law. Fortunately, he found that the most supporters of Newfoundland were groups independent of the United States and Canada, and then began the summer operation. Fortunately, the result was good, and he paid off his debts and left office. After more than 10 years, Newfoundland is now a little richer than Canada and the United States. To be modest, the per capita income in the United States is $2,900, the per capita income in Canada is $2,200, and the per capita income in Newfoundland is $3,500. This reality makes Newfoundland more confident in pursuing autonomy. Who doesn't want to be superior? Looking at your high spirits, Newfoundland must have made a lot of money in this World Cup in Sweden. Alan Wilson said gently, but it is really touching to see the places where I served before have a prosperous life today. By the way, there is one thing to remind you, so that you can be mentally prepared. The Cayman Islands and the Virgin Islands will also be built as offshore financial centers. Governor, this. Boris became more serious when he heard it. He definitely didn't like this news. Who wants competitors to appear? Don't worry, there are still all differences. For example, the two archipelagos currently only provide private yacht and private aircraft registration services, just like the companies registered in Newfoundland. Only management fees are charged. Alan Wilson explained calmly, there are also a number of islands with similar conditions to Newfoundland in the hands of the UK. There must be a focus, right? In the just concluded World Cup in Sweden, the Newfoundland Royal Territory made a net income of more than $40 million. Don't underestimate this number. Newfoundland has a population of less than 200,000. During the World Cup, each Newfoundlander is equivalent to an American for 1 month and a Canadian for more than 1 month. If I personally hope that the Newfoundland Foundation can help me with some funds, I wonder if you will refuse. After the greetings, Alan Wilson went straight to the point, looking at Boris who had changed his guns. How much does the governor want? Boris replied immediately, if it is less than 100 million, we will fully support it. That's all. Alan Wilson smiled easily. Don't worry, the British Empire may not be able to handle all the things on this earth, but most things can still be handled. I will contact St. John's through the channels of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs at that time, and you just wait for good news. Before Alan Wilson took office as the High Commissioner of Malaya, he held shares in dozens of comprador companies and then provided policy support. He himself may not remember how much those shares are worth now, but the managers of the Newfoundland Royal Territory Foundation know it clearly. Boris is really busy. After the verbal agreement, he took the Comet passenger plane of Newfoundland Airlines directly back. The purchase price of a passenger plane is only £275,000, which is not a big expense for Newfoundland. Alan Wilson took out his notebook and wrote down the 4 words Chinese silver to prevent himself from forgetting it when he was busy. In Marilyn Monroe's mansion, Vivian Leigh was chatting happily with her friends. At this moment, she had no more charm than she had upstairs yesterday. At that time, she had her hands behind her back and pressed them against her waist. Her legs were stiff and slightly apart. In this slightly overly stiff posture, she still maintained an elegant posture. Her face showed a gentle expression of confidence and thoughtfulness, which was the expression of a good student with rich imagination. She always maintained the same posture. She always stared in the same direction. That direction was the sea. She didn't care at all that this was Marilyn Monroe's home, but devoted herself to it. "Vivian, you're really not shy to come to my place." Marilyn Monroe pointed out something, and her eyes fell on the man who was chatting with her housekeeper. "What's so good about him? Why are you so accommodating to him?" Chapter 970, Opportunity in Northern Rhodesia. It's not accommodating. Vivian Leigh knew that Marilyn Monroe knew about what happened last night, and she felt a little embarrassed. When 2 people get along, they must tolerate each other. "You are really tolerant," Marilyn Monroe hinted. "Do you want me to prepare safety measures for you?" Vivian Leigh shook her head, thinking that Marilyn Monroe was too straightforward, and whispered, "He doesn't like it. He said that it makes him feel that his freedom is restricted, and he will be unhappy." Marilyn Monroe sighed secretly, thinking that Vivian Leigh was hopeless. He was just a man, but he was accommodating like this. The protagonist in the 2 people's mouths pretended to look at the sea and disappeared far away from the woman's sight. Because the water in the harbor was not calm enough, it was impossible to see the reflection of the breakwater clearly. Similarly, the shadow of the breakwater only formed a very unclear long strip on the water surface, which was constantly disrupted by the undulating water surface. The reflection of the wall on the embankment walkway gradually merged with the wall of the wall. The morning sun was a little hazy as usual, and it was almost impossible to distinguish the shadows, but the sunlight was still bright enough to divide the inclined bridge into 2 symmetrical halves. One half was darker and the other half was brighter, forming a sharp beak pointing directly at the lower end of the inclined bridge, where the water rose along the slope and slapped among the seaweed. It was very freehand, but for a bureaucrat, it was completely possible to turn a blind eye. Marilyn Monroe's housekeeper was a middle-aged woman in her 40s. She was arranged to be Marilyn Monroe's housekeeper through Vivian Leigh. Adina's appearance was ordinary, and she was the kind of woman who was not noticed, but she looked trustworthy. Through Vivian Leigh's introduction, Marilyn Monroe, the silly girl, easily accepted it. The arrangement was much more tortuous, but when it came to the final interview, it was very simple. Miss Monroe is a very good person. She is very kind. When Edina heard Alan Wilson asking something, she immediately judged that it was this person in front of her who arranged for her to be with Marilyn Monroe. Even if he was not the initiator, he must be an insider. She couldn't help but defend herself from the employer's perspective. Alan Wilson was helpless. This was the disadvantage of being unprofessional. If he had really sent an agent from MI6 to successfully lurk here, he would definitely not face this kind of problem today. He was not professional at all. "I'm just asking a few questions casually, Edina. Don't be nervous." Alan Wilson put on a gentle expression and secretly regretted in his heart that it would be better not to ask Grace to borrow people in some more professional fields. Now he is the permanent undersecretary of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and he is also half of the superior of MI6. It is not difficult to call on professionals. It is better to let Grace be a drug lord. Does Miss Monroe usually contact some successful men? Alan Wilson lit a cigarette, looked around, and made sure that no one was paying attention, and then began to ask questions. However, he didn't know that his attitude made Edina look like a pervert who stalked women. She answered carefully, "Miss Monroe is in the entertainment industry. Sometimes she has to entertain some men. She doesn't like it. Sometimes she complained about it, which led to the breakup of her marriage. But she is very kind and has a good attitude towards children and the poor. Sometimes she gives me a lot of money to solve my problems." No need to answer in such detail. Alan Wilson opened his mouth and asked in a low voice, "Are there any political figures, such as officials, who are similar to me?" It would have been better if he didn't say this. After saying this, Edina's impression of the pervert deepened. She looked at Alan Wilson with a strange look. He is already a big star, and he wants to take down the popular American actress in the United States. These officials are really unscrupulous. Miss Edina? Alan Wilson took a deep puff of his cigarette and asked again. Oh, Mr. Wilson, Miss Monroe has a very close friend. She calls him John. But I have never met him. After being pressed by Alan Wilson, Edina finally remembered a man mentioned by Marilyn Monroe. In her words, Edina could feel that he was a big shot. John Kennedy, just relying on a name, nothing can be judged. After all, John is a very common name, and he has a colleague named John who works as a commissioner in a den. Hasn't this man been to Miss Monroe's house? Edina shook her head. Alan Wilson flicked out his cigarette butt and stopped asking questions. He pondered for a moment and said, after a while, Grace will arrange 2 people to assist you. Don't be too surprised when the time comes. After a pause, he added, we have no ill will towards Miss Monroe. You don't have to worry about this. It's just that from a business perspective, we hope to find out some connections and analyze the attitudes of all parties in the American upper class. This is very important for Britain in diplomatic judgment. Miss Monroe is the most popular star in the United States and a good breakthrough point. Alan Wilson did not forget to patch it up, indicating that there was no malicious intent in today's question. Then he returned the same way. He naturally didn't know that in just a moment, the 2 besties talked about the issue of freedom not being bound, and wondered why Marilyn Monroe looked at him in such a strange way. Vivian, why are you blushing? Alan Wilson was not shy at all, and greeted the British treasure jokingly. It's okay, I just had a good chat. Vivian Leigh said this without any context, as if she was hiding something. Alan Wilson looked at Marilyn Monroe suspiciously, as if he was wondering if this American sexy goddess, the popular actress who replaced Rita Hayworth, had done something to the British treasure. It is well known that in the film and television industry, gender has never been so rigid. If you don't experience it yourself, no one knows whether it is upward or downward. Take Greta Garbo for example. Many people say that she likes women. Alan Wilson certainly knows that this is nonsense. He at least knows that Greta Garbo also likes men. Not catching Kennedy's little braid was enough to disappoint him. Wouldn't it be a big loss to put the British treasure into it? The way he teased the British treasure made Marilyn Monroe feel dog food. She couldn't help but envy him and said, you men can always show your deep love for women. If it's true, why don't you marry her? Love is certainly very important to men, but a man's life is not just about love. Miss Monroe, the world has different requirements for men and women. You may think you have suffered a lot, and I don't deny that. But a beautiful woman has an easier life than a mediocre man. Alan Wilson quoted Shakespeare's famous saying, to be happy with a man, you should know him more without loving him too much. To be happy with a woman, you should love her more, but don't want to understand her. Marilyn Monroe snorted, boys think girls are books. If the cover can't attract their attention, they don't even want to turn the page. You have to cherish Vivian. If you can make a girl laugh from the bottom of her heart, then you already have her. I just discovered Miss Monroe's inner meaning today. I was negligent. Alan Wilson said indifferently, we each explained the suffering from our own perspectives. It is true that we cannot empathize with each other. However, men and women are not enemies. We should always understand each other. If Vivian is unhappy, she can say it directly. She knows I will listen. Don't quarrel. Vivian Leigh whispered to smooth things over. You are all my friends. What should I do? Vivian Leigh knew very well that Alan Wilson was a professional bureaucrat. Personal feelings were important, but only a part of life. Marilyn Monroe had also experienced a lot. If these 2 people continued to discuss, they might quarrel. In private, Vivian Leigh also said to Alan Wilson directly, Monroe is really a good person. You said so too. What I mean is that it seems that public opinion is not what you said. Alan Wilson almost let it slip, but he still rounded it up. But since she is your friend, she is my friend. A very interesting woman. At this moment, he had just received a response from Washington. As expected, Britain hoped that the United States would not protect the fraud island to show goodwill to China and would focus on dealing with the conspiracy of European problems, which ended in a shameful failure. However, Alan Wilson was not surprised at all. Wouldn't withdrawing from Asia make Europe more dominated by the United States? It is better not to do so. It is best for the United States to stick to the current strategy. Your man seems to live with a mask. Marilyn Monroe was reluctant to let Vivien Leigh leave and was ready to teach her 2 tricks. Vivien Leigh couldn't help laughing. It's as if you know someone similar. Marilyn Monroe saw that her bestie didn't care and thought to herself that I really know someone with a deep background and a senator. Miss Monroe still wants to give you some advice? On the way back home, Alan Wilson almost laughed out loud. If Marilyn Monroe had the ability to give advice to others, would she have died in obscurity? If laughing was not inconsistent with his personality of failing to communicate, he would have laughed out loud now, but he could only hold it back because he failed to complete the task of the special relationship between Britain and the United States. At this time in Belgian Congo, Lumumba established the Congolese National Movement Party and put forward the slogan of independence, which made the Belgian colonial authorities feel like they were facing a great enemy. Before Alan Wilson returned to London, the news had spread to Europe. The annual meeting of the European Community in Brussels was about to be held, and Belgium hoped that all countries could express their support for Belgium at the meeting. Belgian Congo? Has the opportunity for Grace's request appeared? Alan Wilson, who had just returned to London, heard the news and remembered the matter all of a sudden, and then went to report to Foreign Secretary Harold Wilson. After learning that the United States rejected Britain's proposal, the Foreign Secretary did not say much. He had already fulfilled the responsibility of an ally. Since Washington did not approve, there was nothing he could do. After Alan Wilson mentioned the situation in the Belgian Congo, Harold Wilson said solemnly, "It is indeed a problem, and Belgium also hopes that other countries can help." If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 971 White Lives Matter. Let's go out and unite and think about it. Of course, we are willing to help as much as possible. I will draft a plan immediately. Of course, we must also pay attention to the actions of France. Alan Wilson nodded and agreed. Africa's affairs cannot bypass France. French Africa is the absolute largest of France's overseas colonies, with an area of more than 10 million square kilometers, and it occupied nearly 40% of Africa at its peak. This does not include the Belgian Congo, which is almost 50%. Alan Wilson has long ignored that Belgium is also French speaking, and there must be French forces in the Belgian Congo. If you don't understand this, many people will definitely be surprised that the Rwandan genocide is related to France. Because geographically, Rwanda is far away from French Africa. But if you divide it by language and classify the Belgian Congo as a French-speaking area, it is not difficult to understand. Half of Africa is the world of the French, and it is not difficult for France to interfere in the situation in Rwanda. Alan Wilson estimated that the attitude of the newly elected Charles de Gaulle government is likely to make the Belgian authorities grit their teeth, and he is ready to pick up the old tradition of the British Empire, divide and rule. The Northern Rhodesian authorities have always been worried about the salient of Belgium in the southeast that penetrates deep into northern Rhodesia. This salient makes the map of northern Rhodesia like a barbell, which is easy to be cut in the middle. The most important thing is that the local area is an important mining area in the Belgian Congo. If it can be annexed, it will be a huge supplement to the security and industry of northern Rhodesia. There are conditions for dividing the Belgian Congo. Unlike what people generally think, America is the main choice for European white immigrants. In fact, Latin countries that are keen on immigration have finally formed a large mixed-race group in South America. The surge in white people in the United States happened after the independence of the United States. Canada, which is truly in a colonial state, has a low population growth rate. European countries want to replace the population of a region on a large scale, mainly in Africa. It's just that Africa was divided too late, and Europe went through 2 world wars, which caused twists and turns in the plan of white immigrants to Africa. But even so, the basis for France to fight the Algerian War was not the millions of French immigrants in Algeria, Basic information about 200,000 Belgian immigrants in the Belgian Congo was obtained from Me 6. Lloyd George's feeling is back. The peak of the British Empire is the birth of a new country with just a stroke of the pen. This feeling is really good. There are 200,000 Belgian immigrants in the Belgian Congo today. Even if half of them return to Europe after the independence of the Belgian Congo, it is not too much for 100,000 people to be unwilling to leave the Congo, where they have lived for a long time. Is it too much to divide the Belgian Congo into a place with rich resources, but small area for management? As for the external declaration, it can be implemented within the framework of racial equality. White lives are also lives. When Pamela Mountbatten returned home, she saw her husband writing furiously at home. His wife, holding her youngest son, couldn't help shaking her head. She could only understand her husband's work, but when she got closer and saw the contents of the book in her husband's hand with his back to her, she was not calm at once. Lalita, the light of my life, the fire of my desire, my sin, my soul. If I hadn't fallen in love with a little girl one summer, in a prince's territory by the sea, when? That year. How many years would it take for Lalita to be born? How many years would it take for me to be old? Don't worry, a murderer can always write a good article. You bad guy, reading this kind of book. Pamela Mountbatten, who had been watching for a while, couldn't help it anymore. She grabbed her husband's ear and held her son tightly with the other hand, looking furious. Hey, reading a classic. Isn't it written for people to read? The frightened Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs followed his wife's fingers and walked out of the state of studying hard. Of course, he didn't deny that he had no choice. Showing the book to his wife, pointing to Nabokov's signature, Alan Wilson said righteously, I'm analyzing the thoughts and ideas of the exiled white Russians through the book, and this is also my job. Why don't I believe it? Pamela Mountbatten's eyes were full of doubt, as if she was judging whether her husband's words were a libel. Then what did you see? Of course, it was to see the author's abnormal psychology, but this could not be said out loud. Alan Wilson was more serious than ever in his life. I feel that this is very similar to our acquaintance. At that time, you were also so cute, in your teens, and you were moved at a glance. This was the first practical theory class for the future heir of the Wilson family, although he did not understand what his parents were doing. A moment later, the son began his early education of self-reliance and self-improvement, and his mother sat on his father's lap and stuck together. Still the old way. When recruiting minors, write down that ladies are first. Pamela Mountbatten asked her husband. Of course, and then recruit the minors needed. Anyway, no woman would choose a heavy physical job and go to work overseas. Alan Wilson laughed. Women's cleverness is always accompanied by a short-term vision. As long as you work hard, women are easy to fool. According to the research results of James Watson, an American scientist who studied DNA in later generations, there is no significant difference in the IQ of women. Men are different. There are very few geniuses and most fools among men. For the silver mine, we just need a certain number of metallurgical personnel. Alan Wilson thought and said, for confidentiality reasons, it is actually not good to use a large number of British citizens. We think of ways in the colonies. Although it may be a bit embarrassing to say it, the best choice is black people. At present, Britain still has many African colonies, and labor is not a problem. What about the armed guard force? Pamela Mountbatten asked further, and thought of all the shortcomings of the plan with her husband. Let's see if we can think of a solution with the 2 divisions in Malaya. Otherwise, let Grace borrow some more manpower. Alan Wilson, who had just said that he would not rely on Northern Rhodesia in the future, broke his promise and gained money in just one flight. Plans cannot change quickly. Now there are signs of chaos in the Belgian Congo. Northern Rhodesia needs him. What's wrong with him asking the Slavs to help? It's just a few hundred armed forces. I will set up a security company in the group. Pamela Mountbatten thought about it and still felt that the movement caused by the transfer of the garrison in Malaya might be difficult to conceal. It would be easier to use Northern Rhodesians. If the purity is very high, there are less than 2,000 blacks as laborers, 200 to 300 technical processes, and a few hundred thugs. It's enough. Alan Wilson pondered for a moment. If it doesn't work, ask the marshal for an abandoned experimental project and use the name of the closed technique to manage it. there will be no problem. You are an old slave owner as soon as you open your mouth. Pamela Mountbatten, who hooked her husband's neck, smiled evilly. Well, I wonder if we can give them some treatment like slave owners. Alan Wilson pointed at his wife's forehead. The manned spaceflight had to be temporarily delayed because of the heirs crying. A few days later, Alan Wilson and the respected foreign minister went to Brussels, the capital of Belgium, to attend the European Community meeting and look forward to a united European future. The minister responded very appropriately to the opposition's diplomatic questioning in Congress. Alan Wilson praised with satisfaction. This is also the responsibility of the opposition party. This is the role of backbenchers. Isn't it part of democracy? Harold Wilson replied cheerfully, so I can understand. And the government's job is not to answer such questions. Alan Wilson said tacitly. This Brussels meeting mainly discussed the issues of the European Common Market, technological innovation and financial stability. It is a pity that the star issues of later generations, such as environmental protection, climate change, green energy, etc., were not included in the proposal. The topic of financial stability was proposed by the UK. Its main purpose was to deal with France, because Charles de Gaulle announced the devaluation of the franc in the middle of the year, which caused harm to the European Common Market. The above main proposals belong to the scope of the minister's responsibilities. As for Alan Wilson's own job, it is to deal with the small bureaucrat in Brussels and talk about the Belgian Congo. This kind of topic is destined not to appear in the newspapers, and everyone can be more frank when discussing. Therefore, the theme of the meeting must be divided into two parts: European economic issues and overseas interests. The latter will discuss fewer countries, because not all European countries still have colonies. The two parts started almost at the same time. The issue of the Belgian Congo became the focus of the debate between Britain and France. On Harold Wilson's side, the main battlefield of the foreign ministers and ministerial meetings of various countries, Harold Wilson was representing Britain and fiercely criticizing France for its irresponsibility in devaluing the franc. Mr. Hollande has already spoken about France's concerns about the Congo. We are all aware of France's remarks on resolute suppression. I have a different opinion. Alan Wilson took out the draft of White Lives Matter, nodded to the diplomats of various countries, and said in an explanatory tone, Britain's opinion can be regarded as a record after resolute suppression. Chapter 972. Even France. White lives lives too. In fact, I don't need to say it. Everyone knows that there are settled white immigrants in major colonies. In Africa, the French immigrant group is the largest in Algeria, and the rest are more or less. Alan Wilson looked at the Belgian diplomat. I believe this problem will also give Belgium a headache. If we adopt a resolute attitude of suppression, we have to confront the Soviet Union while drawing troops to form an expeditionary force. It all depends on whether the Americans are willing to safeguard everyone's interests. The last point is still an unknown. What do you think, Mr. Hollande? Hollande, who was named by Alan Wilson, sighed heavily. Isn't this obvious? The difference between Americans and Soviets in colonies is just unspoken. The French government knows this best. Alan Wilson did not mean to ridicule, but his tone was not far off. Europe was hit hard after the war. Any single country that confronts either the United States or the Soviet Union on colonial issues is doomed to fail, so we must cooperate. This is also a major purpose of the establishment of the European Community. This was not directed at any of the countries represented by the diplomats present, but at all of them. The diplomats from Spain, Portugal, Belgium, and the Netherlands also nodded in agreement. Britain has been trying its best to help its allies stabilize the situation, but it also has to consider countermeasures if the situation worsens. Once the Belgian Congo has to become independent under external pressure, what if repression doesn't work? This is also a huge problem, and there are many immigrants. Similar problems also exist in British colonies, such as Rhodesia. This is not a problem faced by a certain country, but a problem that is spread throughout Africa. France has even fought a big battle in Algeria because of this, and has the most say on this issue. The problem is that France itself is in the middle of a war, and cannot assist Belgium's repression. Supporting the Algerian war has already made France very embarrassed. What about Britain? What Britain can show off is the navy, which is in the Belgian Congo. Sending battleships into the Congo River? France is trapped in the war, and Britain is not good at land forces. Should Portugal and Spain help Belgium? Spain has finally returned to the international community, and now is the time to be humble. As for Portugal and the Netherlands, the population of these two countries is at the same level as Belgium. The remaining colonies in their hands are still very large. It is difficult for them to control their own colonies. How can they have the spare capacity? Mr. Wilson's words make sense. Alan Wilson had to admit that there was indeed no country that could help. So we can't solve all the problems. We are willing to take care of local immigrants, but the local immigrants must also work hard on their own. Alan Wilson knocked on the table and said solemnly, at that time, partition may be a necessary measure. I will say it directly. Once the Belgian Congo becomes independent, I hope that this newly independent country will not have the ability to drive the surrounding situation. At the same time, in order to protect the interests of white immigrants and prevent a large number of immigrants from returning home and causing social problems, it is absolutely feasible to deal with it by dividing and ruling. Based on the examples of Britain's practice in recent years, it is absolutely feasible. After the partition of India and Pakistan, there was a war. Alan Wilson looked at Alan Wilson and retorted, at least they killed each other and did not disturb the peace of other countries. Alan Wilson said indifferently, Mr. Conceals, Portugal and Pakistan have a good relationship. Is there any influence from Goa? Mr. Wilson, I would be lying if I said no. Conceals smiled and said, Goa's stability still depends on the strong support of Britain. Portugal and Britain have common interests in this regard. It is beneficial for everyone to cooperate, and the same is true for the issue of Africa as a whole. Britain certainly hopes that Belgium can survive this crisis and successfully suppress the voices of resistance. If not, it will have to consider future issues. Alan Wilson spread his hands and said in a helpless tone, don't underestimate this problem. Look at the black movement in the United States today, and you will know that this problem is very serious. It's just that due to the current support of the United States for the European freedom cause, we are embarrassed to say it directly. If the black population continues to grow at this rate, the United States may have big problems in 40 or 50 years. Martin Luther King has become a big name in the United States. Last year, Martin Luther King invited 115 black leaders from the South to hold a meeting in Montgomery to establish the Southern Christian Leadership Conference. Martin Luther King was elected as a chairman. The black movement is no longer a small fight. The people present are diplomats from various countries. They are very clear about what is happening in the United States. It is definitely not Alan Wilson who is exaggerating. France still supports Belgium's tough response. Things are not too bad. It is too early to talk about how to withdraw with dignity. Hollande pondered for a moment and also sought recognition from other countries. The African issue is not limited to a certain country. The homeland of each diplomat present has a share. Once the first domino falls, it may bring about a chain reaction. Alan Wilson couldn't help but sigh that the French actually applied the domino theory to the issue of colonization, and the Americans did not ask the French for copyright. It was obviously the United States first. However, this theory can indeed be applied to any problem. Britain is not against strong suppression, but has pointed out the common difficulties faced by all countries. Belgium can implement two sets of preparations at the same time. If the strong suppression is successful, there is no need to consider how to withdraw. When it comes to a last resort, Northern Rhodesia can be asked for help, and the local area can provide asylum to Belgian immigrants. Belgian diplomat Stollert nodded and thanked Alan Wilson and Hollande. The Kingdom of Belgium is very grateful for the support of Britain and France on the issue of the Belgian Congo. As long as Britain and France have this attitude, Belgium is willing to work hard for it. If it fails in the end, Britain may need to help. Britain can still provide asylum for Belgian immigrants in the Congo. Alan Wilson promised gently, our attitude in Britain is consistent. We not only hope that Belgium's colonies will be stable, but also that the territories of all countries present will be stable. After all, the problems are common, and some of the frictions in the past are already in the past. Alan Wilson paused, looked at Hollande and sincerely wished, Mr. Hollande, in a sense, the outcome of the Algerian war determines the future pattern of Africa. Whether Europe will have a chance to recover in the future depends on whether France can solve the Algerian issue. At the critical moment, France still needs to be praised. The French are actually very happy to accept this role. Who makes these French people think highly of themselves? However, because of problems with Belgium's colonies, the plan did not change quickly, and a problem that was supposed to be settled before had to be replaced. The issue of the fish rights market that Iceland has been active on was originally arranged for Portugal to oppose. But now Belgium is expecting the support of the European community, so it is more appropriate for Belgium to be the villain. Britain and France simultaneously came up with two sets of plans for Belgium to implement, and were willing to provide corresponding support. This kind of thing is not allowed to be seen in the light, so how could the media who are eagerly waiting know about it? French newspapers focus on France's key leadership role in leading the European common market. British newspapers, on the contrary, stand on the side of Foreign Secretary Harold Wilson and fiercely criticize the de Gaulle government's frank devaluation policy, which undermined the financial stability of European countries. Harold Wilson's main purpose of coming to Brussels this time is to take advantage of the chaos of the franc devaluation agency to advertise Britain's financial financing capabilities. He should actually be the Chancellor of the Exchequer. In fact, even Harold Wilson himself thought so, but who made him have less seniority in the Labour Party than Gates? After completing their respective tasks, Alan Wilson met with the Foreign Secretary, and the two exchanged the process of their respective affairs. I fiercely criticized the devaluation policy of the de Gaulle government, and won the support of the European community countries. Harold Wilson praised himself happily. What about you, Alan? I refuted France's proposal that Belgium should be firmly suppressed, and advocated the use of a divide and rule approach to deal with the crisis. Seek a decent result. Alan Wilson looked at the Foreign Secretary and smiled. Haha. Happiness is contagious, and the two leaders of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs laughed out loud at the same time. The staff not far away saluted one after another, and finally let the British Foreign Secretary and the Permanent Under-Secretary of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs regain their gentlemanly manners. Alan, do you have any plans next? Harold Wilson and his Permanent Under-Secretary walked side by side, and heard that Alan Wilson was going to Kuala Lumpur, so he asked this question. Oh, the importance of Malaya in the Straits settlements to the British Empire is self-evident. The oil refining center has been established. I also want first-hand information. After all, this is a valuable asset of the British Empire. Alan Wilson was full of the spirit of serving the country and the people. By the way, he mentioned the bidding for oil refining equipment in a certain big country. If you don't pay attention to it, it may be difficult to operate. Harold Wilson understood immediately and lowered his voice. After all, this is a big deal. If it is really disclosed, it may cause misunderstandings to the allies in the free world. We certainly can't let misunderstandings arise, so there is no need for Washington to know. Alan Wilson made a solemn assurance. Hong Kong is a good transit station, and we have made all preparations for this. If you pay attention to it personally, I believe the results will be satisfactory. Harold Wilson looked at the scenery not far away. What a beautiful day. Chapter 973, Learning from the Malayan Model. Anna threw her suitcase from the bus onto the dusty roadside and jumped off the bus. She stood in the glaring sunlight, blinking in surprise and looking around. What are you looking at? You're new to Brussels? Bokina followed, her short blonde hair particularly conspicuous. Anna picked up the suitcase, shielded her eyes from the sunlight with her hands, and walked towards the door and driveway of the house, muttering, who would want to come here if it weren't for that bastard? A few minutes later, Anna was carrying the luggage up the stairs, which seemed heavy in the hot weather. She rested for a while in the shade of the corridor and pushed the sweaty hair up from her face. Facing the wide door, she put down her luggage, straightened her chest and walked forward, ready to knock on the door. After receiving this arrogant telegram, she immediately believed that the sender was rude and arrogant. And now, the person standing in front of her was living proof. Two respected female entrepreneurs. Fate is really wonderful, bringing us together in a somewhat unfamiliar city. Alan Wilson looked straight at the Dragoon sisters, without any arrogance in the telegram. He took the initiative to take the suitcase, and ushered the two blonde beauties in. The night in Brussels was particularly long. It was not all about desire, but the old problem about the value of silver that had no signs, but was worth a gamble. He also regarded this matter as a trust of the ladies of the same status as his wife in him. I listen to you, don't I, sister? Anna, who was hugging the man's body like an octopus, looked back and asked. Bokina frowned slightly. She was quite helpless about the lewd music of the couple in broad daylight. She could only automatically filter out the blushing scene in front of her and said helplessly, "Of course we are willing to help. We believe you will not harm us. Of course." Alan Wilson let out a long breath, stroked the smooth back of the little dragoon, and sighed. "As long as you live a good life, I'm willing to work hard for it." Anna also showed a satisfied smile, and just met the man's eyes. The pair of black eyes, sharp as knives, looked at her firmly with a cold and sexy look. Anna felt that this man would never compromise half-heartedly. No matter what he did, he would definitely go all out. Obviously he was studying her now. His eyes wandered over her face, looking at her hazel eyes, high cheekbones, soft lips, and shoulder-length blonde hair. "Your gaze is very much like that of a school instructor, very intimidating." Anna put her hands on Alan Wilson's shoulders, and the burden on her chest jumped up and down as she spoke. "My dear, I don't like this metaphor." Alan Wilson stood up and held Anna in the air. "You are so direct when you come. It will make your sister laugh. We will talk about business later." Anna did not answer immediately. After a long journey and aerobic exercise, her physical strength has been overdrawn, and she is unfamiliar with the place and has some difficulty adapting. The man may also notice this and think that she is a weak target. Of course, Alan Wilson denied it flatly and used all the rhetoric he had accumulated in Whitehall on the little dragoon. How could there be anyone in the world who loves Anna more than him? It is impossible, absolutely impossible. I've studied psychology. Anna saw the essence of the problem at a glance and muttered softly, "Don't use this skill on me. I simply believe that you love me. Don't mix this feeling with impurities. I really forgot that you are a top student." Caressing the charming body, Alan Wilson decisively bowed to the evil forces. "This matter is actually simple. If you trust me, just follow me. If you lose, I will sell my property to make up for it. How about it? Don't be so serious. It's my duty to help you. You are my man." Anna had already sold out the Hellman family during her bath time and didn't care about the existence of Bokina outside. "The European Community meeting is over. Why are you still here?" Bokina, who was also convinced, asked at dinner time. "Waiting for the departure of other colonial commissioners. This meeting is relatively large, and some visiting groups from the colonies have been arranged." Alan Wilson replied calmly, "Malaya and the Straits settlements are already on the right track. Since there are achievements, they must be displayed. It is also a role model for other places that Britain can still control. Moreover, any ethnic group is good at face, and the residents of Malaya and the Straits settlements will also feel proud of it. In fact, don't you have a Commonwealth Games in the UK? You can use that occasion to promote." Bokina helped analyze. "Didn't you think of it before?" "I'm so busy every day that I really didn't think of it." Alan Wilson smiled bitterly, "But the Commonwealth Games are over, and the next one will be 4 years later. Sometimes it is useful to talk more with the enemy's hidden agents, but it's a pity that the reminder of the Dragoon Sisters was too late. The Commonwealth Games just ended this year. In fact, occasions like sports games are definitely more effective than arranging delegations like now. The symbol of Japan's entry into the First World is the opening of the Tokyo Olympics. Many countries use the Olympics to demonstrate their national strength, and so does Mexico. However, Mexico is a negative example. After the Mexico Olympics, the country's fortunes took a sharp turn for the worse, and it gradually became the country that people thought was full of drug dealers. British Africa was organizing a tour group, which gave him time to stay in Brussels. In Lusaka, the capital of Northern Rhodesia, Grace, who had obtained the inside story of the Brussels conference, talked about this matter with the leaders of the two major Slavic military organizations. Alan's meaning is very simple. We need to win over Belgian immigrants ourselves. A large number of Belgian immigrants have lived in Belgium for decades. If they return to Belgium, they will have nothing. After all, the assets they have worked hard for many years cannot be taken away. This part of the immigrants may be willing to cooperate with us. Then there is nothing to say. Mihajlovic looked at the leader of the Ustasha, and seeing that the other party did not object, he said, then contact the Belgian immigrants. The conditions don't matter. We have less than 600,000 people, and the total number of Belgian immigrants in the Belgian Congo is only 200,000. It is impossible for all of them to stay in the Belgian Congo and not go back. After the merger, they will still have to listen to us. As long as they come from the Lubumbashi area, the salient deep into northern Rhodesia will no longer exist. Yes, this is the biggest advantage. A group of old soldiers nodded, indicating that they would not have to worry if this matter was settled. Britain will hold a colonial conference in Kuala Lumpur. I will go there to ask in person and discuss this matter. Grace heard no objection and immediately said, Northern Rhodesia also needs a delegation to learn the advanced experience of the Malayan model. It is completely reasonable. All the colonies and protectorates of Britain are organizing delegations to learn the legendary Malayan model. Richard, the High Commissioner of the Malayan colony, is the busiest person at this moment. There is no way. He has a boss who likes to make trouble. He slightly understands Sir Baron's feelings at the time. That person left, but it seems that he did not leave completely. Not only did he make trouble, but the matter became bigger and bigger. In the past, it was just a meeting of colonial commissioners. Now there are not only colonial commissioners, but also delegations with elites from major colonies to learn the Malayan model. Since Richard knew about the tricks of the permanent deputy minister of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, his first reaction was to quickly make the public security, which was not bad, better, and think of ways to improve the appearance of the city in order to achieve the effect of making guests feel at home. In terms of propaganda, a ghost named Alan kept hovering over Richard's head. The telegram clearly stated that it was a backward area of the British Empire and came to learn advanced management experience. The Chinese liked the feeling of being in the Celestial Empire. According to his instructions, it was absolutely right to spread the news through the streets. The Chinese were very proud of their reputation. When encountering such things, they maintained a decent mentality. They didn't need anyone to teach them. They would figure it out clearly. Richard had to admit that it was indeed very effective. The entire colony, at least the major cities, had a new look. The Chinese are all decent people. Richard muttered the newly learned vocabulary and had to admit that Alan Wilson's knife skills were accurate, even if he was still 10,000 kilometers away. The delegations from the colonies and protectorates had not arrived yet, and the entire Malaya and Straits settlements had already become ordinary. Many residents were considering how to shock the bumpkins in the backward areas without leaving any traces. The goal must be achieved inadvertently, otherwise it would appear that everyone was uncultured. The carefully selected colonial elites also followed the colonial commissioner and started this learning journey. With the reminder of Alan Wilson, the executive deputy secretary general of the Committee on Overseas Assets, many colonial commissioners requested that the colonial elites who followed them could dress more traditionally, and it was not a bad thing to reflect the regional characteristics. Reflecting regional characteristics cannot be done naked. In his reply to the Commissioner of British Basutoland, Alan Wilson righteously stated that anything too excessive would only backfire. British Basutoland, British Bechuanaland, British Gold Coast, British Cameroon, British Gambia, and more than 20 colonial commissioners, with nearly 3,000 accompanying tour groups, set off from various places in a mighty manner. Alan Wilson said goodbye to the Dragoon Sisters at this time and boarded the flight in Paris. During the flight, he met Hedy Lamarr and Ingrid Bergman, who were going to Asia to present awards to new actors in Asia Pacific. What a coincidence. Chapter 974, Cooperation between different civilizations. As luck would have it, as the High Commissioner of the Malayan colony, he had the obligation to arrange the living of the two. After a few words of communication, the two female presidents gave him a chance to show his gentlemanly manners. Even though they knew that this man would not treat them badly, the scene they saw after arriving in Malaya surprised them. What a beautiful room. The floor-to-ceiling windows extending to the corridor made the room extremely bright. Every furnishing, from the large and soft sofa, the bright curtains, to the huge gold-framed oil paintings, looked magnificent and refreshing. Are you satisfied, ladies? It's all European design. I'm afraid you won't adapt to it. Some small unpleasantness, even if it's just an eyesore, may make a lady like a goddess descending to the earth unhappy. And that is simply the most unforgivable crime in the world. Alan Wilson, who followed in from behind the two, stretched out his hands on their shoulders, looking deeply repentant. In just a moment, Alan Wilson received a warm response from the two. This occasion called you to come at the right time. It's worth it that we followed all the way here. Hedy Lamarr opened her red lips and said that you are very sensible. Even if she was just motionless, Hedy Lamarr still showed an extremely aggressive beauty. It is absolutely reasonable that Hollywood has always regarded Hedy Lamarr as a vase. This popular actress really relies on her face to make a living. Even in later generations, the photographer who took many classic photos of Hedy Lamarr admitted that it was almost impossible to expect Hedy Lamarr to show subtle expressions. She just sat there quietly and posed for photos, which was enough to leave a classic image that would be passed down through the ages. Thank you for your hard work, ladies. It's not my fault. Many people love me, Alan Wilson said narcissistically, and then added, but I'm not the local chief executive now, and I have a lot of time to accompany you now. He never denied that he liked to run around, but he simply didn't like to take a plane, which lacked the feeling of being down to earth. However, some difficulties can still be overcome, especially with the company of a lady of equal status as his wife. For the two female presidents, coming here to present the award was just a side job, and helping Xia Meng to raise her profile was not important either. The key was the feeling of freedom, especially when accompanied by a close man. In addition to setting an example for other colonies, Alan Wilson also paid attention to a certain Far East region, a transaction of oil refining equipment adapted to the cold zone. Of course, it was only a preliminary transaction. No country would buy a product in large quantities before it was put into trial operation. Alan Wilson was very happy to be able to make a deal and step on Japan. At the same time, the so-called colonial elites in various colonies dressed in strange costumes have also arrived one after another with local commissioners. In fact, coming to the Malayan colony is more effective than going to London. The urban construction in Malaya has not been completed, but it is all newly built. Although London has been renovated after the war, old urban areas can still be seen everywhere, which is obviously not so shocking. At least in terms of hardware facilities, the current Malayan colony is more qualified than the British mainland to be studied. Of course, this is limited to hardware. Strictly speaking, even in the 21st century, there are no non-European and American countries that can approach Europe and the United States in terms of living standards. Even Japan, which was at its peak, was evaluated by Americans who visited it as a model of a rich country with a poor people. On the one hand, they live in expensive small houses, and on the other hand, they have to be frugal even with food, clothing, housing and transportation. The urban construction of Malaya is relatively far above other Asian countries, because one of the standards is based on European and American standards. There is a standard in urban planning, that is, the standard of urban building spacing. If it is too dense, it will be like Hong Kong in the future, with densely packed high-rise buildings that increase the sense of oppression out of thin air. Take the urban area of Tokyo as an example. The area is the same as that of the urban area of Shanghai. If the urban area is calculated alone, the population of Tokyo is only half of that of Shanghai. The urban area of Tokyo is far from being as crowded as Shanghai. In most cities in China, the distance between buildings is smaller than that of Tokyo, while that in Europe and the United States is larger than that of Tokyo. The most intuitive result is that your community has a tight use area and does not have enough parking spaces. Therefore, the four major cities in Malaya, which have now become the Straits settlements again, are not crowded. Even in the urban areas, large areas of reserved land are reserved for parks and recreational facilities. The planners from London mainly do this kind of work, and they don't come here to take the money and leave. This is also the reason why Alan Wilson has the confidence to set the Malayan colony as a benchmark. The population of the four major cities is not large compared with the megacities in East Asia. The urban construction looks brand new, and it is definitely a model of Asian development. Now Alan Wilson is no longer the High Commissioner of the Malayan colony, and the reception work is handed over to the current High Commissioner. Richard receives wave after wave of colonial visiting groups, and Alan Wilson conducts wave after wave of manned spaceflight. Everyone is very busy, and they all work hard for the British Empire. I know, Zia Meng smiled brightly, but not gently. Have you loved many girls? Of course, Alan Wilson said a little casually. He saw that she didn't believe it, so he didn't want to brag anymore, and finally had to admit, actually not many. It depends on what the standard is. Then, will you fall in love with me? Zia Meng hooked the man's neck. I want to hear it. Can you tell me? This is a very serious question. Alan Wilson pondered for a moment, as if he was struggling with his thoughts, and finally nodded. I only have one request. Be obedient in the future. I still understand, being a wife and mother. Zia Meng pondered for a moment. When she said this, I haven't cut off contact with the mainland. You are British. Don't you think it's bad? It doesn't matter. That's your motherland. It's too cruel to sever ties. Alan Wilson smiled slightly. I believe that all difficulties are temporary. In a sense, I envy countries with large populations and large areas. They will never lack opportunities to stand up again, while countries that do not meet the standards have too low a tolerance rate. Hong Kong and Las Vegas are currently important external channels for the mainland, both publicly and privately. The warships of the Royal Pacific Fleet in the port of Hong Kong seem to be facing a great enemy these days. This was because the governor of Hong Kong was carrying out an operation to crack down on rampant smuggling, which made the officers and soldiers of the Pacific Fleet suddenly nervous. After all, Hong Kong's status was too special. Finally, with the unremitting efforts of the Royal Pacific Fleet, the smuggling ship successfully arrived at its destination. This also relied on the help of the Portuguese authorities. The Anglo-Portuguese alliance was still quite reliable. The safety of Goa, to a large extent, still needed the help of the British warships docked. Britain certainly left South Asia, but it seemed that it had not completely left. Whether it was Ceylon, which still retained its base, or Goa, where British warships docked from time to time, it showed that the looming shadow of Britain was still not far away. A few days later, Lim Lian Jiak confirmed the result. Before leaving the port, the Malayan colony on this side of the sea was still in a peaceful time. The days in October were so peaceful that the editors of the local news columns of the newspapers didn't know what kind of articles to fill the pages. Sensational crime? It didn't happen. Ethnic discord? People knew a lot, but it would never make it to the front page. There was no news from the colonial government, not even news about natural disasters. Reports from the police were rare. A knife fight occurred next to the main train station. 2 traffic accidents were caused by the driver drinking. It seemed that an invisible hand had bridged all the issues. All the reports were focused on the news that more than 20 delegations had arrived in the Malayan colony to learn the advanced experience of Malaya's development. Richard, who had just met his boss again, learned another phrase, the rich first drive the rich later. He adjusted the direction of public opinion, centered on Malaya's obligation to drive the British colonies to a better life, to inspire the self-esteem of the residents of Malaya in the Straits settlements. The so-called spiritual civilization construction, of course, is very expensive to maintain for a long time, but who can't pretend for a while? For the Chinese, it was just a show, and the same was true for the African delegations that came to Malaya. The news of learning Malaya's development experience spread like wildfire and spread throughout the colony in a short time. Richard arranged for the major delegations to visit different cities with great fanfare, and it was very lively. You see, in fact, cooperation between different civilizations is not as difficult as imagined. Alan Wilson held 2 molds and tapped them lightly. There was a crackling sound. Australian silver was transformed into Chinese silver. Isn't this a success? Alan Wilson didn't know whether the several sets of oil refining equipment that were delivered first had arrived at the place, but as long as they were in, with the current level of satellites, the United States would not be able to find them, even if they died of exhaustion. Zia Meng looked at this man eagerly. Now she knew why the other party didn't care whether she was cut off from her hometown. With this relationship, he really didn't care. Meng, come and sit. Alan Wilson greeted Zia Meng. Zia Meng, who was endorsed by 2 major film and television companies, had become a benchmark for Asian stars. Her image was absolutely brilliant. Zia Meng, who who was definitely very tall among Asians, leaned on the man's arms like a little bird, without any disobedience. Alan Wilson took out a set of documents and gave them to Zia Meng. "This is the immigration certification to the UK that my friend from the Ministry of the Interior gave me. Don't underestimate this set of documents. It's hard to get in the first place, and it's even harder to get with me in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. With your British identity, it's easy to go to any Commonwealth country. Canada and Australia are no problem at all. It's so easy." Zia Meng was full of amazement. She knew how difficult it was. A lot of people want it, but can't do it. It depends on who you are. Alan Wilson kissed Zia Meng's forehead and whispered, "It's easy for me, but not for others." Chapter 975 Celebration and Conspiracy. Alan Wilson was showing off when he spoke. This scene was especially like the white trash that was rampant in Southeast Asia in later generations, using some petty profits to deceive the bodies of local young women. And now it was even more like this. The British gentleman who did this was still a colonizer. The imperialist color was even stronger, and it should be thoroughly criticized and trampled on. Two brisk footsteps stopped in front of the door, and the door was opened by the key. Hedy Lamer rolled her eyes as soon as she came in. The underwear scattered on the ground and the faint criticism coming from the direction of the bathroom, who didn't know what was going on. He ignores our feelings more and more. Hedy Lamer looked at Ingrid Bergman with an unchanging expression. Who made that little star so young? If we hadn't put in so much effort, we would have been gone long ago. Ingrid Bergman sighed and said, "Wait a moment, he'll be angry if you just leave." Not long after, Alan Wilson, dressed in pajamas, came out. Seeing the two uninvited guests, a trace of embarrassment flashed across his face. "Honey, why are you here? Why didn't you call first? Why? Did I disturb you?" Ingrid Bergman rolled her eyes at the man, who was committing adultery in broad daylight. "Is this how the permanent undersecretary of the Foreign Office of the British Empire contributes to the country? You misunderstood." While speaking, the figure of Queen Nam Fang appeared. Alan Wilson said that it was not what the two thought. It was just the fake father and the queen mother who discussed the future of Dellen State, and it did not involve personal grudges. The appearance of Queen Nan Fang surprised the two even more. They didn't expect that it was not Zia Meng who came out, but the operator of this high-end leisure hotel, Hedy Lamer, with a sour look on her face. "What race, what status of women have no resistance to you?" "That's not the case. I have a strong resistance to African black pearls." The smell of broken vine jars came towards him. Didn't Alan Wilson know that the first vase in history was in a bad mood? He quickly reflected on himself and punished himself with 3 cups to reveal his mistakes. In the final analysis, he just made a mistake that all men would make. He was obviously talking about operating silver just now, which was a serious matter. The climate in Malaya is hot, so what's wrong with taking a bath together? Queen Nan Fang came in and put a thermos cup with wolfberries in front of the man. She spoke in pure French. "When I went to France, I knew 2 ladies who had a great influence in the French entertainment industry. I'm very happy to meet you too. It turned out to be the queen of a country, the former queen." Hedy Lamer and Ingrid Bergman were a little surprised when they learned the identity of the woman. It has to be admitted that they have been together for quite a while, and the 2 Oscar-winning actresses have to give the man a way out, and they can't act like little girls and throw tantrums. Finally, Alan Wilson achieved his goal of drinking 3 cups of wine to punish himself and expose his mistakes. In fact, he always likes to run away, isn't it because London is not a free world? Now roughly calculated, Alan Wilson and himself can only get 300 to 500 million US dollars from ladies of the same status as his wife to invest in silver operations, and he can't empty the ladies' industries. And to be honest, compared with Pamela Mountbatten's industry, that is like a money printing machine. The industries of other ladies are still hard-earned money, and withdrawing all the funds may cause operational difficulties. Cash flow is extremely important for any company, and Alan Wilson has to have a scale when asking for food. Asking for food naturally requires a low attitude. The permanent undersecretary of the British Empire Foreign Office is now soaking wolfberries in a thermos cup. Nothing comes for free, and he is also carrying a heavy burden in private, but most people don't know it. If Pamela Mountbatten knew that he opened a casino, kept a concubine, and even the royal princess. The construction of Malaya has not been completed, but some facilities can be used, such as the Queen Victoria Square in the capital Kuala Lumpur. This square can accommodate 100,000 people, and is considered one of the symbols of the economic takeoff of the Malayan colony. Richard spent a lot of effort. Alan Wilson made several requirements to the current chief executive for the standards of large-scale celebrations, including teams composed of people from all walks of life, of course, also including men and women of all ages, bathing in the glory of the British Empire together. Since it is the benchmark of the Commonwealth, it must be treated as a benchmark. Different cities have different celebration themes, but they are all held at the same time as the capital Kuala Lumpur. In Malacca, the organized students use their free time to prepare for the evening celebration. Because they are too young to go to the theater often, and because of financial constraints, they cannot afford the large expenses of amateur performances, so the girls give full play to their talents. Necessity is the mother of invention. Whatever they need, they do. Some of their creations were quite ingenious: guitars made of cardboard, antique lamps made of old butter bottles wrapped in tin foil, brightly colored robes made of old cotton cloth, with small tin pieces from a pickle factory shining on the surface, and armor with the same diamond-shaped small tin pieces, which were used as scraps left over from the pickle factory's canning. The furniture in the house was often messed up, and the big room was the stage. The girls performed innocently on the stage, and after careful preparation, everyone went together to join the celebration. The celebration in the capital Kuala Lumpur was more grand. Victoria Square was already crowded with people. Richard, the High Commissioner of Malaya, prepared a passionate speech that was absolutely understandable to people. This understanding mainly depended on the people in the Malayan colony. For most of the colonial commissioners who came to the Malayan colony, this was like a mystery. Mobilizing the enthusiasm of the people mainly focuses on the part of dragging down the surrounding areas. Indonesia is shameless and India is incompetent. If we really want to lead the Asian people to prosperity, we have to rely on the British Empire. When reading the speech, there will be a section of applause at this pause. Richard accepts the cheers led by the applause leaders from all over the place. Otherwise, why do people like to be the top leader? The happiness of being a full-time job is not understood when being a deputy. It's a pity that we can't understand Richard's speech. Ingram expressed the thoughts of most colonial commissioners, including Alan Wilson. Everyone was sitting on the viewing platform, but they were a little out of place. Fortunately, they were not noticed by the huge crowds in the square. We are guests. Alan Wilson smiled. If Richard's language talent was not really impressive, he would not have finally helped Richard to the position of High Commissioner. Everyone knew that Richard was not his old subordinate. Compared with the imperial subjects holding up photos of Queen Elizabeth in the square, this place was like another parallel world. There was no sunshine outside. Some commissioners whispered to each other, which was simply a breeding ground for conspiracy. Grace was sitting next to Alan Wilson. He was also a member of the Northern Rhodesian delegation. He came here to learn advanced experience and build Northern Rhodesia better. If Alan Wilson remembered correctly, the pillar industries of Northern Rhodesia were mining, large plantations and light military industry, especially the mine production, which was the highest in Africa. What is the attitude of France? Grace asked in a low voice, while looking at Alan Wilson holding a thermos cup. HMM. After taking a sip of water, Alan Wilson whispered calmly, two plans were established at the Brussels conference. The French advocated suppression, and we advocated division. From my judgment, the French's proposal is not easy to achieve. You don't know that the Berlin Conference, which demarcated the sphere of influence in Africa, was actually held because of the ownership of Congo. The Belgian Congo is actually related to the situation in the whole of Africa. You soldiers of the motherland have fought in wars, right? Let me explain it this way. In wars, the strategy is often to bloom in the center, but it always ends up being annihilated by the enemy. The problem of the Belgian Congo is almost the same. Grace understood it all at once after this explanation. I didn't expect that this bureaucrat actually knew military affairs. Which force may become an unknown factor that interferes with the war situation. Both the Soviet Union and the United States are possible, and the United States is more likely. How can the Soviet Union have influence on Belgium? Alan Wilson shrugged indifferently. Don't you think this is the case? Americans, why are they doing this? Grace was shocked and couldn't believe it. How could they do this? Calm down, Grace. Compared with the people's hearts and minds of hundreds of millions of black people in Africa, at most a few 100,000 immigrants can be sacrificed. This will not change because they are white. Alan Wilson smiled coldly and explained further. So, you were lucky enough to expel the blacks in Northern Rhodesia by ethnic hatred, and it was fortunate that Northern Rhodesia did not have a large black population. In the long run, even South Africa can be sacrificed, not to mention a small Belgian Congo. You can indeed contact the leaders of the Belgian immigrants. The French plan is likely to fail. Remember one thing, restrain your greed and improve the disadvantaged environment of Northern Rhodesia. Occupying a large amount of extra land will bring disaster. Even South Africa can be sacrificed. Grace was in a heavy mood. If South Africa has problems, how will Northern Rhodesia connect with the outside world? Can't we still connect with the outside world through the railway in Tanzania? Alan Wilson frowned slightly and comforted her. Maybe the contact method can be upgraded in the future? After all, there are still many places that are interested in Africa and will help upgrade some railway facilities. Wasn't the Tanzania Zambia railway upgraded because a certain big country decided to help? Grace didn't need to worry at all. She just had to wait. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.